I embody the essence of guardianship with my very existence, navigating the delicate balance between reality and illusion, ever in pursuit of every glimmer of potential victory. To my astonishment, the will of the ancient deities behind it all has manifested as a game. Chapter 1. Rebirth. On September 14th, 2206, the Alpha Corporation of the Federation made a startling announcement regarding the development of a fully neural-linked, entirely intelligent, NPEAK-driven online game, aptly titled Titan. The game was set to be available for purchase by the end of September, with widespread public testing commencing in late October. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the entire entertainment sector of the Federation, even reaching the ears of smaller nations yet to join the Federation, prompting a frenzy of media coverage. Numerous online conglomerates expressed their opinions, with the majority adopting a skeptical stance. The CEO of Alpha's long-standing rival, the Tingye Group, Yi Qianxing, publicly denounced Alpha's announcement, deeming it a farcical spectacle. He asserted that, given contemporary technology, such an endeavor was utterly implausible. Yi Qianxing's assertions garnered considerable support from a rational standpoint. The pinnacle of the Federation's artificial intelligence was merely a robot capable of playing Go, while the development of holographic visuals remained in its infancy. The concept of neural linkage, it seemed, was relegated to the realms of fiction and cinema. Experts, analyzing the current trajectory of technological advancement, speculated that achieving the technical feasibility of such a neural-linked game would require at least 60 more years. Despite the overwhelming skepticism, Alpha Corporation, as the largest online entity in the Federation, wielded immense influence. The gaming pod sold rapidly, as a multitude of individuals, driven by both a yearning for neural-linked gaming and trust in Alpha, chose to invest their resources in this venture. On the day of the public test, in late October, long lines formed outside numerous experience centers in City B of the Eastern Central Asia region of the Federation. The starting price of the gaming pods was exorbitant, with even the most basic model costing 30,000 Federation coins, an amount far beyond the reach of many students or those living paycheck to paycheck. Yet, unable to resist the allure of holographic gaming, they settled for the experience centers to indulge for the time being. Due to the high cost of the gaming pods, many experience center owners were cautious in their purchases, resulting in a scarcity of available spots. Although the public testing was scheduled for 10 in the morning, many students began queuing as early as 5 o'clock. Hey buddy, are you playing or not? If not, you can let me have your spot. In this experience center, there were only 50 slots available, and a frail young man found himself at the very end of the line. As the others ahead entered the venue, he stood there, lost in a daze. That was why someone behind him asked. The young man, pale and with delicate features, wore an expression of confusion and astonishment. His bewildered gaze fell upon the person who had questioned him, and the familiarity of the scene led him to doubt the reality of it all. He reached out, hoping to discern whether this was all merely an illusion. Suddenly, a sharp slap sent his hand flying back, and the stinging sensation confirmed the veracity of his surroundings. The young man opposite him glared coldly. What are you doing? I'm a straight man. Even if you tempt me with your spot, I won't bend. The astonished gazes around him made him acutely aware of his actions. His lips twitched in embarrassment as he fled in haste into the experience center. The venue was spacious, but the number of gaming pods was limited, resulting in a wide expanse around them. The remaining 14 participants stood excitedly by their gaming stations, their faces alight with anticipation and anxiety. Hey, buddy, you're from the normal university, right? The young man at Station 14 greeted him warmly. I'm Wang Lin. What should I call you, Guolang? Guolang observed the scene before him, feeling an odd sense of déjà vu. Yet he found himself echoing the same question he had just been asked. How did you know him from normal university? Everyone coming to this experience center is a student from nearby. This location is closest to the normal university and our Oak Fine Arts College. With your low-key attire, you definitely aren't from our school. Still the same old, irritating answer. Guolang rolled his eyes and turned away, ignoring him. Hey, haha, just kidding. Don't take it to heart. So, Guolang, what do you think this game will be like? Upon hearing this, Guolang stiffened and turned to fixate on Wang Lin with a penetrating gaze. What do you think this game will be like? Well, Wang Lin felt an inexplicable chill from Guolang's strange demeanor. Avoiding eye contact, he hesitated, tapping his forehead. It should be pretty good, right? Alpha is a renowned brand in the Federation. Every game they release is a classic. Even if it's not as realistic as those novels depict, it shouldn't be too bad. Realism? Guolang couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He feared that if it were too realistic, he might struggle to cope later on. Guolang was well aware of what this game truly entailed, having experienced it fully in his previous life. Calling it a game was not entirely inaccurate for those lofty beings. It indeed was a game, while we could only be regarded as NPCs in their grand design. Hello, buddy? Wang Lin, observing the dazed Guolang, waved his hand before him. Nothing. Guolang sighed, gazing at the bright-faced young man before him, uncertain of what expression he would wear upon discovering the truth of the game, and whether he would indeed be among the fortunate few to return alive. From what Guolang understood in the previous life, the first foray into that game saw a staggering 50 million players hailing from Federal District 9, yet fewer than 100,000 emerged unscathed. Statistically speaking, the likelihood of survival for the individual before him was rather slim. Go ahead with your business. They'll make a call. No worries, just go ahead. Add me as a friend in the game later, Wang Lin replied. All right, Guolang responded with a smile, though inwardly he added, if you manage to return alive. After parting ways, Wang Lin sought out his next target to share his reflections, while Guolang retrieved his smartphone worth over $1,000. He opened his contacts, dialed a number, and a rare hint of anxiety crossed his face. Hello, Guo Datu. The familiar voice on the line warmed Guolang's heart, nearly causing him to lose his composure. He found a sofa and sat down slowly, taking a deep breath to steady himself before softly inquiring. Shouting, it was his 9-year-old sister on the other end. You actually went out early to play games? Don't you know today is Mom's birthday? Dad has prepared a bamboo stick, saying he'll break your legs when you return. Guolang's expression darkened, the warmth he felt moments ago dissipating significantly. However, recalling something, he spoke in a low voice. Today is Mom's birthday. Are you pretending to forget? The voice on the other end brimmed with discontent. Exactly. Mom's birthday is far more important than your holographic game's public test. Guolang's hand trembled, and a bitter smile formed on his lips. Truth be told, he would gladly endure a beating from his father if it meant he could see his family again, savor his mother's cooking, and witness his father's sour expression. In his previous life, once he entered the game, all of this became a distant memory. Initially, 5 million participants joined the public test, yet fewer than 100,000 survived. Guolang was among the fortunate ones, albeit merely scraping by, not among the elite. He had spent 5 long years in that realm before finally gaining the chance to return, during which time his family had paid an exorbitant price in their desperate search for him, nearly leading to their ruin. In those moments, he was consumed by regret, having never even laid eyes on his enemies, perishing as mere cannon fodder in a battle, while his adversaries ascended to the upper echelons of the world. He yearned with all his being to return, even if just for a fleeting reunion with his parents, but he understood the gravity of the game's significance. No one could escape its grasp. On the first day of the public test, following the mysterious disappearance of players, the Federation sealed off Alpha Corporation. It was not until the first batch of players returned that the rules of this world were irrevocably altered, with personal power taking precedence. Subsequently, Federal District 9 fractured, and the leaders of each region even encouraged the populace to participate in this game, ushering the entire world into a new era. That era, the lives of ordinary people were exceedingly insignificant and humble. Even as a player, someone like Guolang, who belonged to the lower echelons of society, could only serve as cannon fodder. If Guolang were to return now, perhaps he could evade danger for a time with the foresight of profit, but could he escape his fate for a lifetime? Ultimately, without power, one's destiny would inevitably be dictated by thirst. A life lesson Guolang had gleaned from 2 tumultuous decades in his previous existence. He harbored a deep disdain for this game, yet remained the sole avenue for his redemption. If he could be among the first players to return, he could alter the fates of himself and his family. I cannot return just yet, he reluctantly conveyed over the phone. Comrade Big Head, you mustn't be so stubborn. You're no longer a child. Must you wait for Dad to come to the experience center and publicly chastise you? Guoziading's voice on the line dripped with a hint of menace. In the past, he would have engaged in a quarrel due to her threats, but today he found her tone oddly endearing. Tell Mom and Dad not to worry about me. I will surely return, Guolang asserted earnestly. Who's worried about you? Are you out of your mind? Guoxiaoding replied, exasperated, sensing that her brother was once again being melodramatic. Just as she was about to retort, she realized he had hung up, stunned by the dial tone echoing in her ear. She took a moment to gather her thoughts, silently resolving, I must persuade Dad to break his other leg too. Ladies and gentlemen, in 10 minutes, the public beta will commence. Allow me to introduce our game guide sent by Alpha Company. Feel free to ask her any questions you may have. Upon hearing this, Guolang looked up to see a plump middle-aged man, the proprietor of the Experience Center, speaking, while a young woman, the so-called game guide, stood beside him. The crowd, buzzing with excitement, quickly gathered around her, bombarding her with inquiries. Is this game truly immersive, like living a dream, as depicted in novels? What about the scenery? Is it realistic? Could it harm the brain? There's very little official information about the game's background. Can you divulge some details? What race should we choose? Do we get to customize our appearance when selecting a character? Despite the fervor of the audience, the young woman maintained a serene demeanor, patiently addressing each question. Guolang, standing at a distance, keenly observed a fleeting glimmer of green light in her pupils. A follower of the Lord of Death, aligned with the undead, perhaps? Guolang smirked inwardly, realizing why she fervently recommended the undead when discussing races that TO fit in. He joined the throng and directly inquired, "Miss, what distinctions exist between the game's races? Are they merely aesthetic variations like in other games? How significant are the differences in attributes? Do you have any recommendations?" Chapter 2. Choices of the Future. The gentleman's question is quite astute. The enchanting game guide's eyes sparkled as she smiled at Guolang. You will soon discover the authenticity of the game, its scenes, and its unique features once you immerse yourselves in it. Words alone cannot convey the experience, and I doubt you would fully believe it without first-hand participation. Therefore, I shall share some general information instead. The crowd nodded in agreement. First and foremost, I must discuss the races in our game. The binding process utilizes DNA verification, employing the latest technology. To enhance realism, we have incorporated players' actual appearances, albeit with modifications that reflect the characteristics of their chosen race. For instance, if you select the Beast race, your in-game form will be proportionally enlarged to embody the traits of that race, resulting in a more robust physique adorned with beastly attributes. However, due to the substantial data storage requirements for DNA sample information, each player can only be shaped once, meaning that the race can only be selected a single time. No, we can't delete our accounts and start anew. Wang Lin murmured from the side. Apologies, but that is not an option, the guide replied, maintaining a polite smile as she continued her patient explanation. Upon selecting your desired race, you will be required to sign a beta testing agreement, during which a small blood sample will be drawn for DNA registration. We have to sign a contract as well. Guolang exhibited the caution typical of an ordinary person. Rest assured, it is merely a straightforward game testing agreement. The guide's smile was sweet, yet Guolang silently raised a middle finger in his mind, thinking, only a fool would trust you. He was well aware of the underlying motives. The game served as a tool for the deities to cultivate agents for invading other worlds. In the realm where Guolang resided, human genetic purity was a coveted prize among the major gods, with every individual possessing the potential to become a valuable subordinate for the divine entities. Once a race was chosen, players would be deceived into signing contracts, thus binding them as loyal servants to a particular deity. Naturally, Guolang understood that this was an inescapable reality. The pressing question remained, which race to select? Having the advantage of a second chance at life, he possessed not only foresight regarding certain developments, but also a broader perspective that others lacked. This choice would significantly impact his future. Selecting a race would signify a binding contract with a deity, irrevocable and permanent. What, then, would be the most suitable choice for him? Do you have any recommendations? Guolang inquired, aware of the guide's position, hoping to garner a favor. Her smile widened at his question. How about the undead? A chorus of disapproving murmurs filled the air, with Wang Lin bluntly stating, "It seems the lady has a rather peculiar taste." Unfazed by the crowd's reaction, the guide responded, "I believe you are misinformed about our game's undead race. The distinction is substantial compared to the traditional portrayal of zombies." Guolang rolled his eyes internally, recognizing her fervor in promoting her race. In his past life, he had some knowledge of the undead, whose eyes glowed a vibrant green, worshipping the Lord of Death. While the guide did not lie, there was indeed a notable difference in this game's depiction of the undead. Most were skeletal remains, with some in the game resembling grotesque, decaying creatures reminiscent of Warcraft, evoking a sense of revulsion. Yet in reality, the undead were an extraordinarily sophisticated race, the epitome of elegance and grace, surpassing even the ancient elves and night elves in refinement. The advantages of the undead are indeed substantial. Foremost, they excel in the realm of souls, enjoying an almost infinite lifespan. As for their physical forms, they're not truly dead. The biological technology of the undead is arguably the finest among all races. Higher-tier undead can utilize their DNA to produce countless prototype embryos. With each evolution, they can divide their cells to create new embryos. When their physical forms begin to age, their souls can be transferred, and due to the compatibility with their own DNA, the newly formed bodies possess a heartbeat, hematopoietic function, and the capacity for further evolution, while also retaining the evolutionary achievements of their previous corporeal forms. Setting aside other attributes, this alone grants an immense racial advantage. With an endless lifespan, as long as one avoids untimely death, there is ample time to strengthen oneself. However, the number of individuals who choose to become undead or join the void race is exceedingly rare. The reason is straightforward. This is not merely a game of clicks, it involves a profound metamorphosis. Would you choose such a race if you experienced it up close? Unless one harbors deviant inclinations. Thus, in the past life, few opted for the undead, and even fewer made such a choice upon realizing it was not a game. Consequently, the undead race engaged in extensive promotion during the early stages. Take, for instance, the young woman before me, who is fervently striving to recruit new members for her race. In the Experience Center, a handful of individuals display some interest, but the majority were expressions of disdain, clearly having formed their own opinions. Human emotions are rarely swayed by mere words from others. After leveraging a favor, Guolang began to contemplate his future path. The undead were an immediate dismissal for him. Although the young woman spoke enticingly, the literal meaning of undead is not to be taken lightly. Signing with the Lord of Death signifies a departure from the realm of the living. Once the DNA body is simulated, the truly significant aspects of one's existence can never be reclaimed. As he received the game manual detailing the racial introductions from the young woman, Guolang flipped through it, merging it with his memories from his past life. He paused when he reached the section on the beastmen, a glimmer of intention appearing in his eyes. To be candid, he harbored a strong affinity for the beastmen. Their lineage is particularly appealing to those who yearn for a fervent existence. In his previous life, Guolang had known several players of the beastmen race, most of whom, upon unlocking their lineage, boasted imposing physiques ranging from 3 to 4 meters tall, their explosive muscles exuding an unmistakable aura of masculinity. If one day you were to truly experience it, what profession would you choose? According to data from a past life, 60% of individuals opted for the mage class, as the allure of wielding magical powers is an irresistible temptation for many. Following closely is the warrior, a choice that resonates with the passionate spirits of men, particularly within the beast folk, whose warrior system is deemed the most exemplary. The second most favored aspect is the atmosphere of the beast folk, who prioritize honor and personal valor, predominantly embody a straightforward masculinity, devoid of excessive intrigue. In a previous existence, Guolang chose the Radiant Lord, which players later referred to as the human race. The attributes and talents of the humans are quite balanced, and the Radiant Lord espouses the doctrine of pure bloodlines, attracting a multitude of players. However, the development of the human race is considerably constrained. Their system is rooted in an archaic aristocratic hierarchy. After the Federation encouraged widespread participation, secular influences gradually infiltrated the races, with humans being the most compatible. Consequently, a comprehensive ruling structure was swiftly established, marked by a rigid hierarchy and a heavy political atmosphere, making it exceedingly difficult for the average individual to rise to prominence. In stark contrast, the beast folk emphasize personal prowess and champion heroism, attracting individuals with forthright personalities. The institutions established later are not as stringent as those of other races, resembling tribal structures of the grasslands. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, they can undoubtedly achieve recognition. From a practical standpoint, the beast folk's occupational framework leans towards physicality, predominantly comprising warrior classes, which enjoy a high survival rate in the early stages of the game. Coupled with their strikingly muscular physiques, Guolang harbors a particular fondness for them. However, that is the ordinary scenario. Guolang aspires to be among the first to return, necessitating the establishment of a base in an alternate dimension to navigate the coordinates of time and space. This opening requires selecting a race with significant early advantages. The undead and void races offer the best starts among the 10 races, yet Guolang is reluctant to opt for such purely destructive races unless absolutely necessary. Ultimately, when he stumbled upon the Night Elves, Guolang paused once more. The Night Elves are a race of high agility, and upon enhancing their lineage, they possess the highest agility in the early stages among all races. From the perspective of personal survival, agility is the most cost-effective attribute in the initial phases, greatly enhancing survival rates in confrontations. The high agility attribute holds a definitive advantage. The combat capabilities of early Night Elf units are formidable as long as one can recruit followers in the alternate dimension and utilize potions dispensed by the supreme deity. They can rapidly cultivate a formidable fighting force. Moreover, the architecture of the Night Elves, akin to that of the nature spirits, is composed of living wood, significantly reducing the time required for early constructions. Provided Guolang identifies a suitable stronghold, he can swiftly establish a base, thereby accelerating the return process. Based on past experiences, the sooner one returns, the greater the rewards bestowed by the supreme deity. Even in the later stages, the combat prowess of the Dark Knight stands firmly among the top of the 10 clans. The Dark Knight excels in spatial folding and jumping techniques, which prove immensely beneficial in the latter phases. When paired with their high agility troops, they can directly target the interior of enemy starships during space battles, inflicting damage on the technical personnel within. Moreover, the Dark Knight's vessels, endowed with exceptionally powerful spatial technology, can traverse various wormholes and even create them, exhibiting remarkable agility that often leaves adversaries in a state of utter despair. In terms of heavy weaponry, the Dark Knight's large-scale spatial weapons possess formidable range and lethality. Aside from the magically advanced Ice and Snow clan and the Blood Elves, other races find it challenging to rival the Dark Knight's heavy artillery. However, the Dark Knight's shortcomings are glaringly evident. Their racial attributes are singular and their professions monotonous. While their early troops are formidable, they become increasingly vulnerable in the mid-game, particularly struggling in the contest for mid-tier magical cold weapon realms, where they consistently face significant disadvantages. Moreover, achieving prominence in the later stages is exceedingly difficult for the Dark Knight. Although their spatial technology is unparalleled among the 10 clans, its efficacy in the early to mid-game is rather limited. Without the support of a stellar energy source, constructing large-scale space stations becomes an impossibility, severely hindering their development. In Guolang's previous life, he seldom encountered advanced Dark Knight players, but once past the mid-game, those of the Dark Knight lineage undoubtedly become exceptionally powerful. However, crossing this mid-game threshold is not a feat attainable by everyone, as the challenges are daunting. Other races, too, struggle to gain an advantage in the early game. The Nature Spirits, Ice and Snow clan, and Blood Elves favored by Guolang either grow primarily in spiritual attributes or possess average attribute enhancements in their troop. Formation is relatively slow, jeopardizing their initial survival and developmental efficiency. From a comprehensive perspective, choosing the Beast clan or Nature would be more advantageous. Nevertheless, after considerable contemplation, Guolang ultimately resolved to select the Dark Knight, a decision influenced by his own character. In the early stages, survival is paramount. Only by enduring the initial wave can one gradually realize the advantages of rebirth. If one falls in the first wave, there is nothing left to discuss. Guolang is acutely aware of his modest talents. If he wishes to stand at the forefront of his time, he must rely on chance and select a race with early advantages. Previously, his hesitance stemmed from his own weakness of character, but if he remains timid in this new life, it would render his rebirth utterly meaningless. Chapter 3. The Invasion of Dimensions. As the crowd fervently engaged in discussion, time slipped away, and the amiable game guide broke into a smile and clapped, announcing, "All right. We are now in the final countdown to the public beta. Please enter the pods and follow the prompts to begin the game." Finally, the public beta is upon us. How exhilarating. I never imagined I would experience a neural linkage game in my lifetime. I thought I would have to wait for my grandchildren to play it for me. Thank you, Alpha. Thank you, Technology. Thank you, Federation. The crowd expressed their sentiments enthusiastically. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that no one had moved a step. Initially, the group had seemed electrified, eagerly queuing up, but as the moment to play drew near, hesitation took hold. Guolang chuckled softly and, too, paused in place. Although he had traversed this scene before, with little variation, he still yearned to gaze upon it once more. It truly felt dreamlike. "What are you all waiting for?" the guide inquired with a smile. "Is there any issue with the game itself? It won't be like those animations where players get trapped and can't log out, right? Sir, that scenario is merely a trope from absurd animations. Please do not let your imagination run wild. Our game has undergone rigorous testing by our staff and has been certified by the Federation's Cybersecurity Bureau. You can rest assured regarding its safety." As this is the first neural linkage game, the Federation has exercised strict oversight. We conducted extensive checks over 3 months, employing various systematic tests. There is no need for concern on this front. Yet, just as someone attempted to voice further doubt, the guide interjected. There are only 30 seconds left until the public beta. If anyone feels uneasy, you may wait outside. I can call the next batch. I was merely reflecting, someone remarked, but the crowd quickly erupted in laughter and hastened towards their game pods, fearful of losing their chance to others. The guide's comment proved far more effective than her earlier explanations. The game pods, priced at 20,000 Federation coins, were largely beyond the reach of those who had queued early without purchasing. Her words wielded immense persuasive power over this economically disadvantaged group. Guolang dutifully entered his game pod. Although he was a reincarnated individual, he was, by strict definition, also part of the lower class. The thought of being pushed out to become a second batch player was truly disheartening. He understood the magnitude of the upheaval that this testing would incite within the Federation. The authorities could directly seal off Alpha afterward, and one must remember that this incident involved the disappearance of 50 million individuals, an unprecedented terror since the Federation's inception. The second batch of players would be recruited only after the first batch returned, amidst various conflicts and adjustments between real-world powers and those endowed with abilities. This turmoil could even lead to the fracturing of the 9th District, ultimately compelling the authorities to open mass recruitment, encouraging common citizens to participate in this game. In Guolang's memory, this process spanned nearly 2 years. The initial group of players possessed a considerable advantage, as subsequent players were recruited by these pioneers. This distinction highlights the difference between entrepreneurs and mere followers. Guolang was determined not to become the latter. In his previous life, as a member of the first wave of players, he had failed to make a name for himself. If he were to delay and join the second group, or even enter during the grand recruitment later, he might not even make a splash. Please select your race according to the visual prompts. The game interface provides descriptions of each race's culture, history, attributes, and advantages. Choose wisely, as this selection is irrevocable due to technical constraints. With a resounding chime, the gaming pods illuminated in a spectrum of colors, each hue representing a different race. The tour guide's warm smile faltered upon observing the results. Out of 50 participants, only 2 had chosen the undead, while 15 opted for the nature elves, 10 for the ice and snow, 10 for the human race, 8 for the beastmen, 4 for the blood elves, and a solitary choice for the night elves. With a sigh of resignation, the tour guide lamented the inherent disadvantages of the undead race. Despite her efforts to promote it, the choices remained disappointingly sparse. However, the performance of the night elves brought her some solace. At least they were not at the bottom this time. Surprisingly, not a single participant had chosen races like the Void or Chaos. Though she occupied only 2 slots, they were still within the mid-tier. Now, it was imperative to make her exit. The tour guide gazed at the still-lit gaming pods, acutely aware that no one remained inside. After selecting their races, the next step would be to sign contracts, which would initiate immediate transportation. With 50 million gaming pods worldwide, this event would soon erupt, and she needed to conceal herself. Where should she hide? There were no plans in place for such a scenario. It was every person for themselves. While she pondered this dilemma, a portly boss approached, rubbing his hands and grinning. "Beautiful lady, I was wondering if I could access more gaming pods. Do you have any stock left?" The tour guide turned to face the approaching boss, closing her eyes to savor the sweet, enticing scent of his blood emanating from him. Overcome by an irresistible impulse, she leaned in and took a bite at his neck. Wow, is the girl so forward and bold nowadays? The boss stiffened momentarily before a rush of warmth surged within him. He felt pleased, thinking that despite his weight gain, his charm had not diminished. Emboldened, he reached out, attempting to take liberties. "Hold on, there's no need to rush." The tour guide deftly blocked his wandering hands with a delicate gesture and leaned in to lick his earlobe. "Shall we go to your place?" "All right." The boss, now completely entranced, felt a wave of pleasure and excitement wash over him, eagerly nodding in agreement. With a sudden warp in space, Guolang successfully transported himself. The intense pressure within the time-space tunnel left him somewhat disoriented. Although he had undergone countless transports in his previous life, he still felt dizzy. Generally, the locations designated for divine transport were relatively safe, so Guolang did not worry about his surroundings. After taking a deep breath, Changsu gradually regained his composure. The astute Guolang immediately declared, "System. Each player is equipped with an artificial intelligence corresponding to their respective race, which serves as the sole tool for communication between you, the divine worker, and your employer. Whether it involves contributing energy points, exchanging items, accessing the racial technology library, or enhancing attributes, Everything hinges upon this intelligence. It is indeed the most crucial instrument for players. A small, bubble-like sprite materialized beside Guolang. The technology of the Night Elves was not to be underestimated. Their artificial intelligence ranked among the top 5 of the 10 races. Observing the somewhat naive little sprite lightened Guolang's mood slightly. Analyze the dimension. Master, do you not require a novice guide? The sprite inquired. Guolang paused, momentarily taken aback by his habitual response, but he maintained his bravado, asserting, I, the illustrious Guo, have traversed the gaming realm for a decade without ever resorting to a novice guide. I even play Warcraft without any plugins. Such guidance is an affront to my prowess. Do you understand? The sprite displayed a comical expression, yet remained patient, stating, Congratulations on your fortunate selection as a disciple of the Lord of Silvermoon, a member of the illustrious Night Elves. From this moment forth, you possess this noble lineage and identity, and you shall strive for glory on behalf of the Lord of Silvermoon. Upon hearing this, Guolang chuckled. Master, the data contains the history, culture, and profession systems of the Night Elves, as well as the doctrines of the Lord of Silvermoon. Would you like to review them first? Guolang waved his hand dismissively. Let us analyze the dimension first. Bubble. Master, how rude. My name is Xiaotao, not Bubble. The sprite playfully protested, adorably pouting, which left Guolang somewhat speechless. Dimension analysis. The 7th Gaia dimension is classified as a low magic realm, rich in planetary resources, currently in the nuclear energy age. Significant advancements have been made in the development of new energy sources, with projections indicating that within a century, technology for terraforming small planets will be achieved, ushering in the era of the Cosmic Federation. The political landscape of this planet is intricate, featuring over 200 nations. The most developed is the Rosa Federation on the eastern continent, boasting technology that is 30 years ahead of the rest of the continent, followed by the Red Eagle Republic on the Northwest Ocean, which has the largest land area and population in the world, along with a formidable technological civilization. The remaining smaller nations are interdependent, forming their own federations or relying on the influence of the 2 major powers, and some are embroiled in chaotic warfare, with exceedingly weak governmental control. Guolang stared at the information, momentarily stunned. A low magic realm? He furrowed his brow. The potential for development on such a planet was limited. The only recruits available would be scientific personnel, useful for cultural restoration and research development, but with poor human evolution capabilities. It could never serve as a primary strategic logistics base. The cosmos has been partitioned by the deities into 9 distinct realms of Gaia. These realms are categorized from the lowest to the highest as low magic, medium magic, and high magic. The realm in which 1's planet resides, the 9th Gaia realm, serves as the epitome of low magic. However, the inhabitants of this planet possess an untainted genetic lineage, a hallmark of the chosen bloodlines typically dominated by the gods. In contrast, the indigenous populations of most invaded realms often exhibit impure genetics, with evolutionary capabilities significantly inferior to those of cultivated species. Nonetheless, the native denizens of the invaded realms remain a vital source for the primary faith and lower-tier military units. The gods provide players merely with rudimentary bloodlines in the foundational database of primitive civilizations. To flourish and expand, one must establish their own dominion in other realms. In essence, this entails invasion and colonization. Of course, the indigenous peoples of other realms are not merely lambs awaiting slaughter. The specific strategies employed will dictate success. For novices like Guolang, direct invasion is patently unfeasible, necessitating a more circuitous approach, targeting vulnerabilities from within. However, Guolang finds himself beset by less than fortuitous circumstances. In the previous life, high magic realms undoubtedly represented the optimal genesis point. The indigenous inhabitants of high magic realms possess formidable genetics and commendable strength, making them amenable to cultivation into effective military units. Yet, one must first secure a foothold to succeed. Thus, the most advantageous starting point for novices lies within the medium to low-tier realms, particularly those situated in an era of cold weaponry, as this offers the best prospects for development. Primarily, the indigenous populations of medium to low-tier realms are not overwhelmingly powerful, allowing for manageable early game units. The cold weaponry era signifies a period of nascent civilization development, wherein a novice could face significant threats from firearms prior to ascending to the silver stage. Furthermore, governance in the cold weaponry era typically follows feudal or theocratic systems, which tend to foster decay and are characterized by a populace with regressive ideologies, making it easier to rally the disenfranchised. Regrettably, Guolang's realm presents a challenging starting point. The inhabitants of low magic realms possess inferior physical attributes. and the units cultivated herein are markedly less capable than those from high magic realms. Additionally, the technological landscape in low magic realms is not trivial. Advancements are often significant, leading to an educated populace that is not easily misled. Even in smaller nations embroiled in conflict, the threat posed by firearms to a novice like Guolang is considerable, compounded by the backing of major arms dealers behind these nations' wars, making infiltration exceedingly difficult. Faced with such an unpromising beginning, Guolang finds himself in a quandary. He nudges a floating bubble that appears to be frolicking in the air. Little bubble, has this planet just been developed? Am I the only one here? The bubble, indignant, retorts, my name is Little Peach, not Bubble. Its form swells with indignation as it responds. The planet has indeed just been developed, but you are not the sole newcomer. Followers of the Lord of Death infiltrated 6 months ago. According to intelligence reports, they have already taken control of the Rosa Federation's largest technology company, StarSource Group. This conglomerate spans numerous industries, from traditional real estate and transportation to telecommunications, and even holds a significant position in the biopharmaceutical sector. The Lord of Death? Undead. Guolang was momentarily taken aback before inquiring, what is the situation 6 months later? Xiao Tao replied, the first batch of believers was transported using the divine powers to forcibly open a spatial node, resulting in an unstable temporal passage. Consequently, the timing of players descending into this plane may occasionally deviate. However, once you establish your base and secure a temporal node with the source plane, the flow of time in both spaces will synchronize, aligning it with the time of your original planet. Believers? Guolang feigned caution, not daring to reveal his apprehension, for he was uncertain of the allegiance of these intelligences. Xiao Tao, with a hint of exasperation, retorted, Master, do you still think this is merely a game? Your previous demeanor certainly suggested otherwise. Guolang mused, this artificial intelligence is rather vexing, yet the information it provides is not without merit. The followers of the Lord of Death are adversaries of the Lord of the Silver Moon, and while they possess a competitive edge, this also presents an opportunity for Guolang. He was acutely aware of how the undead would navigate the onset of this plane. Chapter 4. The beginning undead and void are among the most destructive races among the 10 clans, their formidable biotechnological prowess placing them at the pinnacle of the universe. In the face of such advanced civilizations, even those with superior wormhole technology across several star systems could collapse within a remarkably brief period. Among all races, the undead and void are the most advantageous at the outset, and in a low magic plane characterized by advanced networks and high intelligence. They find it trivial, albeit their methods remain singular, to orchestrate an apocalypse. Are the planet's players versed in the creation of an apocalypse? This is hardly a question. The likes of Resident Evil, Dawn of the Dead, and the ubiquitous popularity of apocalyptic novels are indeed not in vain. As per the intelligence Xiao Tao relayed earlier, the earliest players have inhabited this plane for 6 months, and the undead lineage boasts a significant mental enhancement in the early stages. Coupled with the achievements amassed over half a year within this plane, they must have unlocked various technologies and powers of other undead factions, rendering them well prepared. The Rosa Federation, where Guolang resided, is a coalition of capitalist states, where industry magnates wield influence rivaling that of the government. The StarSource Group, as mentioned by Xiao Tao, likely represents their initial objective in realizing the apocalypse, yet Guolang would need to observe closely to discern the extent of their progress. First and foremost, he must resolve his identity, residence, and a series of fundamental survival issues. Glancing around, he noted the artificial greenery and water features indicative of a high-end villa community. This descent point was indeed favorable. Just as Guolang contemplated further, Xiao Tao interjected, the energy shield is about to dissipate. You must quickly integrate your lineage. With a sigh, Guolang nodded, and Xiao Tao activated his spatial storage bag, revealing his novice supplies. A vial of high-purity original night blood, 200 vials of crude night blood, an enchanted dagger, an enchanted short sword, a set of soft inner armor, a specially crafted night bow with living wood arrows, a beginner's magical energy pistol, and a high-caliber sniper rifle. The treatment for newcomers is quite commendable, Guolang mused with satisfaction as he surveyed the equipment before him. Compared to the novice gear available during the public beta of his previous life, the offerings here far surpassed those in quality. It appears that the Night Elves have made substantial investments due to the scarcity of early believers. First and foremost, there is a vial of high-purity primordial blood, renowned for its exceptional purity and untainted genetics, ensuring it does not hinder future career enhancements. This blood can significantly elevate an ordinary individual's baseline attributes, bringing them to the level of a typical night elf. This will undoubtedly be for his personal use. Following that are 200 diluted, Inferior potions infused with various enhancement agents, intended for bolstering recruits when gathering followers. These represent the most significant assets a novice can possess in this new realm. Moreover, the enchanted melee weapons are incredibly valuable. The craftsmanship of the elves ranks among the finest of the 10 clans, and their enchantment standards are exceedingly high. Enchanted weapons come with attribute bonuses, while the magical energy pistol and sniper rifle are essential armaments for any newcomer. However, Guolang intends to reserve their use for dire circumstances. Many players in his past life became enamored with these advanced magical firearms during the early stages, only to regret their reliance on them as they progressed. It has been proven that as one's attributes improve, melee weapons become the mainstream choice. The deities do not bestow meaningless items upon you. During the initial stages, when attributes are low, firearms may seem optimal, but one should not develop an over-reliance on them. The enchanted weapons serve to enhance proficiency in the early stages, and only after solidifying a strong foundation will one find mastery in using their weapons as their attributes increase. In this realm, the speed of human evolution is remarkably rapid. Without mastering one's body through melee weapons, one risks falling behind in inherent qualities as time progresses, rendering them susceptible to elimination. In this regard, the Night Elves possess a slight advantage, as their bloodline growth leans towards agility, offering substantial benefits in the early phases. Guolang retrieved the vial of high-purity blood and mixed it with the novice genetic agent bestowed by Xiao Tao, injecting it into his veins using a syringe. Despite the genetic agent's mitigating effects, the potent blood coursed through Guolang's body, causing excruciating pain. The intensity of the transformation made his blood vessels bulge ominously. Even having undergone multiple enhancements in his previous life, he could not help but writhe on the ground in agony. Had he not been too weak from the pain, his cries would have echoed throughout the entire community. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the pain began to subside, and the protective barriers surrounding him shimmered like thin foam, drifting aimlessly above Guolang's head. With a series of audible cracks as his bones realigned, Guolang gradually rose to his feet. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that he had grown approximately 3 centimeters taller, a subtle yet tangible change. After a prolonged moment, Guolang slowly opened his eyes, revealing a faint violet glimmer within his formerly ebony irises. His bloodline remains weak, unable to exhibit the dazzling eye colors or status symbols characteristic of higher-level beings. Upon opening his eyes, Guolang sensed the transformation in his body. The first sensation was the clarity of his vision, which he perceived to be at least 3 times more acute than before. Moreover, his perceptive abilities had notably enhanced. He could even discern the trajectories of insects in flight and the frequency of their wing beats. Guolang drew forth his dagger, testing his own agility as the blade twirled deftly upon his fingertips. To an ordinary observer, it would have appeared as though a fan's afterimage danced in the air, a sight both captivating and impressive. Even the nearby Xiao Tao expressed her astonishment at his skill. "Master, you handle that dagger splendidly." A smile graced Guolang's lips, though he offered no reply. In his previous life, he had been a knight, primarily training with a 2-handed sword and a holy hammer. The dagger was merely a rudimentary tool. He had witnessed professionals wielding daggers with such finesse that their fingers moved with the velocity of a spinning fan, rendering their trajectories imperceptible to even him, who had undergone countless enhancements in his former existence. Such proficiency was reserved for the true masters, intrinsically linked to one's agility attributes. The bloodline of the knight race particularly amplified agility, bestowing certain enhancements to strength and mental fortitude as well. Guolang moved slightly. Noting that these attributes were indeed commendable in the early stages, they proved far more practical than the ice and snow race, which primarily focused on mental prowess. High agility and swift reflexes significantly improved one's adaptability to unforeseen circumstances. Thus, the initial foundation seemed quite promising, and any disadvantages of mid-game units from the knight race could be addressed later. After a brief interlude, the energy barriers surrounding Guolang dissipated entirely. He realized that his novice protection had concluded, yet the environment remained favorable. According to intelligence reports, the actions of the undead had yet to commence, granting him a modicum of preparation time. His priority was to ensure his survival. Guolang had witnessed too many beginnings of undead incursions in his previous life. In such realms, the typical strategy involved infiltrating large pharmaceutical companies, followed by renowned biologists unveiling revolutionary potions that could cure terminal illnesses or extend lifespans. As these drugs became widespread, viruses would be introduced, initiating a quintessential bioweapon scenario. This strategy was beyond the capabilities of other races. The undead and the void race boasted unparalleled biotechnological prowess. unmatched by any other race. The viruses they engineered were insurmountable, with no known cures. And even methods to halt their spread were exceedingly challenging to implement, especially in a low-magic realm where the populace's resistance was significantly low. They could even meticulously control the strength and evolution of the mutated organisms based on the resistance of the indigenous people, demonstrating a level of expertise that other races could not replicate. So, how should one navigate an apocalyptic scenario dominated by the undead? Most players, in fact, did not oppose such circumstances, as the chaos created opportunities for them to thrive amidst the turmoil. Otherwise, relying solely on oneself to establish a sect in war-torn nations would take a decade to yield any significant achievements. In a post-apocalyptic world, although the undead may possess formidable strength, I can still savor the broth while others feast on flesh. In such a time of moral decay, the majority of ordinary mortals yearn for protection. Thus, establishing a private faction becomes considerably easier. Initially, Guolang found this notion rather cruel. Yet when faced with circumstances beyond one's control, one can only go with the flow. Given the current situation, he must first acquire knowledge of the outside world, deducing the onset of the apocalypse through news media and various information sources. Subsequently, he requires a stronghold, one that accommodates a moderate populace, possesses adequate defenses, yet remains inconspicuous to avoid attracting the attention of military powers. Naturally, he must first amass sufficient survival supplies to attract other survivors. Guolang surveyed his surroundings. This was an affluent residential community, not particularly suitable for a base due to its geographical vulnerabilities. Wealthy neighborhoods often enjoy a certain social standing, making them likely candidates for military protection, which would hinder his endeavors. Nevertheless, the initial conditions were promising, as he could at least secure some funds and acquire an armored vehicle. After contemplating these factors, Guolang meandered through the community, skillfully evading surveillance cameras and security personnel. Based on the layout, he selected a standalone house near the courtyard, close to the southern entrance. With a flicker of purple light in his eyes, he deftly vaulted over a 5-meter-high wall and stealthily infiltrated the premises. Upon entering, he assessed the interior, which boasted a pleasing Nordic aesthetic, minimalist, serene, and adorned primarily in versatile black and white tones, complemented by futuristic furniture and vibrant greenery. This decor resonated with Guolang's personal taste, and he felt a surge of satisfaction. Once he eliminated the current occupant, this space would become his own. Just as he was lost in thought, Guolang heard a commotion downstairs. His heightened agility afforded him keen insight, allowing him to discern the footsteps of what seemed to be a child. Curiosity piqued. He stealthily approached the source of the sound. What caught his eye was a little girl, approximately 5 or 6 years old, in stark contrast to his own sister, who was rather plump. This child was petite and exquisitely delicate, resembling a living doll with her golden curls and brown eyes, truly a walking Barbie. The little girl deftly tiptoed around the kitchen, manipulating various utensils. Guolang observed the food processor, mixing blades, rolling pin, and an array of ingredients on the counter: flour, sugar, salt, butter, ice water, vodka, along with cherries, lemon juice, and cornstarch. She was preparing a fruit pie. What kind of child possesses such culinary prowess? At her age, she was already crafting such sophisticated treats. He had only mastered fried rice by the time he was in the 3rd year of middle school. Gazing at the earnest and adorable child, Guolang found himself in a moral quandary. The presence of a child complicated his intentions. Ideally, he would have preferred encountering a corpulent capitalist, akin to the coal barons of Central Asia, perhaps someone with a mistress in this villa, whom he could dispose of before indulging in a smirk of satisfaction. He was taken aback to discover that it was a scene of familial affection. Such an adorable little girl must certainly have loving parents. In light of this, Guolang felt it would be inappropriate to intrude upon their sanctuary. Perhaps it would be wise to seek a different target? Master, it seems that only the little girl is home. She would be quite easy to handle. Xiao Tao communicated within Guolang's mind. Hesitating at her words, Guolang was not being overly sentimental. After all, everyone must have their own moral boundaries, which vary from person to person. Thus, he retorted with conviction, "Am I truly that kind of person? Master, in this alternate realm, you must learn to be ruthless. Otherwise, survival will be exceedingly difficult." Ruthless? What nonsense. Guolang rolled his eyes. In our world, anyone who lays a hand on a little girl is nothing but a beast. You simply do not understand. As they continued their spirited debate, the sound of a ringing telephone echoed from downstairs. The child ceased her activities, bouncing over to the coffee table to answer the call. "Hello, Mommy. Sweetheart, have you been good at home? Have you been naughty?" Despite being upstairs, Guolang, with the keen insight imparted by Gao Min, could still faintly discern the voice on the other end of the line. "I've been the best. When are you coming home?" The little girl cooed. "Master, she is imitating the best. Hurry, eliminate her, and seize her resources," Xiao Tao urged petulantly from the side. "Be quiet." Guo Lang dismissed her with a wave, leaning in closer to listen intently to the conversation. "You'll need to buy some seafood on your way back. I have someone here who brought special sauces from the winter country. Tonight, we shall enjoy a winter feast. By the way, do you still have enough money on your card?" "Yes," the little girl chirped. "You haven't even used the 200,000 from your last card." 200,000? Guo Lang was momentarily taken aback, bewildered as he inquired, "What are the prices like here?" Xiao Tao responded, "Intelligence indicates that the Rosa Federation, being the largest economy in this world, currently enjoys a favorable financial environment with a high currency valuation, roughly akin to what the Central Asian region of your planet experienced 15 years ago. 15 years ago? Guo Lang fell into contemplation, faintly recalling that during that time, a bowl of noodles only cost 1 yuan, and 20,000 could purchase a house. What does 200,000 even signify? Goodbye, mommy. The little girl seemed to have concluded her discussion, hanging up the phone and turning back to resume her task of preparing a cherry lattice pie, only to be startled by the sight of a dark figure gazing at her with a rather sinister expression. "Who are you?" the little girl inquired, her face a picture of innocent curiosity. With a grim countenance, Guo Lang finally introduced himself with a heavy heart. "Wang Sikong." Having uttered that name, Guo Lang felt no remorse. This individual had always been insufferable in his previous life, and it seemed plausible that he could commit such a wicked act as stealing from a little girl. However, just as he was about to demand her bank card and password, he noticed the fear on her delicate face dissipate, replaced by a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Taken aback by her expression, Guo Lang pondered, could it be that his current appearance had a certain charm that appealed to young girls? "Wow, this nocturnal lineage is truly impressive. I quite like it. Are you my new daddy?" Though the air was still, Guo Lang found himself in disarray, uttering, "New father?" Meanwhile, in the luxurious villa district of Lowell Mansion, situated at the heart of Guo Lang's city, a devoted follower of the undead was seated on the sofa in the central villa's living room, engaged in conversation with the lady of the house. Lowell Mansion stands as the most opulent residential area in the capital of the Rosa Federation, New Newton, inhabited exclusively by the affluent elite, senior shareholders of major conglomerates, or influential politicians from various factions, representing the pinnacle of society within the Federation. At the very center resides Fiona, the largest shareholder and director of the Xingyuan Group, whose wealth exceeds hundreds of billions. She is among the most prominent figures in the entire Federation. It is well known among her acquaintances that her private residence is not open to visitors. Even the president of the Federation is received outside her home. Yet today, unexpectedly, these 3 youthful devotees of the Lord of Death have intruded uninvited. As a symbol of power and wealth, each villa within Lowell Mansion employs professional bodyguards, seasoned warriors who have faced mercenaries from various nations, often commanding salaries in the millions. The head of security commands an even higher value. Fiona has complete confidence in the security standards here. Despite the presence of terrorists within the Federation, Lowell Mansion has never experienced a single incident. She finds it hard to fathom how these 3 young men managed to infiltrate her home. "Esteemed Miss Fiona, we have been awaiting your response regarding our proposal from a few days ago, but you have not answered our calls or visited the office. Thus, we had no choice but to come here," spoke the slender young man leading the group. With a visage and attire reminiscent of a 19th century English gentleman, he exuded an air of refined nobility, and his aura had begun to take on a faint green hue, indicating his evolution to the next level, albeit lacking distinct patterns. The second individual, robust in stature with a flicker of green light occasionally glinting in his eyes, bore a disheveled appearance, his gaze at Fiona laden with unabashed lewdness. The last member of the trio lingered in an inconspicuous corner. Had one not been deliberately observant, they would hardly notice him. His pallid complexion rendered him almost ghost-like, perpetually shrouded in shadow, obscuring his features from view. Were Guo Lang present, he would be astonished, for all 3 were of the undead lineage. Yet their evolutionary paths diverged significantly. It was evident they had accessed the technological repository of the undead and developed preliminary systematic evolution strategies, positioning themselves ahead of Guo Lang. The undead predominantly gravitate towards the arcane profession, for their lineage endows them with heightened mental faculties, and their attributes align harmoniously with the magical arts. However, not all among the undead opt for this path. There exist those who embrace strength or agility-based vocations, such as the Dark Knight or the Ghostly Assassin. Nevertheless, becoming a practitioner is fraught with challenges. The initial step involves unlocking one's racial technology repository, a task contingent upon specific prerequisites. For instance, the Nightborn of Guilang must locate a suitable base to plant the seed of the tree of life, allowing it to flourish. The offspring of this tree, the sprites, will then gather the resources of this world, not mere game elements like gold or timber, but the very energies of the planet itself. Subsequently, a knowledge-ancient tree must be established, enabling the collected researchers to resurrect the technological, cultural, and developmental systems of the Nightborn. Only then can one unlock the next tier of evolutionary genetic locks. However, indiscriminate collection of planetary energies may provoke the planet's Gaia consciousness, inciting hostility. Thus, a defense force becomes imperative. It is essential to recognize that while the technological level of this planet is moderate, nuclear energy has long been harnessed. A reckless approach could result in the military of a certain nation bestowing a nuclear bomb upon you. Clearly, the three individuals have achieved their objectives through some means, likely obtaining protection that shields their base from such calamities. Your intentions leave me perplexed. As a successful figure, Fiona has encountered countless grand scenarios. And even in the face of such bizarre circumstances, she maintains her composure. You seek to leverage my influence to distribute your pharmaceuticals, contingent upon national exemption from inspection. It is known that the Federation declared 2 decades prior that there would be no further exemptions for pharmaceuticals. Why is it imperative for you to pursue this? Our drugs pose no issues, as you have personally experienced. Your breast cancer was treated in this very manner. Do you have any other reservations? Unmoved, Fiona remained indifferent. This is precisely why I am curious. If your drugs are indeed flawless, why fear scrutiny? To reciprocate your efforts. I have even made you stakeholders in Star Source. From a personal standpoint, I owe you nothing. If you insist on distribution, I must understand the rationale. The leading youth rose and performed a standard noble bow. Esteemed chairwoman, the reason our pharmaceuticals do not undergo inspection is due to the presence of numerous components we prefer to keep confidential. You may argue that national security inspections would not lead to leaks, but as a person of high standing, do you believe we would trust such assurances? And why should I assist you? Our pharmaceuticals are not limited to this one. In addition to cancer treatments, we possess drugs that extend life and slow aging, topics I believe would pique your interest. Fiona scoffed. Do you think I would believe you? You approached us with the same demeanor when presenting our cancer treatment, and what was the outcome? Fiona was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief silence, she confessed that the allure of extending one's lifespan was simply too enticing. Even aware of the ill intentions harbored by these individuals, she found herself unable to resist such temptation. What do those at the pinnacle of power seek beyond authority and status? Naturally, they yearn for more time to savor their dominion and prestige. I must first witness the effects of the potion. Certainly, the young man replied with a charming smile, however. Considering your previous tendency to renege on agreements, I believe we must establish some additional assurances. Fiona, a touch wary, inquired, what kind of assurances? The burly man beside her stepped forward, gazing at her with an unsettling intensity. For instance, a more intimate relationship. Fiona glanced at the trio, smiled, and, shedding her outer garment, revealed her alluring figure, playfully teasing, all three of you together? Chapter 6. The Eve of the Outbreak, Part 1. Elsewhere. A mother and her young daughter were enjoying their dinner with warmth and affection. The little girl's mother, Laura, appeared to be a sophisticated white-collar worker. Although she had changed into her pajamas upon returning home, she still exuded an aura of her polished professional demeanor. The women of the Rosa Federation possessed a striking beauty reminiscent of Latin goddesses, tall and sculpted, exuding a tangible allure that easily stirred the desires of men. Like her mother, the little girl had gray eyes. Are you particularly happy today, darling? Laura asked with a hint of amusement, noticing her daughter's radiant smile. The child had been bouncing around all day, and knowing her daughter well, she didn't believe it was merely the winter meal that had sparked such joy. I'm happy because there's something delicious to eat. The little girl replied, her face aglow with innocence. Is that so? Laura asked, skepticism lacing her tone. Yet, the little girl seemed to possess an impressive talent for acting, displaying no signs of guilt. After a moment's hesitation, Laura chose not to pursue the matter further. She recognized her shortcomings as a mother. After securing custody of her daughter from her ex-husband, she had not fulfilled her maternal duties competently. A renowned professional, she was frequently headhunted by major corporations, and in pursuit of her career aspirations, she changed jobs almost every 2 years, resulting in an unstable environment for her daughter. The girl's personality had grown peculiar, struggling to connect with peers, and Laura, due to her work commitments, often arrived late to pick her up from kindergarten, having been reported by the teachers on numerous occasions. If this continued, her ex-husband would undoubtedly petition the court to reclaim custody, citing her failure to provide a nurturing environment. Thus, upon moving to a new city, she had decided to keep her daughter at home and forego enrolling her in kindergarten. This arrangement had persisted for 2 years. While the villa provided a safe environment, the aloofness of the neighbors had left her daughter isolated, and as a result, she had matured beyond her years. She had learned to navigate the internet and often cooked meals by herself at home. Although this demonstrated considerable responsibility, it also filled Laura with a sense of guilt. Consequently, she indulged her daughter, choosing not to probe into her secrets. Observing her daughter with sauce smeared across her face, Laura chuckled softly as she gently wiped it away with a tissue, humorously remarking, "Why are you in such a rush to eat? This isn't how it's done." In the winter, culinary delights are not merely about sustenance. Their caloric content is modest, and the portions are rather petite. However, those who savor these dishes tend to relish them slowly, allowing for an extended experience. The craftsmanship involved is exquisite, aesthetically pleasing, and emphasizes fresh flavors, diverse forms, and fine presentation. The manner of consumption is far removed from the casualness of fast food, instead reflecting a refined approach. Previously, the little girl had mimicked others online, her eating style resembling that of a mischievous child, yet this endearing behavior brought Laura greater joy. Children should embody their innocence. Although the girl had once seemed mature for her age, it evoked an inexplicable sadness. "Mommy, can I take this to my room? I want to eat while browsing the internet," the little girl pleaded. "Eh?" Laura furrowed her brow. Her daughter had never possessed such a bad habit. However, upon seeing her daughter's pleading eyes, her heart softened. With a sigh, she replied, "All right, but don't make a mess in your room and limit your internet time." "Okay, Mommy," the little girl exclaimed joyfully, giving Laura a quick kiss. Laura, taken aback, shot her a playful glare, but the girl deftly carried a large plate of food and wobbled away, heading upstairs. Laura gazed at the engagement ring in her hand, sighing. Perhaps it was time to hasten the process. Although she wasn't particularly fond of the man, her daughter deserved a good environment and a father figure. Meanwhile, hidden away in the little girl's room, Guolang was diligently watching the latest news from the Federation. He keenly noted several significant headlines. Notably, Professor Kessel from the Wilson Polytechnic Institute had extracted a mysterious element from a deep-sea fish, which he named Element. This substance effectively neutralized cancerous cells in the human body. Subsequently, the Star Source Group acquired the patent and developed a remarkable anti-cancer medication, vastly superior to the Federation's latest biological cell cultivation treatments. This new remedy could almost permanently cure early-stage cancer and provide substantial relief even in advanced stages. Furthermore, the Star Source Group had developed an anti-cancer vaccine based on this element, significantly enhancing cancer prevention. This news had been released the previous day. With the medication's distribution scheduled for today, Guolang calculated that to attract the maximum number of people to this vaccine, the virus created by the undead would need an incubation period of about a week. He had ample preparation time, but it was merely preparation. First, he had to endure the initial wave before he could take advantage of the chaos. Guolang was well aware that this approach was passive, yet he felt he had little choice in the matter. The undead and the void race boast formidable biotechnology, granting them a significant advantage in the early stages of the game. This has led to a widespread consensus that they are the most powerful race at the onset. Among the 10 races, their technological prowess is unparalleled across the cosmos, though each race possesses its unique strengths. For instance, Guolang's current faction, the Dark Knight, excels in spatial technology, particularly in wormhole jumps, spatial folding, and traversing dimensions. However, these technologies are virtually useless in the early game, as they require an immense energy supply, at least several thousand times more compressed energy than nuclear power to achieve even the simplest wormhole traversal. The creation of large-scale spatial folds demands energy from countless star systems as a baseline, placing the Dark Knight at a considerable disadvantage in terms of technology during the early to mid-game. In past realms characterized by low magical energies, encounters with the undead and the void often left others trailing behind, merely savoring the remnants. The notion of contending for sovereignty was a distant fantasy. The Dark Knight, while relatively strong in the early stages, with advantages in individual capabilities and basic units, struggled to ensure survival when faced with the undead. "What are you watching, Dad?" the young girl inquired, balancing a large platter of delicacies and a small bowl of sauce as she leaned closer to the computer. Guolang, with a scowl, furrowed his brow and retorted, "I am not your father. I have no connection whatsoever to that Wong fellow. What exactly is the situation?" Guolang found himself at a loss. Elise, coming from a single-parent household, often spent time alone due to her mother's work commitments, which led to the little girl being exceptionally mature. Recently, her mother had been introduced to a noble scion through a friend, and they ended up engaged. To Guolang's bewilderment, the young man bore the same name, Wang Sikong. It left him pondering whether all wealthy heirs shared that name. This phenomenon transcended the attributes of the realm, and Guolang felt compelled to concede. He had intended to shift blame, not shoulder it. The prospect of unwarranted fatherhood held no allure for him. What's wrong with having such a charming daughter? Elise responded, her face a picture of innocence. Guolang's eyelids twitched. You are rather immodest. And my mother is beautiful too, with an incredible figure, long legs, and a voluptuous physique. She's very alluring. Really? Guolang initially raised an eyebrow, but then realized, don't try to tempt me. At such a tender age. You possess quite the cunning. Who taught you this? Don't you want to? Guolang replied sternly, what kind of sales pitch is that for your mother? In our sect, we emphasize examining the goods before assuming the role of a father. I'll need to see the real person tonight. Elise pouted, revealing her disdain, and glanced around, asking, where's Xiaotao? Guolang sighed, summoned the intelligent sprite, and tossed it to the little girl. Xiaotao, visibly struggling to escape, was swiftly caught by the quick-witted Elise, who began to mold it into various amusing shapes, eliciting peals of laughter from the young girl. Ignoring Xiaotao's pleading gaze, Guolang chose to indulge himself, picking up chopsticks to savor the winter delicacies Elise had brought. The dish bore a resemblance to Japanese cuisine, but was notably milder. After tasting a piece of Arctic clam dipped in sauce, he turned to inquire, what is this sauce? It is truly delightful. The little girl gazed up at him with delight, exclaiming, this is baiting red miso, exclusively used in the imperial court of the Winter Empire. Haven't you ever tasted it? Father? Guolang was momentarily taken aback, then replied solemnly, you don't understand. Our country holds the Winter Empire in disdain and virtually boycotts everything from them. Save for a few films. Films? Alice asked, her large, jewel-like eyes wide with curiosity, looking incredibly adorable. Unable to resist, Guolang pinched her cheek playfully, saying, you'll learn about that in due time. By the way, have you ordered what I asked you to? Alice, seemingly unfazed by his affectionate gesture and even appearing pleased, nodded eagerly, oh yes. I ordered bread, mineral water, various canned goods, chocolate, and dehydrated vegetables. I spent a total of 100,000 federal coins. Good girl, Guolang exclaimed joyfully, kissing her cheek, leaving her face smeared with sauce, which made Alice giggle. Gazing at this trusting little girl, Guolang sighed, realizing that his venture began with deceiving a child for money. The premise felt slightly sordid, yet he reassured himself that his intentions were noble. With no guilt, he inquired, how much money do you have left? The little girl puffed her cheeks and thought, I still have over 80,000. Guolang glanced at the online vehicle listings and pointed to one. This large military armored vehicle is impressive. We will buy it tomorrow. 80,000 might not suffice. So please ask your mother for a bit more. Okay. Alice's eyes sparkled at the vehicle's dashing design as she nodded enthusiastically. Chapter 7, Pre-Eruption, Part 2. Wow. This vehicle is truly formidable. Guolang and Alice unabashedly admired the second-hand car before its owner, a tall man of South Asian descent. Rumored to possess a quarter of Sang Bing Yuan's bloodline. He was smoking a traditional herb favored by the older generation and cheerfully introduced the vehicle. Even military off-road vehicles cannot compare to mine. This is my pride and joy, handcrafted using materials from the Federal Red Air Group. It boasts a 68-liter, 10-cylinder engine, delivering a maximum output of 400 horsepower, 29,828 kilowatts, and 675 newton-meters of torque. We only produced 50 of this batch, as it takes 4,000 hours to craft just one. With a hint of reluctance, he caressed the vehicle's exterior and continued, moreover, the interior justifies the price, Wilton cashmere carpets, leather fittings, 6-way adjustable electric seats, sunshade glass, a side-mounted laptop tray, illuminated dashboard, navigation, and Bluetooth ports, equipped with night vision aids and rear camera systems, rivaling luxury cars in opulence. Thus, I will not part with it for less than 100,000 federal coins. Guolang nodded in agreement. While 100,000 seemed somewhat steep, compared to the prices in his original world, it was utterly insignificant. Vehicles that cost a few thousand abroad were sold for hundreds of thousands domestically, akin to daylight robbery, yet the market could sustain such pricing. What does it mean to be the world's foremost market? With a gentle nudge to the little girl, the implication was clear. She was to pay. Curiously caressing the car's exterior, the little girl suddenly comprehended the situation, her eyes widening as she gazed at the man. Shall I transfer the money to you? The man chuckled heartily. Very well, let us first draft the contract. I shall take you both for a little test drive. Absolutely. The two nodded enthusiastically. Akin to chicks pecking at grain, prompting a warm smile from the burly man. You two truly resemble each other. Guolang rolled his eyes internally, thinking how absurd the remark was. As an Asian, he certainly did not resemble the little girl, who clearly had a Western fraught. Suddenly, a delighted voice called from a distance, Alice. Upon hearing it, the little girl, whose face had been adorned with a joyful smile, suddenly grew solemn and instinctively hid behind Guolang. Taken aback, Guolang turned to see a middle-aged man in a suit approaching. Judging by his striking features, defined facial structure, azure blue eyes, and a dapper beard, he resembled a model. Guolang astutely noted a resemblance between this man and the little girl. Alice, what are you doing here? Did your mother neglect to enroll you in preschool again? How irresponsible. Where is she? Alice retreated further behind Guolang. I came out with my dad. Dad. The man's expression stiffened as he turned to Guolang, who felt a wave of hostility wash over him. He had already deduced the man's identity. Feeling a mix of embarrassment and tension as the little girl gave him a gentle push from behind. With a forced bravado, Guolang stepped forward. Hello. I am Wang Sikong. The man remained stoic, ignoring Guolang's outstretched hand and merely fixing him with a frosty stare. This response only intensified Guolang's awkwardness and ignited a spark of ire within him. He thought, what else with this pretty boy's arrogance? I've stolen your wife, encroached upon your territory, and even dealt with your child. What are you going to do about it? Seeing that the man was unwilling to engage amicably, Guolang turned to Alice and inquired, is this the ex-husband of Laura? He seems quite ordinary. His tone was somewhat sheepish, yet he feigned nonchalance as he asked, by the way, why did your mother divorce him? Alice pouted. Mom didn't want him because he had no money. Coughing slightly. Not just Guolang, but even the burly car salesman behind them was taken aback. How was this child raised to speak so candidly in public? Nonetheless, since the little girl had said it, there was no reason to hold back. Guolang raised his chin defiantly. Though he was not as tall, he still looked up with a dismissive glance. Oh, is that so? The man's face turned a shade of greenish-white, while Guolang remained on guard, readying himself in case the man chose to strike. You must be the firstborn of the Wang family, correct? Huh? Guolang was momentarily stunned. The direction of the conversation had taken an unexpected turn. The man extended his fingers. 50 million. For 50 million, I shall refrain from pursuing custody through the courts. Surely, for someone of your stature, this sum is insignificant? Guolang appeared momentarily taken aback, yet it was Alice, standing behind him, who first interjected. But you've already asked Mom for money several times before, each time stating the same thing, yet you still come back for more. Oh. Both Guolang and the burly man behind him nodded in understanding. It turned out this fellow was indeed a despicable character. Their expressions shifted from sympathy to outright disdain. With this moral stance firmly established, Guolang straightened his back, suddenly embodying the role of a protagonist. He adjusted the collar of his 230 yuan Yishan shirt and smirked coldly. Our family is not in need of money. Every year during the festivities, the younger members of the family scatter cash along the streets. 50 million wouldn't even suffice for a Valentine's Day. Noting the incredulous expression on the other's face, Guolang scoffed, but that is voluntary. In this world, no one can coerce the Wang family into relinquishing a single unjust penny. 50 million? Do you believe I could hire someone to dispose of you in the river for just 200,000? You. The other party trembled, pointing at Guolang. His face flushed crimson, yet he dared not utter any harsh words. For someone of this privileged status, hiring someone to carry out such an act would leave him with no recourse for justice. The law, if it were truly effective, capitalists would not run rampant. Guolang extracted a pack of 6 yuan Hong Shuangshi cigarettes from his bag, lit one, inhaled, and stood there with an air of nonchalance, fully embodying the style of a wealthy scion. Alice quietly exchanged glances with the burly man selling cars behind her. Dad has turned dark, and besides, where are we supposed to find a river here? It should be the sea. Guolang retorted. No. Your father is quite imposing, especially with that cigarette. The burly man pondered for a moment. I haven't seen it, but it certainly seems to have a certain class. Guolang's expression darkened once more. The fraught he had constructed was completely dismantled by the conversation between the two behind him. Get the car, and let's go home, Guolang said irritably. Oh. The little girl obediently nodded, and as the three of them departed in the car, they left behind Laura's ex-husband, whose name Guolang had never even caught. Bewildered in the wind, gazing at the swiftly vanishing tail of the vehicle, his face displayed the resentment typical of a minor character. Had Guolang seen it, he would have undoubtedly acted without hesitation. That expression was clearly not one of a mere background actor destined for an early exit, indicating that there was more to come. Such unnecessary complications were what he loathed most, and he promptly dealt with them to prevent the emergence of cliché plotlines. Laura was the executive director of the Galian SK Pharmaceutical Group, the largest medical conglomerate in New Newton. This was her fourth tenure in a large corporation, and she was quite renowned as a formidable woman in her field. Even the mayor of New Newton had previously invited her to serve as an advisor. She had only been here for a few months, yet she found herself confronting the most significant debacle of her career. Last week, the Xingyuan Group unveiled a groundbreaking development. And as the largest pharmaceutical group in the Federation, Galian SK naturally sought to collaborate, developing the first batch of cancer treatment drugs. This medication, capable of completely curing cancer, represented a monumental breakthrough in medicine, and those who achieved results first would undoubtedly gain substantial advantages. Initially, Galian SK and Xingyuan Group had established that the early-stage drug prices would be exorbitant, primarily targeting the wealthy elite. Striving to delay the democratization of pharmaceuticals to maximize profit is a notion that, on the surface, seems sound. However, it is perplexing that Fiona, the chairwoman of Xingyuan Group, insists on prioritizing the accessibility of medications. At a recent press conference, she vehemently declared that this achievement belongs to all humanity, rather than a select few elites. Such a statement garnered considerable public support, resulting in a notable rise in Xingyuan Group's shares by several percentage points, and the enthusiasm for the company surged to unprecedented heights. This seemingly virtuous rhetoric and positive image, however, aroused Laura's suspicions. Renowned in her field, she had previously interacted with this world-class businesswoman and did not perceive her as a paragon of virtue, at least not as she outwardly appeared. Consequently, Laura refrained from trying the medication herself and hesitated to purchase it for her daughter. Her concerns about the drug's inherent issues outweighed her fears of cancer prevention. Indeed, just a few days prior, a significant oversight was revealed. Adverse reactions had emerged among the first group of trial participants, with several individuals tragically succumbing in their homes the previous day. As a leading capital conglomerate in the Federation, both Xingyuan and Jelenskirk wield immense political influence, swiftly suppressing negative news from the outset. However, the medication was not being tested by a mere handful of individuals. Hundreds of boxes had already been sold on the first day of distribution. Such a monumental incident, regardless of the formidable power of these two groups, could not be concealed indefinitely. While we currently navigate a capitalist society, it is not one defined by feudalism of the past, regardless of their underlying strength. The power of capitalists is not as potent when exposed to the public eye. If mishandled, the downfall of these two conglomerates could be a real possibility. Director, we have yet to reach the board. What should we do now? The secretary, sweating and visibly anxious, inquired. Immediately contact the research department. We must analyze the causes of the drug side effects and develop an antidote. It is imperative to contain the situation before it escalates into a large-scale disaster. Notify the logistics department to fulfill all requests from researchers and provide them with the necessary equipment without delay. We are racing against time, battling against death itself to formulate a remedy. In the face of this monumental crisis, Laura demonstrated her professional acumen. The research was primarily orchestrated by Xingyuan Group, with Jelenskirk as a collaborator. The elements produced by Xingyuan had passed national inspection, providing a potential opportunity to shift the blame entirely onto them, provided that an effective antidote could be created. However, if lives were lost, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, no amount of explanation from Gelland would shield them from the wrath of the public. Taking a deep breath, Laura consumed an entire liter of water, gradually regaining her composure. Accompany me to examine the bodies, she instructed her secretary. Examine the bodies? What's wrong? Laura noticed a peculiar expression on the secretary's face. The bodies are quite strange. They appear terrifying. Laura retorted, somewhat impatiently. People have died suddenly, not peacefully. What is so unusual about their ghastly appearance? Hurry up and prepare. First, call the morgue. However, she secretly lamented the mediocre qualities of the secretary, contemplating the opportunity to replace her in the future. Furthermore, she insisted on continuing to contact the board of directors at Xingyuan, demanding a response. Unbeknownst to her, on this very day, not only did she fail to establish contact, but no one else managed to reach those lofty shareholders at Xingyuan. Meanwhile, within the villa of Fiona, those who once stood at the pinnacle of the world had been reduced to mere human skins, displayed in the living room. These skins, far from the gruesome depictions of films, were meticulously arranged, creating the illusion of an extraordinarily lifelike mural from a distance. Once exalted, Fiona now found herself ensnared in the embrace of a towering figure who toyed with her whimsically. The once regal aura she possessed was now replaced by a vacant expression, resembling a marionette, as she incessantly murmured, "Devils, devils, you are all devils." The leader of the undead youth savored a glass of red wine, smiling as he gestured with his fingers. No, no, no. Devils are a crude race. Do not compare us to such barbaric beings. In the entire universe, we are the most noble of races. Join us, and you may discover your immense potential. You currently face two choices: to become a mere mural on the wall like these fat pigs, or to join my esteemed lineage of the undead. Lineage of the undead? A flicker of intrigue sparked in Fiona's vacant gaze. The universe? It is vast. All primitive civilizations consider themselves the center of existence, yet they are but inconsequential specks of dust. By joining us, you will traverse countless dimensions and witness the true marvels of this universe, viewing all life from a superior vantage point, capable of altering and possessing them. Fiona fell silent for a moment, then unexpectedly flipped over, pinning the giant beneath her. Gazing into his eyes, captivated by the hint of pale green. Can I become like this? Of course. Upon discerning her choice, the youth smiled and bowed slightly. A wise decision. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ian, a name that signifies the glory of God in our realm of Great Britain. Though I do not adhere to Christianity, the principle remains the same, all for the glory of the supreme deity. Chapter 8. The End of Humanity, Part 1. Only upon witnessing these deceased individuals did Laura truly grasp the horror implied by the secretary's words. Although her studies were in finance, the education provided by the Federation was comprehensive, encompassing essential courses in law and medicine during her university years. Typically, a deceased person's face bears no expression, regardless of the manner of death. All muscles, including those of the face, relax. While there is a notion of post-mortem rigidity, it usually manifests due to the agony experienced prior to death, revealing a grotesque visage. However, the peculiar smile evident now could only exist in tales of horror or fiction. That smile was a sinister grin, and Laura swore it was not merely a figment of her imagination. Having studied psychology, she had a keen understanding of expressions. As a competent manager, she excelled at interpreting facial cues and was 100% certain that this smile was imbued with malice and cruelty. When did these individuals meet their demise? Laura steadied her emotions and raised her gaze to inquire of the so-called experts surrounding her. Most of these experts are well over 50, having achieved remarkable success in the fields of biology and medicine. Such individuals, dedicated solely to their academic pursuits, hold little reverence for high-ranking officials. When they focus intently, they often disregard inquiries from upper management, as is the case now. No one responds to her. Laura remains unperturbed, standing there with an impassive expression, exuding a remarkable composure. Among the gathering are not only experts, but also some from the research department who routinely interact with personnel. Yet they too refrain from replying. The intent is abundantly clear. They wish to assert their authority over this newcomer. At this moment, Laura exhibits remarkable patience, standing quietly, even as the others seem to dismiss her presence. She does not betray a hint of embarrassment, simply waiting in silence. Nearly half an hour passes, with the true experts engrossed in academic discourse while the personnel managers begin to perspire. They had not anticipated that this youthful manager could exhibit such poise. After another 10 minutes, some of them struggle to maintain their composure. A middle-aged man, attempting to lighten the mood, approaches her, seemingly just noticing Laura. "Ah, manager, I apologize. I was quite busy earlier and failed to acknowledge your arrival. What did you say just now?" Laura gazes at him coldly, finding his words contradictory. If he truly hadn't noticed her, how then could he have heard what she said? The only ones genuinely unaware of her presence are the older experts still engrossed in their work. Laura maintains a tolerant stance towards them, but she is profoundly annoyed by this group's manipulative behavior. "I do not repeat myself. If you did not hear me, consider my words unspoken," she replies in a frigid tone, neither aggressive nor overtly angry, yet her demeanor conveys an unmistakable sense of discomfort. "Haha, well, was there something I missed from the manager's directives? You should have informed me of the manager's arrival," one of the individuals quips. The research department head, seasoned and accustomed to asserting authority, finds himself in an awkward position as the apparent disparity in status between him and Laura becomes glaringly evident, while others remain composed. He appears like a monkey engaging in a clumsy performance, revealing a stark difference in genuine standing. "Manager, the patient has been deceased for 5 hours. They were brought here after being declared brain dead at the hospital." The assistant, who had called out, now regards Laura with newfound respect, responding to her initial inquiry with a demeanor markedly different from her previous coldness. Noticing the shift in the assistant's attitude, Laura merely glances at her without speaking, proceeding directly to an elderly expert, Professor Mifflin. The director and assistants nearby are taken aback, silently wondering how this new manager, previously involved in the internet sector, possesses such familiarity with experts in the medical field. It appears she has done her homework thoroughly. The summoned professor furrows his brow, his expression indicating his displeasure at being interrupted. He regards Laura curtly. What is it? Faced with this individual, Laura's demeanor was strikingly different, her face adorned with a disarming smile. I merely have a few inquiries, she stated. The professor nodded. The rigidity and arrogance characteristic of such experts did not imply a complete lack of discernment. Having lived a considerable number of years does not equate to descending into ignorance. The individual before her, despite a lower status, displayed commendable poise and humility, granting Laura the respect she deserved. To maintain an air of superiority at this point would be excessive pretension. It was mentioned earlier that these individuals had been deceased for 5 hours. However, upon examining the corpses, it appeared they had not yet reached rigor mortis, and the dark spots present seemed unusually anomalous. Indeed, the professor mused thoughtfully. I share your curiosity. After the hospital declared them brain dead, they ceased oxygen supply. A brain-dead individual lacks the ability for autonomous respiration. Logically, the heart should stop beating within minutes post-removal of support. Yet, these cases are different. 5 hours have elapsed, and their hearts continue to pulsate. Heartbeats? Laura felt an icy shiver run through her. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at the corpse on her left, and perhaps it was an illusion. But she swore she saw the fingers of the corpse twitch, and the smile upon its face appeared to deepen. The director of the research department, who had been conversing with Laura moments earlier, exclaimed, "Why didn't you mention this sooner? If they are not truly dead, we should continue resuscitation. Do you understand the ramifications for the company if they are indeed confirmed dead?" The professor shot a cold glare at the director, harboring a genuine disdain for this pompous individual. If he was so concerned about the company's image, why had he displayed such arrogance earlier? The hospital had already declared them brain dead. In medical terms, brain death signifies actual death. While medical interventions can prolong heartbeats, respiration, and even pulse, they cannot reverse the reality of a person's demise. You, too, hold a doctorate in medicine. Having graduated 8 years ago, one must approach matters with objectivity. Must I elucidate even the most basic tenets to you? You. The director was left crimson-faced, stammering in indignation. Their quarrel drew the attention of everyone around them. Yet no one noticed that Laura, who had been present moments ago, had vanished. In the corridor, Laura's pace quickened, a rare expression of panic etched upon her face. Everything began to make sense, the grotesque smiles on the faces of the deceased. Beyond the realm of horror films, there existed a theory. Perhaps these individuals were not truly dead. The hospital's declaration of brain death must be accurate. Thus, all inexplicable phenomena could be attributed to the pharmaceutical developments by Xingyuan Group. While the mechanism allowing a brain-dead individual to sustain basic physiological functions for 5 hours remained a mystery, she understood that this defied logic. But why was she fleeing? The answer lay in that expression. If a deceased person bore such a countenance, it would be chilling. However, if a person who had ostensibly died were to exhibit such an expression, one that suggested an imminent resurgence, it transcended the realm of mere horror. A sense of foreboding enveloped Laura, causing her heart to chill. The astute woman refrained from alerting the quarreling experts around her, nor did she seek their validation regarding the peculiar occurrences that surrounded them. After all, in horror films, those who dare to investigate ominous signs rarely survive the first minute. The corridor lay in eerie silence. The temperature of the underground morgue was already quite low, imparting an unsettling atmosphere. The soundproof glass encasing the area assured that any disturbance from the morgue would remain unheard at her position. Just as she was about to turn the corner, a sudden and thunderous crash echoed through the stillness of the hallway. The sound emanated from the morgue, and the door swung open. The instant Laura registered the noise, she hastily discarded her high heels and sprinted towards the elevator. The elevator was private and had remained stationary since their descent. Upon entering, she fervently pressed the close button, desperate to vacate the premises. As the doors began to close, her gaze remained fixated on the corner, terrified of any ghastly apparition that might emerge. Fortunately, in the final moment before the doors sealed shut, nothing materialized from the shadows. "Manager, what is the matter?" Judy, the secretary waiting in the foyer, rushed over, her concern piqued by Laura's unusual demeanor and the fact that she was barefoot. Laura hesitated, intending to instruct the secretary to call for help, but she faltered. Had something truly transpired? At least she had not witnessed anything firsthand. The horrors were merely conjectures born of her imagination. Until the elevator doors closed, no horrifying scenes had unfolded as she had feared. What if it were all in her head? If she reported an incident that had not actually occurred, it would not only jeopardize the confidentiality of the sealed information, but also tarnish her professional reputation, rendering it a source of ridicule. Taking a deep breath, She gradually regained her composure. The professors are engaged in a heated discussion and won't be available for a while. Please wait here for a bit, and when noon approaches, have someone fetch them for the meeting. I require a detailed report. Of course, manager. Although the secretary refrained from inquiring about the missing shoes, she dutifully acknowledged Laura's request. Do not go downstairs yourself. Send security instead. If they do not respond, notify me immediately. And please, procure a pair of shoes for me, size 39. Certainly. High heels? No. Athletic shoes. Chapter 9. The End of Days. Part 2. Within the villa, Guolang toyed with a little girl's computer, utilizing search software to examine world maps and resources, meticulously planning the forthcoming route. With the impending disaster looming, he recognized the necessity of clarifying geographical positions while the internet remained accessible. He requires a location that is sparsely populated and discreet, yet not devoid of resources. In a post-apocalyptic world, the most suitable initial bases are either rural towns or remote islands. From a strategic standpoint, offshore islands are more advantageous due to the primary adversary being zombies. Once the island is cleansed, a relatively secure base can be established. In contrast, mountainous areas harbor numerous uncertainties, such as mutated animals and the potential for zombie hordes. He remains uncertain whether the virus unleashed by the undead affects animals. But one thing he is certain of is that the undead would never dare to unleash the virus upon marine life. Aquatic creatures on any planet are exponentially more formidable than their terrestrial counterparts, primarily due to the constraints of their ecological niches. Should a genetic mutation enable them to venture onto land, it would be exceedingly difficult for novices like them to manage such creatures. Thus, islands are considerably safer than mountain towns. However, islands possess their own disadvantages. Firstly, the weather is unpredictable and natural disasters can severely damage newly established bases. Secondly, there is the issue of resources. With the Federation's advanced satellite technology, most resource-rich islands are occupied by the state, often housing military bases, making it challenging to gain an advantage. In terms of early-stage technological bases, the Knight's base initially holds significant advantages, as both the Knight and the Nature Spirit Clan's bases are alive and possess a degree of defensive capability. However, the downside is their considerable resource requirements, particularly for freshwater, necessitating careful consideration in selecting the initial base. After an extensive period of deliberation, he has yet to identify a suitable target. Industrial islands are out of the question. Private islands tend to be small with limited development potential, while tourist islands present a favorable option. The virtues of tourist islands lie in their excellent ecological environment, abundant resources, and proximity to major cities, allowing for the recruitment of followers. Furthermore, the fauna on these islands generally lack aggressive tendencies, but the drawback is the higher population density, complicating the process of clearing the island. Additionally, accessing the island requires maritime transport, which poses challenges, especially since he currently lacks a legitimate identity and is considered a fugitive. In the most developed cities of the Federation, he risks being apprehended by authorities, which would create a troublesome predicament. Ideally, the best time to embark would be approximately a week after the disaster strikes, as finding a vessel becomes increasingly difficult by then. The rationale for waiting a week stems from Guolang's experiences in his previous life. While many have consumed numerous apocalyptic narratives and films, they often lack practical understanding of survival strategies. In reality, the first 2 days following a bioweapon outbreak are the most perilous for driving, as traffic is invariably chaotic. Being stranded on the road could lead to certain death, and many novices have fallen victim to this aspect. After comparing several islands, he found that it was already noon, and as he rubbed his eyes, he glanced at the despondent Xiao Tao beside him and curiously inquired, "Where's Alice?" "She went out to buy supplies," Xiao Tao said with irritation, reflecting on the past week, where she had been treated as a mere plaything by Guolang, who sought to appease the little lowly. As an intelligent being, it was disheartening to be toyed with by a lowly life form from an invaded realm. She suddenly felt that this master she had been assigned to lacked promise. "What time did you leave?" Guolang furrowed his brow. 10 o'clock. Xiao Tao paused, suddenly sensing something amiss. It had already been 2 hours, and purchasing an item shouldn't take so long. Moreover, that little demon was so enamored with her delightful form that it was unreasonable for him to be away for such an extended period. Guolang felt a twinge of foreboding. He surmised that disaster was imminent within these few days, yet he could not pinpoint the exact moment. Was it due to the smoothness of the situation that he had grown complacent? His previously confident demeanor was now tinged with unease. Meanwhile, in Laura's office building, she paced restlessly, the morning's shadow lingering in her mind. Truth be told, she wished she could return home, but the company was in a state of heightened sensitivity, and abandoning her post could severely impact her future career. After another 10 minutes, her anxiety deepened. She stepped out of her office and inquired of her secretary at the nearby desk. "I asked you to notify the experts to come for a meeting. Why have they not arrived yet?" The secretary promptly rose to explain, "I notified security half an hour ago, manager. You know how those experts can be. They often struggle to heed others' words when engrossed in discussion. They may have been delayed. I will call and check right away." As she spoke, she hurriedly dialed a number on the landline. Laura fixed her gaze intently on the phone, fervently hoping to hear that the delay was merely due to the obstinacy of those old-fashioned experts. However, after nearly 2 minutes of ringing, and even a second attempt, no one answered. The outcome sent a chill through Laura's heart. The secretary offered an awkward smile, silently cursing the unreliable security for neglecting their phone duties during working hours. Meanwhile, Laura found herself lost in thought, gazing out at the building's exterior. The glass facade was color-changing, adjustable through an intelligent system, typically set to dim light during office hours. It was now noon, and the secretary might have altered it to a transparent mode for her own comfort. Laura's building was one of the most prestigious office towers in New Newton, soaring over 200 stories. From her vantage point, the vehicles and crowds below appeared minuscule, akin to ants. Yet, her keen eyes caught sight of several ambulances passing by. Furrowing her brow, Laura noted that this was the city center, and the hospital nearby was the Versailles Hospital of New Newton, renowned for its superior facilities and an abundance of specialists. Most patients able to register there were of noble descent. Ordinary individuals lacked even the eligibility to make appointments with its experts. Thus, when a medical emergency arose in the city, ambulances dispatched were usually from neighboring district hospitals, as Versailles Hospital rarely had spare beds available. However, in that direction, Laura felt as though the vehicle had emerged from the Versailles Hospital. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, "What has happened? Was there a traffic accident?" Generally, the citizens of the capital are quite decent. Under normal circumstances, with well-planned roadways, significant accidents are rare. At least, in Laura's recollection, aside from a terrifying incident a decade ago, there had been no major traffic mishaps in this central area. The secretary gazed at her, sensing her unease, which starkly contrasted with her usual composure. Cautiously, she remarked, "This is already the 4th batch. The accident must be quite severe." The 4th batch? Laura's heart sank once more. Biting her finger, she ultimately instructed the secretary, "Make a call for assistance. Contact both the police and the fire department." The secretary paused, momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean, I told you to make the call." Laura nearly shouted, her urgency palpable. Startled, the secretary stepped back 2 paces, hastily apologized, and picked up the phone to comply. 2 minutes later, Laura regarded the secretary, who wore an anxious expression, and asked, "What is the status?" "Line's busy." The secretary, influenced by the tense atmosphere, also felt a surge of anxiety, despite not fully grasping the situation. Taking a deep breath, Laura felt her fingers grow pale from her own grip. She had already surmised the unfolding events from the morning's subtle signs, although originating from a different dimension. The genre of biohazard films invariably yields related works once the internet era dawns. She had watched her fair share. Some might argue that she was overly sensitive, deducing a biohazard crisis from mere details, perhaps questioning her sanity. However, it is often the case that successful individuals possess heightened sensitivity and observational skills compared to the average person, and they adapt to emerging circumstances with remarkable speed. In numerous apocalyptic narratives, the protagonists are typically downtrodden, either endowed with extraordinary abilities or possessing an acute awareness that allows them to detect anomalies first, while the affluent often fall victim early on. This notion, however, is fraught with bias. Successful individuals, particularly those who have risen from humble beginnings, inherently possess qualities that enable them to reach the pinnacle of society. Their cognitive and logical capacities generally surpass those of reclusive individuals like Guolang, and they are often the first to sense when something is amiss. Apart from certain high-stakes professions that demand rapid responses, the likelihood of survival for elite individuals, who may not be physically formidable, often exceeds that of the general populace. Having solidified her thoughts, Laura's expression darkened as she approached and directly pushed past the secretary, dialing a number on the landline, her home phone. "Mommy, I'm not home. Please leave a message after the beep. Baby is being very good at home." The sweet voice sent Laura's heart plummeting to frigid depths. Her head felt heavy, and she struggled to remain upright. "Manager, what's wrong?" Observing Laura's peculiar behavior, the secretary grew increasingly anxious. "Dear, once you return home, do not venture outside again. Lock the doors and windows, refrain from making too much noise, and ignore any strangers until your mother returns. After uttering these words, a faint, bitter smile graced her lips. As she realized that much of what she said was aimed at herself, a mere attempt to find solace. After a moment of silence, Laura took a deep breath and pressed the call button to the security personnel. When no response came after a brief wait, she turned to her secretary and instructed, "Please check the security room and see where they have gone. If anyone is there, have 2 guards come up." The secretary, somewhat apprehensive, glanced at Laura before cautiously stepping out of the office, unaware that Laura had drawn the office blinds and activated the emergency security glass door once she left. On the other end of the line, Guolang hung up the phone, casting a glance out of the villa. The scene outside was as serene as ever. Bathed in bright sunlight, yet Guolang sensed an unsettling chill. He sighed and remarked to Xiao Tao, "The time has come to settle the debts." Chapter 10. The End of Days, Part 3. "Master, I strongly advise against venturing outside at this moment," Xiao Tao said, her face unusually serious as she looked at Guolang. "The virus has just erupted, and the situation is extremely chaotic. We are unaware of the parameters and combat capabilities of the mutated entities. Recklessly stepping out to rescue others is unwise. Moreover, as a mere child, the chances of her surviving an encounter with a mutated zombie until you find her are less than 1%. I know. Guolang waved his hand in exasperation. "But consider this. We have been living off others these past few days, relying on their hospitality and even having them enthusiastically introduce potential girlfriends to me. Even if what you say is true, we must make an effort. No matter how slim the chance, there remains a glimmer of hope. What if she is hiding in a cupboard, undetected?" Upon hearing about the potential girlfriend introductions, Xiao Tao's expression soured, feeling that the statement was oddly discordant. She shook her head. "This is not a movie. The odds are no different from winning the lottery. Master, I have mentioned this repeatedly. Since you have chosen to partake in this game, you must learn to temper your emotions. Otherwise, survival will be exceedingly difficult. Countless lives have been lost in this apocalypse. How many can you truly save?" Guolang sighed. "I am aware of that." He gestured to his own chest. "Yet, no matter how cold it feels, it remains flesh. You cannot force it to turn to stone. I am no savior. I lack the heart and the ability for such a role. If those few lost souls were to cause the demise of billions, I wouldn't even furrow my brow. Why should it concern me? But this child is different. She has called me father for a week. I have consumed her resources, and I owe her over 200,000 yuan. As he spoke, Guolang retrieved a pack of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes and lit the last remaining stick. Taking a deep drag. In life, one must at least uphold a modicum of integrity. Xiao Tao appeared somewhat dazed, murmuring, "Your words sound rather strange." "Indeed?" Guolang chuckled, revealing his pearly white teeth. "I intended to express something more poignant, yet alas, eloquence eludes me. Thus, I lament my choice of a teaching profession. With my communication skills, I would only bring calamity to countless blossoming minds." After taking the last drag of his cigarette, he extinguished the butt in an uncouth manner, leaving it on the ground. He then retrieved a kinetic gun and a one-handed sword from the system space. Testing the weight of the sword, Guolang twirled it gracefully, the tip deftly creating a few floral patterns in the air. Satisfied, he nodded and strode towards the main entrance. "Master," just as he reached the door, Xiao Tao suddenly called out to him. "Yes?" Guolang replied. "It seems the word integrity is absent from my vocabulary. Is it truly important? What purpose does it serve to uphold it?" Guolang tapped his ear thoughtfully. "Generally, it holds little significance. However, sometimes maintaining it can bring a sense of peace." As he stepped outside, Guolang basked in the harmonious sunlight, yet a chill coursed through him. This was an upscale villa community, characterized by its low density. Each villa boasted ample walking space. Beyond his private garden, there were nearly 1,000 square meters devoid of other structures, an unusual sight in a bustling city, especially within the urban core, where the price was undoubtedly exorbitant. The advantage of such a setting was the low population density, alleviating his concerns about being surrounded by hordes of zombies. However, despite the spaciousness and sparsity of inhabitants, Guolang noticed a woman clad in pajamas approximately 2,000 meters away, presumably the owner of the villa adjacent to the Petite Loli's residence. A few days prior, he had surveyed the surrounding terrain. The villa housed only a woman in her early 20s who seldom ventured out. Occasionally, a portly middle-aged man would arrive in a Bentley, staying for the night. Given the circumstances, she was likely a kept mistress, the very type Guolang had initially sought. He had previously observed her surreptitiously. Her face was exquisitely crafted, with full lips reminiscent of Angelina Jolie, and her figure was startlingly voluptuous. The snug pajamas did little to conceal her pronounced curves and long, elegant legs. In another time, Guolang might have been tempted to indulge in less than honorable pursuits, but upon seeing her now, he experienced a duality of emotions. The expansive view allowed Guolang to discern finer details. The woman's gait was markedly different today. Previously, her movements were imbued with grace, but now they appeared peculiar, her body sagging naturally, hands nearly grazing the ground, her muscles clearly relaxed. Yet, that posture hinted at latent explosiveness, akin to a predator stalking its prey. Furrowing his brow, Guolang felt a wave of disquiet. This was the last scenario he wished to encounter. This group of undead had resorted to such advanced biochemical agents, seemingly oblivious to the potential chaos that might ensue. The undead's biochemical viruses come in various forms, each tailored to different circumstances. Typically, those designed for low magic planes are quite primitive, such as the cellular-type viruses. These viruses evolve into rather feeble zombies, directly damaging the human brain and seizing control of the central nervous system, leaving the afflicted with only a primal desire for sustenance. However, the extensive damage to the nervous system results in the loss of many bodily functions, including hematopoietic capabilities and various tissue functions, rendering the reanimated corpses stiff and sluggish, easily subdued. In stark contrast, the entity before me is evidently not of this ilk. Observing the woman's physical coordination suggests that her fundamental biological structure remains intact. Furthermore, her calm demeanor while searching for a target indicates the retention of basic cognitive faculties. As Guolang scrutinizes her, the woman seems to sense his gaze, slowly turning her head towards him. Her eyes, a dull gray devoid of pupils, fixate on Guolang's position. Suddenly, she freezes, her stunningly attractive visage contorting into a terrifying grin. Her previously relaxed muscles tense up, and the expression sends a chill down Guolang's spine. With a swift motion, she adeptly vaults over a barrier and races towards him at an alarming speed. Guolang estimates her explosive power to be approximately 3 times that of an adult male, and her agility in navigating obstacles leads him to surmise the potency of the undead's drugs. He slings the kinetic gun across his back and draws a one-handed dagger, assuming a defensive stance. Noticing that Guolang does not flee but faces her directly, her sinister grin intensifies. Even before she closes the distance, her small mouth opens wide, expanding to an astonishing degree, the corners splitting grotesquely, revealing muscle and sinew as if they were mere rags before Guolang's eyes. While an ordinary person might falter at the sight, Guolang, having endured countless battles in his past life, remains impassive, not even blinking. As she lunges at him, he sidesteps deftly, his sword slicing through the air to intercept her grasping hands. The undead, propelled by inertia, continues her forward momentum. Seizing the moment, Guolang swiftly thrusts his blade into her central nervous system. The precision of his strike combined with the innate sharpness of the elven sword allows it to penetrate her with ease, cleaving her asunder. A piercing scream erupts, echoing with a primal ferocity as her viscera spill onto the ground. Guolang pays no heed to her thrashing form, instead reflecting on the recent skirmish to ascertain the nature of the undead's concoction. It appears to be a nematode-based virus, a more advanced strain than the primitive variant, which does not entirely obliterate the nervous system but induces cerebral death, allowing the nematodes to manipulate the host's physiological structure. In a short span, the afflicted become exceedingly bloodthirsty and agile, making these zombies formidable adversaries with both explosive power and a semblance of biological intelligence. The opponent has left some leeway, utilizing a low-grade nematode virus, which has enhanced the vitality of the living corpses. However, their physical strength remains relatively low. The torn corners of their mouths indicate that their resilience has not improved alongside their enhanced nervous system. Guolang glanced at the struggling living corpses on the ground. They exhibited no pain, their blood retained its normal red hue, and their hematopoietic functions were intact. Over time, there should be considerable potential for evolution. Guolang felt a twinge of frustration. This group of undead creatures was likely novices, much like himself. Even if they had arrived 6 months earlier, they should lack substantial experience. Yet, the choice of virus was remarkably astute. The technology of this realm is advanced, having nearly surpassed the nuclear age, with formidable modern weaponry. If the first type of virus were employed, given the current military standards and armaments of the Federation, once the initial chaos subsided, they would effectively prevent the outbreak, and could stabilize the situation within a month, clearing the virus. However, with the current virus, the Federation's chances of maintaining control in the early stages are significantly diminished. The agility of these creatures is considerable. It would be challenging for ordinary individuals to strike their vital points amidst the chaos. The casualties would be several times higher than with the first virus. Even if temporary bases were established later, these living corpses could evolve further. Once their resilience enhances, typical machine guns would struggle to inflict fatal damage without concentrated fire. Wow, Master, your combat skills are quite impressive. Have you trained in melee combat before? Xiao Tao seemed quite pleased with Guolang's performance. In his previous life, Guolang was a knight, with dual-wielding sword expertise and proficiency in single-handed swords as basic requirements for his knightly vocation. In terms of swordsmanship, even the masters of the sword arts on this planet would find it difficult to engage him for long. However, how could this be compared to artificial intelligence? Thus, he chose not to respond to the question, instead adopting a cold demeanor and stating, "Analyze the opponent's blood, determine the evolutionary limits of this virus." Upon analyzing the blood, it was identified as the nematode virus type 92 of the undead. This virus possesses a low infection rate and spreads through blood, with access to the technological repository. The intelligent computer can produce an immunity serum. Even if scratched during the incubation period, the inferior bloodline potion in the master's supplies can easily activate the body's immune response, effectively eliminating the invading nematodes. The virus's evolutionary capacity is commendable among primary viruses, with the potential to evolve up to a third life form. Free forms. Guolang furrowed his brow even deeper and inquired, to what extent can it evolve? The first form is as you have observed, enhanced vitality and significantly increased agility. In the second tier, the creature's resilience should also improve, and it may develop biological weapons such as scales or sharp claws. By the third tier, the hardness of the biological scales will increase. In cases of mutated evolution, it may be possible for them to withstand ordinary gunfire purely through muscle and biological scales. The situation has escalated dramatically, as it appears these creatures can evolve 3 times. Guolang's conviction regarding the establishment of overseas bases has intensified. If constructed in mountainous regions, they would be exceedingly difficult to defend against external assaults. Moreover, the current circumstances have left Guolang feeling increasingly desolate. If it were an ordinary virus, perhaps the clever little girl could evade it, but facing such monstrosities, not only would she struggle, but even a physically fit adult man would have minuscule chances of survival. It seems that his companion, Xiao Tao, has also grasped this reality and wishes to continue persuading Guolang. Let's check the supermarket. Guolang interrupted her thoughts, striding purposefully towards the exit. Although he too felt a sense of hopelessness, he was determined to witness the outcome of his oversight personally. One must taste the bitter fruit of their own actions, and he prided himself on possessing such accountability. Chapter 11. Alice's Gift, the 9th one. Guolang withdrew the short sword from the creature's throat, lifting his gaze to finally behold the supermarket within the community. This fortunate sight was made possible by the villa neighborhood. Had it been one of those towering residential complexes housing thousands, Guolang would not have dared to step outside, as being surrounded by hundreds would be commonplace. Furthermore, given the nature of the zombies, the likelihood of evading detection by utilizing the terrain would be exceedingly slim. The community supermarket was expansive, functioning in tandem with the residential properties to cater to the affluent residents. The quality and variety of goods far surpassed those of ordinary civilian supermarkets. Even the simplest essentials, such as rice, oil, and salt, along with everyday items like tobacco and tea, were of luxury caliber. For instance, the olive oil available here was of the highest grade, sourced from the prestigious federal Gnarl Island, with its production quantity rivaling that of Blue Country coffee beans, scarce and exorbitantly priced. A single bottle could cost around 10,000 federal coins. Only the elite residents of this neighborhood could afford such luxuries, a testament to the community's aristocratic status. As Guolang entered the supermarket, he noticed its vastness, yet there was not a single employee in sight. Despite the disarray and the bloodstains scattered across the floor, not even a solitary living corpse was present, which heightened his caution. While it was understandable for other areas to be sparsely populated, a supermarket typically staffed with dozens of employees should have exhibited some signs of life. In his prudent nature, Guolang would normally conduct a thorough search to preemptively avoid an ambush. However, his current anxiety propelled him directly to the front desk. He pushed aside a toppled shelf and hastily booted up the computer to access the surveillance footage from that day, adjusting the timestamp to align with the moment Alice had departed. Time: the first day of the apocalypse, 10 a.m. Hey, Alice, is another customer here to shop? An elderly gentleman, clad in casual attire, kindly inquired as he pushed a cart into the supermarket. Alice turned and, upon seeing the amiable old man, responded with a charming smile, "Good morning, Grandpa Vic." The elderly gentleman is one of the few individuals Alice has come to know during her year in the community. He is a former politician who, despite his advanced age, has amassed considerable wealth through his past endeavors. With the passing of his wife and his children being successful business elites who rarely visit, he often finds himself in solitude, gazing upon the young girl's smile. He feels as though he is witnessing the sunrise, and his heart swells with joy. He yearns to reach out and pinch the cheek of this adorable child. Yet his cautious demeanor as a seasoned politician restrains him. Although he has known her for a year, and she appears well-mannered, he has keenly sensed her underlying aloofness, maintaining a distance from everyone. Having lived a solitary life, he has a fondness for children, but the girl's temperament has made it difficult for him to draw too close. "Good morning, Alice," he exclaimed, performing an exaggerated bow that elicited a delightful giggle from her. Their conversation flowed seamlessly, yet there remained an invisible barrier between them. The gentleman is a man of refinement, as evidenced by his attire, which starkly contrasts with that of ordinary, disheveled elders. The scene captures a dignified old man conversing with a polite little girl. Although they share a rapport, they do not resemble a typical grandparent-grandchild duo. "What would you like to buy today, Alice?" he inquired with a chuckle, recalling how she often ventured out alone to shop for groceries, exhibiting a maturity beyond her years. "I plan to buy some ingredients for Tang cuisine. Have you ever tried it, Grandpa Wick? Any recommendations?" "Of course, my little princess," Wick replied with a warm smile. Tang cuisine, a culinary style associated with the Federation, is essentially the cuisine of the Hongyan Republic, renowned alongside winter cuisine and French cuisine as one of the world's 3 culinary marvels. As an accomplished politician, he had the opportunity to savor Tang dishes at various banquets throughout his career. The variety in Tang cuisine is vast, with numerous styles. "Which type do you wish to prepare?" he asked. "It's my first time cooking, so something simple would be best," Alice said, sticking out her tongue in a charming manner that made the old man chuckle. "Then let us go with the Hongchuan style. It's quite homely and not too complicated, appealing to the general palate." "All right, what should I buy?" Alice eagerly took the old man's hand, her affectionate gesture bringing him immense joy as he patiently explained the options to her. "How fragrant." Just as they were selecting the unique pickled peppers of the Hongchuan style from the shelf, a raspy voice suddenly pierced through the air near Alice's ear, causing her to freeze. The voice, distinctly feminine yet hoarse, conveyed a sense of thirst and desperation, as if the speaker had not had water for a long time, tinged with a hint of longing. Turning slowly, Alice's gaze fell upon a pale, bloodless face, with eyes that appeared clouded. She immediately recognized the woman as a staff member from the supermarket's food section, though she looked markedly different from her usual self. Had she fallen ill? What troubled Alice the most was the intense eagerness reflected in the other person's gaze, reminiscent of the emaciated child she once encountered in the district, who looked longingly at the bread in her hands. However, this time, the focus was not on bread but on herself, which sent a shiver down her spine. "Are you referring to the pickled peppers?" The little girl, with an innocent demeanor, took a step back while holding the jar of pickled peppers. "I mean you." Fong leaned forward slightly, the fervor in his eyes growing more pronounced. Such barefaced words made Alice's hand tremble, nearly causing her to drop the jar. Nevertheless, Alice maintained her smile, politely expressing her gratitude. "Thank you." The other person was momentarily taken aback, her body stiffening visibly. At that moment, an elderly man nearby could no longer bear the scene and remarked sternly, "You've frightened her." Having long navigated the political arena, the elder spoke with a commanding authority that caused the other individual to falter. The waitress's eyes revealed a flicker of conflict as she slowly stood, awkwardly bowing. "I'm sorry." Her voice was heavy and labored, prompting the elder to furrow his brow even deeper. Just as he was about to say something further, Alice tugged at him, and he fell silent. Eventually, the waitress departed, though she occasionally cast furtive glances in Alice's direction, her gaze sending chills down Alice's spine. Despite her inner trepidation, Alice remained composed, diligently selecting ingredients from the shelves. After a while, both of them had gathered their desired items and proceeded to queue at the checkout. It was the weekend, and the crowd was slightly larger than usual. Even in the morning, there were dozens of people at the checkout, including staff. Clutching her small hands tightly, Alice sensed that the waitress had followed her from the food aisle to the checkout, lurking in the corner and maintaining her unchanging stare. She lowered her head, eager to leave this place, as time seemed to stretch unbearably slowly. Under the scrutiny of the person behind her, Alice felt as if the wait would never end. Finally, her turn arrived at the checkout. "Hello, that will be 7,500 federal coins." The cashier greeted Alice with a warm smile. If Guo Lang were present, he would surely understand why Alice's mother transferred her money in such large sums. Oh. Finally reaching this moment, Alice exhaled in relief. Just as she was about to pay, the cashier at the station to her left suddenly gasped, her hand seemingly injured, blood trickling from it. For reasons unknown, this utterly mundane accident struck Alice with an overwhelming sense of dread. She abruptly glanced at the waitress in the corner who had been watching her. Now, the waitress's attention was fixated on the cashier's bleeding hand. her pupils dilating to an almost imperceptible size, breathing rapidly, and a horrifying grin spreading across her face. How careless. The cashier in front of Alice turned to her colleague. Concern etched on her face. Use alcohol to disinfect. There are band-aids in the supply room. Upon concluding her words, she turned to continue processing Alice's payment when she suddenly noticed, with a peculiar sense of foreboding, that the little girl who had just checked out was no longer present. Where had she gone? Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a feral growl pierced the air, capturing her attention anew. The cashier, along with the others, was drawn to the sound. What they beheld was a server clad in red work attire, yet the woman now exuded an unsettling aura. Her eyes were shrouded in a milky haze, rendering her pupils nearly invisible, and her face twisted into a horrifying grin. This ghastly expression incited panic among the onlookers, causing them to recoil in terror. A woman with a frail constitution let out a piercing scream, shattering the fragile equilibrium of the moment. In an instant, the server's lips curled back in a grotesque rictus, and she lunged ferociously at the bleeding cashier. The speed of the attack was so swift that no one, including the cashier herself, could react in time. Before she could even scream, the server pounced upon her at the register, sinking her teeth into the artery of the cashier's neck. Crimson blood sprayed across the counter, prompting the horrified crowd to finally react, shrieking and retreating in chaos. Some quick-witted individuals bolted towards the exit marked for non-shoppers. The supermarket's exit was mechanically operated. Each customer had to be verified by the computer before being allowed to leave. In their frantic state, the patrons attempted to leap over the barrier, resulting in a tumult of trampling and disorder. The wretched creature surveyed the panicked crowd with an even more malevolent grin, discarding her current prey to pounce upon the next. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner, Alice was pulling the elderly man, Victor, she had previously brought over, slowly retreating. The old man, frozen in terror like a marionette, allowed the girl to guide him back. After a few steps, he finally regained his senses and tremulously inquired, "Where are you going?" "You can't go that way. We must head to the staff room." Alice's tone was surprisingly composed amidst the chaos. In the midst of the turmoil, the duo stealthily retreated to the back staff room, unnoticed by everyone, including the marauding undead. "Smart girl," Guo Lang exclaimed with a smile upon viewing the surveillance footage. He had initially feared that she might meet a tragic fate, but to his surprise, her quick thinking at such a critical moment was commendable. If no unforeseen events transpired, she would likely find refuge in the staff room, significantly increasing her chances of survival. "Master, you must find her quickly. Leave this place at once." "Huh." Guo Lang hesitated momentarily. "Did you not oppose my rescue attempt all along? This girl possesses extraordinary potential. She is an excellent candidate for cultivating professionals." "Professionals?" Guo Lang felt a jolt of surprise. Xiao Tao's assessment was indeed highly favorable. The nature of professionals and ordinary soldiers diverges significantly. One cannot cultivate the former with inferior bloodline potions, but rather requires high-purity blood elixirs, such as the one Guo Lang consumes. The initial investment for such potions is substantial, considering that the genetic makeup of life forms from invaded dimensions is often impure, rendering evolution exceedingly challenging. Unless one possesses inherently superior qualities, it is uncommon for individuals to be trained as professionals. Indeed, one might not encounter even a single candidate on an entire planet. Yet here stands a 5- or 6-year-old girl, astonishingly endowed with such talent. Observing Guo Lang's perplexity, Xiao Tao solemnly elucidated, "Master, pay close attention to every action exhibited by Alice moments ago. One could argue that her performance was nearly flawless. Firstly, when she was initially targeted, the undead had already reached the pinnacle of its mutation. Even the slightest provocation could induce immediate transformation. Despite being startled, Alice maintained her composure, speaking with humility and refraining from agitating the creature, which ultimately prevented the woman from activating her attack on her right away." Xiao Tao paused the playback of the surveillance footage during the chaos of the crowd's escape. "Next, observe here, when the first mutation of the undead was discovered. She did not hastily flee towards the nearest exit but instead sought refuge in a corner, gradually retreating to an unoccupied storage room once the turmoil ensued. This was an astute decision. Had she dashed towards the exit, she would easily have drawn the undead's attention from the bloodied attendant onto herself. As the undead's initial target was indeed her, Guo Lang furrowed his brow. Xiao Tao's analysis was sound. Yet such behavior alone did not qualify one to become a professional. The preceding events only indicated that Alice possessed a commendable psychological fortitude. Although such composure at her age is indeed rare, it does not constitute the innate talent of a professional. Noticing his frown, Xiao Tao continued earnestly. "Lastly, and most importantly, Consider Alice's retreat route. Route? Guolang questioned. The supermarket was in utter disarray. Not only were the cashiers flustered, but the shoppers were also scrambling for the exits. Yet, Alice, in a contrary fashion, moved from the rear. While this was indeed prudent, it also posed a risk of being noticed by the broad-sided undead, did it not? So why was Alice never detected? Pure luck? Guolang replied dryly. Luck is hardly so abundant, Xiao Tao retorted with an exasperated glance. Observe closely. Alice never turned her back to the undead and consistently maintained eye contact with it. Despite the chaos, she was never touched by anyone, not even brushed against. Do you grasp what I am trying to convey? I am at a loss for words, Guolang admitted. I wish to assert that Alice possesses remarkable innate talent. Beyond her extraordinary calmness, she also exhibits an impressive field of vision, and her ability to escape unscathed is attributable to a unique technique. What technique might that be? Blind spots. Guolang rolled his eyes, his perspective akin to that of a living corpse, though not entirely devoid of blind spots. His field of vision was remarkably expansive and ever-shifting. Without a superior agility to outmaneuver the opponent, evading detection would be a formidable challenge. Blind spots do not merely refer to physical angles. Within the realm of nocturnal assassins, there exists a technique that creates a light blind spot through the interplay of light and the opponent's retinal grid. When executed skillfully, one could stand right before another and remain unseen. Advanced assassins can traverse even the most vigilant of royal palaces with an air of nonchalance, entering a realm seemingly devoid of witnesses. This technique is known in the assassin community as the refraction technique. Refraction? Guolang appeared bewildered. Surely, such a skill belonged to the ranks of gold-tier assassins. Everything he had witnessed was merely an instinctual manifestation of her innate abilities. This was a natural talent, indicative of the girl's potential to become a top-tier assassin. He needed to locate her post-haste. Xiao Tao exhibited signs of urgency. Magicao? Guolang felt somewhat disoriented, as if narrating a tale. Yet, when juxtaposed with the video, it seemed to hold some semblance of coherence, albeit leaving him in disbelief. The refraction technique. Goodness. In his previous life, he had merely heard whispers of such prowess. As a meager bronze knight, he had never even encountered such sophisticated techniques. And now a 5-year-old girl possessed them by birthright? Was he the protagonist, or was she? Fortuitously, he had not been present when the assassin wielded such a technique. At his previous level, he would not have survived beyond the next day. Xiao Tao's words instilled within Guolang a profound sense of inferiority. There was indeed a reason for his past misfortunes. Faced with these inherently gifted individuals, how could a mere youth reliant on his left hand hope to thrive? Sighing deeply, he did not linger and swiftly made his way to the logistics room. Chapter 12. Alice's request. What in the world is this? Rabies? Weak paced anxiously in the logistics room, having lost his usual composure, while Alice crouched in a corner. Her expression devoid of the uncertainty and helplessness expected at her age. Instead, she exuded a chilling calmness that unnerved the elderly man, causing him to instinctively distance himself from her. Had Xiao Tao been present, she would have surely admired this scene. The little girl's crouched position was strategically chosen, with the lighting and distance from the entrance perfectly arranged. Should anything intrude, it would undoubtedly draw attention to the anxious elder first, allowing her a fleeting opportunity to silently escape. A selfish yet ruthlessly clever maneuver, indicative of a budding perfect assassin. What shall we do? The elder inquired, clearly flustered. Seeking help from a mere child. Await rescue, the girl replied coldly, her tone steeped in realism. Here were two individuals, a prepubescent girl and an elderly man nearing his end. Relying solely on themselves for salvation was a fanciful notion. The only recourse left was to hope for external assistance, a reality both disheartening and pragmatic. Upon hearing these words, Wick sat down on the ground in a daze. After a while, his panic began to subside slightly, and his mind gradually returned to clarity. He pondered something but felt a twinge of fear at his own thoughts. With a tone that suggested inquiry or perhaps hope, he asked Alice, "This must be an isolated incident, right?" "Perhaps," she replied, "it could be something like rabies. Or it might be a contagious virus, reminiscent of some biopics." At that moment, Wick suddenly found the child increasingly unappealing. However, Alice's gaze was heavy, seemingly unperturbed by Wick's opinions. In that moment, she was remarkably calm, her thoughts much broader than before. She recalled the strange man who had suddenly appeared in her home, accompanied by a whimsical creature as if from a film, dreamlike, like something out of a fairy tale. Yet now, she felt the strangeness of it all. After what had just transpired, Alice suddenly understood the man's peculiar behavior, why he urged her to stockpile supplies, why he insisted on purchasing a military-grade off-road vehicle. Everything seemed to have an explanation. The realization that he had foreseen all of this sent a chilling wave through her, akin to the coldness she felt when she caught her biological father threatening her mother for money. Why were these people being kind to her with ulterior motives? Why did the seemingly gentle and accommodating demeanor turn out to be false? At that moment, a faint knock came from the wooden door of the dormitory. The old man stepped back nervously, hesitating to joyfully rush to open the door. 2 hours had passed. Logically, given the police resources in the capital, such a horrifying event should have elicited support within half an hour. Yet, reality suggested otherwise. There were 2 possibilities. Either no one had escaped, and the vast community was devoid of help as that madwoman roamed the supermarket after slaughtering everyone, or a genuine bioapocalypse had occurred, leaving no extra police to assist this relatively remote area. The timing of the knock was peculiar. If it were the police, the knock would not have been so cautious. Yet it did not resemble the previous lunatic either. If that zombie-like creature possessed any intelligence, it would be truly terrifying. Alice. Came a soft voice at the door. It was Guolang. Alice, crouched in the corner, trembled, rising to her feet. Just as she intended to rush over, she hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Biting her lip, she turned to Wick and said, "Go open the door." Huh. The old man was taken aback. Was the girl directing him? He looked at her with dissatisfaction, but upon catching a glimpse of her icy gaze, he inexplicably shivered. Ultimately, he obediently chose to open the door, bewildered. How could a child of such tender years possess such a disquieting stare? Cautiously opening the door, Guolang was greeted by the sight of an elderly man. Frowning slightly, he anxiously pushed past him and entered the room. After surveying the space, he finally spotted Alice in the corner. A wave of relief washed over him. Despite having seen her escape safely on the monitor, the absence of her physical presence had left him in a state of unease. Now that a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart, he joyfully approached Alice, extending his arms to embrace this worrisome child. However, as he drew near, he noticed a look of unfamiliarity in her eyes. She instinctively took 2 steps back, her expression reminiscent of how she had reacted to her biological father in the past. What's wrong? Guolang furrowed his brow. Was she traumatized? Did you know all along? The little girl gazed at him with a complex mix of emotions, some joy, a hint of fear, and a touch of unfamiliarity. Guolang froze momentarily, disliking the current expression in her eyes. After risking his life to rescue her, this was the reception he received? A flicker of irritation arose within him, and his tone lost its earlier warmth. You need to come with me first. I will explain everything. Alice fell silent for a moment, then pleaded softly, "Will you come with me to save my mother?" No. Guolang coldly rejected her request, his gaze turning icy. He had risked everything to save her, and rather than showing gratitude, she questioned him. Anyone would feel discomfort by such ingratitude. Moreover, given her previous display of intelligence, she ought to have understood how perilous it was to attempt to save her mother. Yet, she selfishly demanded his assistance, as if she would harbor hatred towards him for not complying. With this thought, Guolang's heart grew even colder. Alice remained silent for a while, ultimately closing her eyes wearily. Then you can go. What? Guolang nearly thought he had misheard. This was not how the narrative was supposed to unfold. You took 200,000 from me to buy supplies and a vehicle, yet you risked your life to save me, so you owe me nothing. Alice's eyes dimmed significantly. But Alice owes you nothing in return. Guolang was taken aback, realizing his initial reasoning was flawed. He had first benefited from her kindness, and from a child's perspective, her request was not unreasonable. She merely wished to save her loved one. Why had he reacted with such anger? Witnessing Alice so clearly tallying accounts made him inexplicably uncomfortable. I have my reasons for not informing you, he began, feeling the urge to explain, but Alice interrupted him. I know, you don't trust my mother. You're afraid she won't believe you and will call the police. You also don't trust me. You think I won't believe your words. That is not it. Guolang's brow furrowed tighter. He realized he was struggling to argue against this little girl. It is, Alice insisted, looking at him earnestly. Her words deliberate. It is exactly that. Shouldn't it be this way? Should I trust a child of a few years and a stranger? Guolang's tone grew somewhat exasperated as he felt a tightness in his chest. In a moment of impulse, he had blurted out his thoughts. And once the words left his mouth, he was taken aback, sensing something was amiss. Indeed, it should have been so. Alice gazed into Guolang's eyes, her expression devoid of luster. It resembled the blind trust a child places in a stranger, a trust only children exhibit. Suddenly, Guolang's mind went blank. He realized why he struggled to articulate his thoughts against her. The little girl was articulate, yet more importantly, she was in the right. In truth, she employed no conversational tactics. She merely spoke straightforward truths. Why had he withheld the truth from her and her mother? The answer was as simple as the girl had articulated. He did not trust the woman, believing she would never accept his words and would undoubtedly alert the authorities, placing him in a precarious situation. He also doubted Alice, thinking she would dismiss such absurd claims, thereby jeopardizing the initial trust the child had in him. This brought forth a question Guolang had long overlooked. Why did the child's trust seem like an inherent right? Who is it that places such unconditional trust in a stranger without reason? Who would so readily offer their savings to buy something for someone they barely knew? Previously, he might have attributed this to her being a child and thus easily trusting. However, observing the little girl's rational demeanor just moments ago, he recognized that she was quite intelligent. Yet, even so, she had chosen to trust him, a stranger, unconditionally from the outset. In truth, it was he who had been selfish, accustomed to Alice's unwavering trust. Therefore, when he noticed her wary expression, he felt an inexplicable anger. When she proposed rescuing her mother, he perceived her as ungrateful and presumptuous. But what was the reality? The selfishness had always resided within him. He had engaged in a relatively safe rescue to soothe his own conscience, and when faced with a more perilous request, he instinctively deemed her ungrateful, continuously crafting excuses for his refusals. Isn't this a sentiment many share? Guolang gazed at the girl's indifferent face with a bittersweet smile, recalling her stubbornness as she calculated the debt of favors owed to him. A pang of anguish welled up within him, which eventually transformed into profound compassion. He crouched down, and under her puzzled yet slightly astonished gaze, he gently stroked her chestnut hair, saying, "Father was wrong. Please do not be angry, Alice." Alice stared wide-eyed at Guolang, who wore a tender expression. She bit her lip, a hint of anxiety creeping in as she asked, "Will you come with me to rescue my mother?" "Yes. Let us return first and discuss how to save your mother, shall we?" The little girl bit her lip, looking at Guolang, who had just moments ago been so eloquent, now wore a look of pitiful helplessness, as if struggling to articulate her thoughts. Guolang smiled at her, playfully pinching her small nose. "I am not deceiving you. I will definitely go to rescue your mother. Will you trust your father one more time?" "Yes." Alice bit her lips until they turned pale, ultimately nodding resolutely before she threw herself into Guolang's embrace, bursting into tears. Guolang gently stroked her hair, feeling somewhat helpless. He longed to express that her loud crying was ill-advised, as it might attract those creatures, yet he found himself unable to voice this concern. The little girl, based on her previous demeanor, seemed to have grasped this reality, yet she continued to cry obstinately. Guolang maintained his smile, believing that this was the essence of childhood. Chapter 13. Strengthening Alice from atop the Imperial Tower in the city center, Laura gazed down at the chaos below, her heart sinking into an icy abyss. Had she decisively returned home after ascending from the basement, she might have had a chance, albeit one fraught with danger due to the ensuing traffic chaos. Yet, her current predicament was undeniably passive. At noon, she instructed her secretary to seek out the security personnel, a test of sorts. If the disturbance was confined to the basement and had not yet reached the office, she could safely evacuate, perhaps even accompanied by a few security guards for added safety. However, the secretary did not return. An hour later, Laura, peering through the tinted glass from above, witnessed the first of the living corpses sprinting from the building. The grotesque manner of its running, coupled with its explosive capability when hunting humans, sent a chill down Laura's spine. She observed for an extended period, gathering data. Firstly, these living corpses exhibited remarkable explosive strength and agility, starkly contrasting the slow, stiff zombies depicted in films. Furthermore, these creatures possessed the ability to infect, albeit at a slower rate. Typically, a corpse would undergo mutation within 2 hours. Most of these monsters retained intact limbs, seemingly only interested in blood, which resulted in new corpses often maintaining complete bodies after mutation. This analysis brought Laura a modicum of reassurance. The ferocity of these creatures would render survivors exceedingly scarce and complicate the military's efforts. Fortunately, the living corpses did not mutate immediately upon infection. As long as the military could organize a capable force, there remained a fighting chance. Her only recourse was to await rescue. She surveyed the resources within her office: 2 bottles of mineral water, a large bag of coffee beans, and some snacks. Previously, she had resented the presence of snacks in the office, yet now she felt an immense sense of gratitude for their existence. She effectively rationed her supplies and, due to her years of travel, had cultivated a habit of carrying nutritional supplements, which could sustain her bodily functions and alleviate hunger. Counting her provisions, she realized she had 4 doses of the supplement along with the snacks, which could potentially last her a week. If rescue did not arrive by then, she would indeed find herself in dire straits. The thought of attempting to escape on her own never crossed her mind. setting aside the thousands of employees within the building. The explosive strength of even a single living corpse would be enough to spell disaster for her. It was a fool's dream for anyone, even a special police officer, to rush out. Should all those employees become infected, there would be no modernized military force capable of clearing the area. After meticulously planning the food distribution, she turned on her computer, seeking to glean some news about the current situation. To her dismay, she discovered a complete lack of information. The calamity had unfolded too rapidly. If there were news, it would imply that the government had at least navigated through the initial chaos. However, the likelihood of such events transpiring before the onset of network and power outages was exceedingly slim. Laura continuously searched for distractions, hoping to shift her focus, fully aware that mental exertion would also deplete her energy. Yet, she resisted the urge to settle into silence. For silence would lead her to confront her gravest fear, her daughter. In a cinematic scenario where one could cleverly evade the clutches of zombies, her daughter might stand a chance of escaping the disaster. However, after witnessing that horrifying entity, Laura could scarcely bear to entertain the thought of her daughter encountering it. For now, she could only persist in diverting her attention, evading the dreadful notion, while secretly yearning for a miracle. Master, are you certain you wish to utilize the high-purity source blood? After the trio returned to their room unscathed, Guolang began preparing to enhance Alice. According to Xiao Tao, using inferior enhancement potions on Alice would squander her innate talent. However, as a novice, he possessed only one vial of high-purity blood potion, intended for his own use. To acquire a second vial, he would either need to unlock the technology tree and establish a main base for research or request a loan from the intelligence entity in advance. Gazing at Xiao Tao's cheerful expression, Guolang couldn't shake the feeling of treachery. Above all, he wished to avoid early borrowing. The interest rates from the deities were alarmingly high, compounded exponentially. Should he fail to repay within a short time frame, the deities' methods of collection were far more formidable than those of any debt recovery agency, leading to dire consequences. How is the interest calculated for the knight? Guolang inquired somewhat irritably. Not much, Xiao Tao replied with a grin. Our knight's interest rates are the lowest among all races, as establishing an early advantage is quite challenging. Thus, we offer various loan services to facilitate our followers in their initial endeavors. It's very humane. Ridiculous, Guolang muttered, his lips twitching. So we are to blame for the arduous beginnings? With our inferior bloodlines and all the exploitation. It's no wonder the knight was so weak in my past life. Their leader lacks a broader perspective. After reviewing the prices of the raw materials and the interest rates, Guolang calculated his future plans and deemed them barely feasible. Casting a glance at Alice's pitiable expression, he gritted his teeth and declared, I'll buy it. The old man referred to as Weika had remained silent since following Guolang and the others, although he was filled with curiosity, particularly regarding the supplies in the basement, which seemed meticulously prepared, and the floating bubbles that hinted at new technological advancements. He refrained from asking questions. He understood that, for now, he was under someone else's roof and needed to exercise restraint. Ignoring the old man, Guolang exchanged for the potion, crouched down, and pinched Alice's cheek, asking, Are you going to help me save Mommy? Yes. Alice nodded resolutely, which caused Guolang some annoyance. This was also the reason he had exchanged for the serum in advance. Alice was unwilling to let him go alone, fearing that he might not be dedicated enough to save her mother. She insisted on accompanying him, despite the fact that they were heading into the city center, a place now fraught with chaos and danger, especially in these early stages of turmoil. Guolang himself wouldn't dare to claim he could navigate the city, let alone bear the burden of a companion. You will distract me, and your presence significantly elevates the risk, Guolang attempted to persuade her. Alice remained silent, merely pouting and gazing at him. Upon seeing her expression, Guolang realized there was little more to say. He reluctantly produced a vial. This is a high-tech serum. Once injected, it will enhance your abilities, enabling you to protect yourself. Alice's eyes widened, like the heroine from that zombie crisis. What is the zombie crisis? Guolang thought, privately deriding the cinematic quality of this dimension's biopics. He continued, something like that. Oh. Alice's eyes sparkled with excitement. But behind her stood the elderly Weika, who initially displayed eagerness that soon morphed into greed. However, after glancing at Guolang's retreating figure, he regained his composure. Realizing that as a man in his 60s, the odds of seizing such a miraculous serum from this enigmatic young man were infinitesimally slim. Listen to me. We must postpone the mission to save your mother for a week. What? Alice sprang to her feet, eager to protest, but Guolang gently pressed her back down. Be patient. I understand your urgency, but we cannot proceed directly into the city under our current circumstances. The chaos has just begun, and you have yet to assimilate the blood. You lack combat capability. We need a week for a buffer period. During this time, I will train you to become a warrior. To save your mother, you must possess certain skills. Alice still wore an anxious expression, prompting Guolang to continue reassuring her. I know what you want to say. Every day's delay increases the danger. But this is fate. If your mother could survive the initial chaos, surely she is resourceful enough to await the arrival of a daughter as clever as you. For now, all we can do is believe in miracles. With her head bowed in silence for a while, Alice finally replaced her earlier vulnerability with determination. When she lifted her gaze, Guolang glimpsed a resilient spirit that belied her youth. Father, shall we begin now? Guolang nodded solemnly and retrieved the contract of the knight from his space. Every follower must sign this contract. It was an unbreakable rule. Bloodlines are the most precious resource of various races and cannot be leaked. Any breach would lead to universal pursuit. To obtain the racial serum, the first step is to become a follower, even if it involves the lowest grade of soldier serum. The contract of the knight was crafted from living wood, exuding an ancient and weathered charm, steeped in history. The inscriptions on the bark emanated boundless mystery and authority. Guolang unfurled the contract and instructed Alice, place your palm upon it. At that moment, Alice harbored no doubt and obediently pressed her hand down. The ancient bark glowed with a purple luminescence, nearly causing Weika's eyes to bulge in astonishment. Wasn't this supposed to be a science fiction scenario? How did the atmosphere suddenly shift to such a fantastical realm? What is the true origin of this youth? Remember, there must be no hesitation in the contract process, Guolang declared solemnly. Understood. Alice nodded earnestly. As the contract commenced, purple light flickered, and within a radius of 3 meters around Guolang and Alice, a circular array materialized. At the center of this array, intricate runes began to emerge, ultimately coalescing into a peculiar eye, its iris larger than Alice herself. Yet, rather than evoking fear, it radiated a sense of peace and benevolence, instilling an overwhelming sense of security. The dimly lit basement was suddenly illuminated by a silvery glow, its brightness flowing like a gentle stream, oddly comforting. Open, Alice. Do you wish to join the knight and become a devotee of the silver moon, pledging your loyalty, your life, and even your soul? I do, Alice replied, her expression serene, though her tone conveyed unwavering determination. Guolang silently commended her. The oath was a crucial step. Unlike the initially deceived followers of the planet, the deity was far less forgiving towards devotees encroaching upon other realms. A hint of hesitation or doubt in one's voice could easily detract from their standing. While it was not impossible to succeed, a spot on the blacklist would severely limit future prospects. In the name of the supreme god of the night, Inalu, I hereby establish this contract with you. By offering your loyalty, the master shall bestow upon you valor, and from henceforth, you shall transcend the mundane, becoming a member of the exalted divine race of the night, anticipated to earn greater glory for your lord. The voice seemed to belong to a high priest, though Guolang was uncertain of their identity. He respectfully bowed alongside Alice, proclaiming, all for the glory of the deity. The oath of the knight was remarkably succinct. In contrast to the elaborate rituals and pledges of the radiant lord from his previous life, the knight appeared far more pragmatic, which Guolang found quite commendable. This suggested that the upper echelons of the priesthood, regardless of their political inclinations, maintained a professional demeanor. Upon completing the contract, a crescent-shaped mark appeared on Alice's hand, signifying her as a devotee of the silver moon. Guolang exhaled deeply, feeling somewhat drained. The pressure exerted by the high priest was no mere illusion. The elder known as Weika had fainted the moment the halo materialized. Dad, what shall we do next? Alice inquired, turning to him. Guolang sighed, realizing that despite her earlier solemnity, she had not taken the so-called deity seriously. First, we will administer the serum to enhance your abilities. Today's task is to familiarize yourself with your augmented body. Starting tomorrow, I will instruct you on how to combat the undead. Chapter 14. The growth of Alice within the community. 2 agile figures darted through the garden. Leading the way was Alice, clad in a petite tracksuit, with Guolang trailing behind, increasingly astonished. It must be said, Xiao Tao's assessment was remarkably accurate. Alice was indeed a prodigy. In my pursuit of advancing to the knight profession, I dedicated 3 months to mastering the single-handed sword amidst various combat environments, guided by a technological system. Yet, astonishingly, this young girl has honed her swordsmanship to a remarkable level in merely 3 days. As an invader from another realm, her genetic purity is compromised, and the effects of the potions she consumes do not match those experienced by the inhabitants of this planet. Furthermore, her future training outcomes are likely to be significantly inferior. Nevertheless, Alice's performance compensates for these shortcomings. Her prodigious combat aptitude is undeniable. Once she attained a certain physical capability, the little girl's prowess astounded me. On her very first day, she attempted to slay her first zombie, displaying an extraordinary level of calmness and skill that was nothing short of perfect, pushing her physical limits to their utmost. In the following 2 days, I observed Alice showcasing her talents across varied terrains, exhibiting a proficiency that belied her novice status. Her psychological resilience is equally remarkable. Most individuals experience mental barriers after their first kill. I vividly recall my own experience of retching for what felt like an eternity, my legs trembling with weakness. In stark contrast, Alice merely appeared pale and slightly unwell, yet after half an hour, she eagerly requested to commence her hunt for a second zombie. Within a mere 3 days, Alice's combat skills skyrocketed. I even began to feel that, in a one-on-one confrontation, I might not necessarily prevail against her. Beyond her fundamental skill application, I also discerned the assassin's gift that Xiao Tao had mentioned. This time, our infiltration target was a villa located in the southwest, once home to a large family. Based on my reconnaissance, there were at least 5 zombies present within. Alice had expressed her desire to set out early the previous day, and I decided to conduct a final assessment of her combat prowess. The test involved eliminating the 5 family members in an unfamiliar environment. After providing her with a single-handed sword, I also entrusted her with a dagger, while I retained the kinetic gun for myself. The novice equipment from the Nightshade set was of exceptional quality, and I had no intention of incurring debt for additional gear. Thus, we relied on the initial novice equipment I had acquired. Initially, I aimed to cultivate Alice's ranged shooting capabilities for safety. However, it soon became evident that her talent for melee combat far surpassed my own. Her affinity for cold weapons was significantly stronger, and her decisive reactions were better suited for close quarters. Although it felt somewhat cowardly to conceal myself behind a little girl while firing, rational resource allocation necessitated this arrangement. Our roles were clearly defined. I would provide fire support while the young girl engaged in close combat. We held our breath and cautiously approached the house. The task of dispatching 5 zombies in such a confined space was fundamental, especially considering the vast population we would soon face in the city. Alice's mother's office building was situated in a bustling area of the city center, housing over 1,000 employees, not to mention the influx of other transient individuals. Thus, the difficulty of our infiltration could not be overstated. In the urban landscape, one does not frequently encounter solitary undead creatures as one might in the serene confines of a villa. Rather, they tend to swarm in groups. It is commonplace to encounter 5 or 6 of these wretched beings in confined spaces, thus necessitating the ability to eliminate small clusters of zombies in any complex environment. Failing to possess such skills when venturing into a metropolis would be tantamount to courting death. As Guolang pondered this, he suddenly realized that he had lost sight of Alice once more. A sense of urgency gripped him as he scanned his surroundings, only to discover her still stealthily maneuvering ahead, not far from his position. Why once more? This marked the 6th instance in 3 days that he had lost track of her. According to Xiao Tao, this was a testament to Alice's assassin-like talent. She possessed a keen sensitivity to the gaze of others, allowing her to evade detection through instinctive bodily awareness. Consequently, Guolang often found himself momentarily oblivious, leading to her disappearance from his sight. Remarkably, this was while they were teammates. He recalled observing Alice yesterday when they hunted 2 zombies to the east. She had approached within 5 steps of their field of vision before being detected. Guolang was left astounded. Zombies, particularly those enhanced by the virus, possess an expansive field of vision and acute hearing. He remembered his first encounter with a female zombie, which had lunged at him from 2,000 meters away. The fact that Alice could stealthily approach so close was nothing short of extraordinary. Guolang could only marvel at her remarkable ability, especially considering he had yet to unlock the technology repository and that Alice had not undergone formal stealth training. Her prowess was purely instinctual. The room was dimly lit, the air thick with the stench of decay and the metallic tang of blood. Guolang moved cautiously, keeping close to Alice as they both crouched low. The nematode-like undead typically favored dark corners, not out of fear of sunlight, but due to a general aversion. Engaging in combat indoors with these creatures was generally unwise. However, their nocturnal lineage endowed them with night vision, mitigating the risks involved. They soon spotted 2 zombies lurking at the base of the staircase below, lying in wait. Zombies do not require rest, but nematode-like ones conserve their strength by remaining in a dormant state in shadowy corners. Remember what I told you, Alice, Guolang whispered. Be cautious. Understood, Alice replied, as she skillfully twirled her dagger before securing it at her waist. With her right hand, she deftly wielded her single-handed weapon and proceeded to stealthily advance. Guolang, positioned in the shadows, focused intently on her silhouette. He drew his kinetic gun. For this experiment aimed to assess Alice's capabilities in group combat, he would refrain from intervening unless absolutely necessary. With a graceful bend of her waist, Alice approached lightly, skillfully maneuvering through the terrain and the concealment of furniture. Remarkably, she managed to stealthily close in to within 3 meters of the warning line. Suddenly, the undead facing her narrowed its pupils, its muscles tensing visibly, a clear indication that it had detected Alice's presence. A flash of violet light flickered in the girl's eyes as her leg muscles coiled like taut strings ready to snap. In an explosive instant, she lunged forward like a wild leopard, her right hand wielding the sword with a speed akin to lightning, slicing through the creature's throat. Utilizing the gliding technique imparted by Guolang, she directed the momentum of her sprint into an upward thrust, the sharp blade cleaving the undead's head in two from its throat. Guolang observed in silent admiration. Alice's execution of the gliding technique was commendable. The single-handed sword of the knight was indeed unparalleled, yet cleaving through the cranium of another being required more than mere sharpness. It demanded immense physical strength from the wielder. Although the zombie's muscles and bones were not yet fortified, splitting the head from the throat upward necessitated considerable power. Alice adeptly harnessed the explosive force from her initial sprint, employing the gliding technique typically utilized in cold weaponry. Guolang often relied on it to confront monsters with reinforced musculature in his past life. As a bronze knight, without such techniques, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with such foes. Alice dispatched the first undead in merely a second, yet the second one nearby reacted almost instantaneously. Reaching for her, with nimbleness, Alice evaded its claws, performing a swift roll that allowed her to regain control of her sword's inertia. At that moment, she heard several more growls approaching. Skillfully, she propelled herself upward using her feet and ascended the staircase. A horde of undead surged toward the narrow staircase, and Guolang's admiration deepened. She had utilized the terrain exceptionally well. In the initial stages, when one had not yet strengthened their senses to detect attacks, responses were purely visual. Thus, theoretically, facing one against many was nearly impossible. Even if one possessed superior strength, being surrounded would lead to inevitable downfall. The notion of a master like Yip Man taking on 10 opponents is merely cinematic. Reality does not conform to such dramatics. When attacked from all sides, one would quickly realize that no technique suffices. The singular method to mitigate this is to minimize the range of attack, constricting it to a manageable scope to avoid the ambiguity of blind spots. The chosen position at the staircase was exceptionally strategic. The battle unfolded swiftly. Alice adeptly parried the incoming attacks with her single-handed sword, yet she refrained from striking, maintaining her composure as she sought the opportune moment for a decisive blow. Opposite her stood 4 undead. To recklessly draw her sword could result in it becoming ensnared in muscle or bone, plunging her into a perilous situation. The combat techniques of the undead are remarkably straightforward and brutal, characterized by their simple lunges and bites. This proves to be a significant advantage against creatures of similar or greater strength. Suddenly, the opportune moment arrives, as the space widens around the corner. For undead finally seize their chance. The ample space allows them to pounce simultaneously. Guolang, observing from below, furrows his brow as he raises his hand to aim for fire support. However, he freezes momentarily, acutely aware that the cornered Alice does not display any panic on her face, but rather a faint smile. That smile is imbued with a primal essence, verging on ferocity. Guolang distinctly perceives that her grin resembles those of the undead, a smile that emanates from a predator determined to claim its prey. This inexplicable expression causes him to hesitate, refraining from pulling the trigger. In the next instant, Alice, her back against the corner, suddenly performs an unusual flip, drawing a dagger from her waist and embedding it into the wall behind her. With remarkable agility, she leverages this motion to narrowly evade the undead's assault and positions herself above them. Guolang observes that the 4 undead are converging from the same direction, which, while restricting their space, creates a substantial opening once they miss their target. Indeed, Alice executes a somersault, employing the pressure technique Guolang had taught her, and descends with a sword that pierces the heads of the 4 undead, pinning them to the floor. The sheer force of inertia causes the floor to collapse, effectively nailing them to the restaurant's ground level. Guolang gazes in a daze, incredulous that this is merely a little girl who has been enhanced with the serum for 3 days. It feels as though he has lived a life akin to that of a dog in his past. What constitutes a gifted individual? Some things are simply beyond envy. Father, how was that? Alice inquires eagerly, approaching him with her sparkling eyes fixed on Guolang. Clearing his throat, Guolang responds with a serious demeanor. It was satisfactory. Shall we go rescue Mother today? Alice asks, her face brimming with anticipation. Guo Lang, considering her displayed combat prowess, ultimately nods. Very well, let us return to prepare. We shall depart this afternoon. Sir, where are you headed? Week cautiously inquires as he observes the two returning and beginning to gather supplies. Guo Lang glances at the elder, nodding slightly. He holds a favorable impression of Week. The old man possesses a keen sense of propriety, never demanding anything and fully aware of his circumstances. Guo Lang has also learned from Alice about Week's background as a retired politician, a valuable asset in the later stages despite his diminished physical capabilities. He can serve as a managing figure for the initial troops. After some contemplation, Guo Lang adopts a congenial expression and states, Alice and I are going to rescue her mother. You will remain here to guard the supplies. Stay in the basement unless absolutely necessary, as it is secured by a safety door. The villa itself is not safe. You may encounter wandering undead if you ascend, so it is best to remain below. I understand. You must return soon, for without you, my weary bones cannot endure. Quite astute, Guo Lang mused. Indeed, a political mind adept at discerning the situation. Unlike the foolish bureaucrats depicted in films who would utter empty promises of salvation in exchange for rewards such as water, chocolate, canned goods, or antibiotics. Father, is there anything else we need? Alice inquired innocently. The supplies seemed adequate, yet Guo Lang furrowed his brow. Are you familiar with the route? Over the past few days, Guo Lang had come to understand this living corpse quite well. It was an ordinary nematode-like creature, initially explosive in speed, yet it bore a significant flaw. It was not merely a lifeless entity, but one that had undergone a physiological transformation. This meant that these living corpses would eventually exhaust their energy. Thus, they tended to lurk in shadowy corners, conserving their strength rather than recklessly expending it. This indicated that as long as the main roads remained unobstructed, they could be traversed safely. Taking smaller paths posed greater risks, as the speed of vehicles on these narrower routes might not surpass that of the living corpses. The chaotic outbreak from days prior had certainly led to traffic disruptions, leaving uncertainty regarding which areas were blocked and which remained passable. I'm not familiar with the area, Alice admitted candidly. I seldom venture out. I see, Guo Lang replied, stroking his chin. Then let us make another trip to the supermarket and procure a pair of binoculars. Chapter 15. Departure. Look, it seems a vehicle is entering from outside. Within a building in the city, a group of soldiers clad in camouflage stood vigilantly on alert. From a nearby sniper position, a burly soldier with a sniper rifle voiced his concern. Entering from outside, a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s and adorned with the insignia of a captain, furrowed his brow in puzzlement. Only one vehicle? Yes, just one. The soldier confirmed resolutely. How peculiar, he thought. In the current climate, everyone is striving to flee the city, yet someone dares to venture in? Who besides our rescue team would be so foolish? This unit was among the vanguard dispatched by the military district to support the city following the disaster's outbreak. Their role extended beyond reconnaissance. They were tasked with securing strategic strongholds. In light of the present urban crisis, military leadership had resolved to adopt a methodical, base-advancing strategy to reclaim the city. The first step involved deploying vanguard units to seize buildings with advantageous locations, high safety, and underground passage systems. This would provide not only a foothold for operations but also a means to shield rescued civilians as they retreated to the suburbs. To be frank, the nature of these monsters rendered the odds of survival for city dwellers alarmingly low. Out of 10,000, perhaps not a single soul would endure. Their troops had been stationed for 2 days, yet not a single civilian had been rescued, leaving the soldiers' morale in tatters, compounded by their own worries for their families. According to intelligence reports, this virus first infected the citizens of the two largest nations, the Federation and the Red Eagle Republic. In a mere day, the governmental command systems of these world-class leaders were incapacitated. In the subsequent days, the contagion swept across the globe, leaving only a handful of impoverished nations, which had not yet disseminated vaccines, relatively unscathed. Most governments had collapsed, while military forces, stationed in suburban areas, experienced less impact than those in urban centers. After the initial chaos, they swiftly organized a counteroffensive. Many soldiers were deeply concerned about the well-being of their families, but upon entering the cities and witnessing the devastation, their hearts sank. In such dire circumstances, the likelihood of their loved ones surviving was exceedingly slim. Encountering any survivors was indeed a source of joy, as it validated their perilous efforts. However, what was the situation outside? Those who could escape had fled the city. Why would anyone venture further in? Were they just returning from a vacation? They signaled a warning, urging them not to enter the city, although unsure of the intentions of the vehicle's occupants. As a rescue team, they felt it was their duty to alert them. Yes, sir, responded a nearby soldier, hastily retrieving a signal flare from his pack. The Federation's flares. made from special explosive materials, formed a conspicuous red exclamation mark in the daylight. Yet, the off-road vehicle appeared oblivious, resolutely heading toward the city center. "What should we do? They ignored us and continued into the city," one officer lamented. "What can we do? If they are intent on self-destruction, we cannot stop them," the lieutenant replied, rolling his eyes. Inside the vehicle were Guolang and Alice, both of whom noticed the red warning signal. Curious, Alice inquired, "Daddy, is there someone over there?" "Yes, there should be," Guolang replied with a sigh, glancing at the exclamation mark in the sky. "It must be a military rescue team." "A rescue team?" Alice exclaimed with excitement. "Could Mom be there? Should we go take a look?" A flicker of reluctance crossed Guolang's eyes as he shattered her hopes. Unless it is the initial special forces for rescue, typical rescue operations would not parachute into the city center. They would likely infiltrate from established points. Your mother's location is in a prominent office building in the city center, where rescue efforts would be exceedingly challenging. Generally, the military would abandon such areas until the outskirts are secured, and then they would employ heavy firepower to cleanse the dense zones. Alice bit her lip, her gaze hardening towards the direction of the military. "Oh, they are the bad guys." Guolang rolled his eyes at her simplistic view of morality. The soldiers' current state was profoundly commendable. They risked their lives to rescue those with whom they had little connection, all while their own families' fates remained uncertain. From any perspective, these individuals were indeed noble and heroic. However, Guolang did not correct Alice's perceptions of these soldiers. Apart from sharing the guilt of being an invader, he considered the potential consequences of such a stance. Undoubtedly, most of the initial soldiers were valiant and commendable individuals, but it was uncertain how they would evolve over time. Frankly, while this virus wreaks havoc on cities, its potential to dismantle an army is relatively minimal. The military environment implies that there would not be an overwhelming number of infected individuals in the early stages. Armed and possessing combat prowess, they can swiftly restore order amidst chaos. Thus, relying solely on a virus to obliterate a civilization is virtually impossible unless faced with a mutation of level 3 or above. Novice necromancers are generally hesitant to unleash the viruses of large-scale level 3 mutated creatures, and they often lack access to such means. So why did so many necromancers in the past manage to succeed? The issue lies within themselves. When cities are ravaged, governmental systems collapse, and the military loses its checks and balances, a critical question arises. Will the leaders of the military heed the directives of survivor politicians? In most cases, the answer is no. Once a military leader succumbs to selfish motives, the integrity of the unit deteriorates. The corruption of human hearts always transpires from top to bottom and from the outside in. As military commanders become self-serving, the environment devolves into a brutal survival of the fittest, leading to a collapse of morality. Consequently, these soldiers too will be impacted, growing indifferent, selfish, and even inciting chaos. When the prevailing ethos and environment reach this state, the apocalypse becomes irreversible. More terrifying than demons and ghosts is the human heart. Guolang had witnessed this too often in his previous life. He remained vigilant towards these individuals, as they represented a commendable choice among early military factions. Their caliber far superior to that of refugees, and they had yet to decay, most still harboring a sense of justice. Finding an opportunity to win them over would be immensely beneficial. However, the immediate priority was to rescue Alice's mother and bring her back to her senses, of course. If that proved impossible, it would at least allow Alice to let go of her hopes. In the heart of the city, 3 architects of the apocalypse sat atop the highest tower, surveying all they had created. Ian, the leader, curiously lifted a glass of red wine, admiring the fruits of their labor. In the center of the room stood a naked woman. Her face bore a resemblance to Fiona, yet she was transformed. Her skin appeared even more supple, her physique more athletic, but her eyes were filled with a bloody hue. Her body was adorned with numerous crimson scales, and upon closer inspection, one could see flesh writhing beneath them, creating an eerily grotesque sight. "You truly belong in hell," Ian, spoke a young man lingering in the shadows, his eyes flashing with a green light and a cold smirk gracing his lips. "You first cast her into despair and then offer a glimmer of hope, only to transform her into this abomination. In all my encounters, I have never met anyone more despicable than you." "An abomination?" Ian replied, his expression one of surprise as he exaggeratedly waved his hand. "Jones, in what way does she resemble a monster?" As he approached, he gently caressed Fiona's cheek. She stiffened, her eyes gleaming with a feral hunger, yet any impulse to move was stifled by the runes flickering upon her form, leaving her to gaze at Ian with a countenance filled with venomous resentment. "Behold, such a beautiful expression, such a flawless form. I have never faltered in my promises. I have invited her into our fold, assuring her of a vantage point above the indigenous people of this world. Have I not delivered on that promise? As the progenitor of the Nemedotes, she had the opportunity to ascend as the sovereign of this realm. Is this not the pinnacle of supremacy I have offered her? Such tiresome sophistry. You remain as twisted as ever. The burly man rose, stretching his limbs. I have yet to indulge in sufficient amusement. You have reduced her to this state for the sake of your professional obligations, and now I find myself bereft of entertainment. Where am I to direct my ire? Patience, Ian replied, the pale green in his eyes glimmering brighter than before, now etched with faint patterns. Had Guolang been present, he would have recognized that Ian had evolved to a new tier, now undoubtedly a practitioner of his craft. Based on the reconnaissance of the animated corpses under her command, there were still some remarkable survivors within the skyscrapers of the city center. With that, he closed his eyes, green runes appearing beneath his feet, enveloping him in a soft luminescence. Upon reopening his eyes, he grinned eerily. There are approximately 30 survivors left, all highly perceptive individuals. For instance, the woman on the top floor of the adjacent building, she sensed the impending danger from the outset and cleverly evaded the initial threats. She is quite a promising specimen. Oh, a woman. The burly man stood, his interest piqued. What monstrosity do you intend to create this time? Jones inquired with curiosity. Not a monstrosity, but a perfect creation. Ian reiterated emphatically, then coughed lightly. Moreover, her current state is a result of her own lack of aptitude. I never guaranteed that she would be akin to us once she joined our ranks. What if that woman possesses talent? You cannot tarnish my reputation before I have even acted. Jones chuckled. Note, the encounters with the undead are notoriously perilous. Their methods of invasion are excessively brutal, and their recruitment tactics are equally treacherous. One should never place unwarranted trust in the undead, for one can never discern whether they are being led to become a disciple or transformed into a monster. Chapter 16. The terrifying bioweapons factory of the undead. This is the place, Guolang exclaimed, holding Alice's phone as he examined the map. The location was situated a few kilometers away in a densely packed area. The traffic infrastructure of the federal capital is exceptionally well planned, with numerous routes remaining accessible even amidst such an epic catastrophe. However, around the Fourth Ring Road, the two individuals, overwhelmed by the density of the area, parked their vehicle in a concealed location and commenced their journey on foot. This decision cast a shadow of unease over Guolang, for traversing the distance of over 20 kilometers in this city, even by shortcut, was fraught with peril should any misfortune befall them. Their escape by means of transportation would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, if they were to be targeted by a throng of the undead, their fate would be all but sealed. Glancing at his watch, Guolang noted that it was already 6 in the evening. In the midst of summer, nightfall would descend around 8 o'clock, leaving them with but 2 hours. They had set out in the morning, yet the arduous trek of over 20 kilometers had consumed much of their time. To conserve their strength, they had refrained from exerting themselves excessively, thus prolonging their journey. Observing Alice's somewhat exuberant demeanor, Guolang let out a resigned sigh and proposed, let us spend an hour surveying the terrain to locate Mother, but we must allocate an hour to find a safe haven. Alice, pouting, pondered for a moment before conceding. Half an hour should suffice to find a refuge. Guolang regarded her anxious expression and ultimately refrained from opposing her, while 30 minutes felt rather rushed. It was a compromise they could manage, considering their already precarious situation. The nematode-like undead favored sunlight, primarily lurking in the shadows during the day. Both Guolang and Alice had traversed the main thoroughfare, diligently avoiding the line of sight from certain buildings. Their safe arrival at this juncture could be attributed to significant fortune. Yet lingering outdoors after nightfall would be tantamount to courting death. Upon surveying the terrain, they discovered 4 tall buildings spaced widely apart, all of which were named the Imperial Towers. The precise location of the young girl's mother remained a mystery, relying solely on conjecture, given their current intelligence. They would have to search each building individually. Guolang found the prospect of success nearly non-existent, yet he could not bear to voice his doubts to Alice. As they approached the perimeter of the buildings, Alice, who was leading, suddenly halted and abruptly pulled Guolang back several paces. Reacting instinctively, Guolang ducked behind a nearby obstacle alongside her. What is it? He inquired, puzzled. Something is watching me. Alice's face bore the composure indicative of her battle-ready state. Her tone turning frigid, muscles tensed, her body primed for confrontation. Something is watching you? Guolang frowned, taken aback by her words. In the Villa district, they had been the hunters, actively seeking out the undead. Given Alice's stealthy prowess, most undead would struggle to detect her from 5 steps away. Yet, in the expanse of their surroundings, she claimed to feel observed? Could it be a more advanced form of undead? Guolang instinctively dismissed this notion. The nematode-like undead possessed limited intelligence and would not reach a level capable of methodically observing prey. Typically, upon sensing a target, they would charge directly. Even if a higher-tier undead were present, it would not be without some indication. So could it be a human? Guolang felt a surge of tension as he retrieved his binoculars to scrutinize the buildings before him. After a thorough observation, he finally discerned that the uppermost floor of one edifice appeared to be enveloped in a mass of fleshy tendrils, resembling vines. The blinding sunlight made it difficult to discern the details from such a height, and it was only after some time that he realized the truth. Was this a biochemical factory of the undead? To confirm his suspicions, Guolang turned to Xiao Tao, inquiring, "What is that?" Xiao Tao, displeased by Guolang's brusque demeanor, nonetheless remained composed in the serious atmosphere, casting her gaze in the same direction. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "The forces of the undead are advancing quite rapidly. That is a Tier 1 horror biochemical factory. It can only be established after the primary energy tower of the undead is erected, unlocking the basic technology repository." Oh, but wait, the initial unlock pertains to a standard ghoul burial ground. The horror factory typically requires followers of an advanced necromancer class to access this technology. Professionals. Guolang's complexion paled slightly as everything fell into place. This explained why Alice had sensed their presence from the adjacent building. There were indeed undead nearby, and at least one of them was a practitioner of advanced necromancy. The attributes enhanced in the early stages would yield various functionalities. For instance, agility could significantly boost one's reaction speed and mental acuity, as well as enhance bodily control. Moreover, a necromancer's early-stage enhancement of mana would provide additional benefits, such as the ability to sense vast areas, rapid analytical capabilities, and even a degree of precognition. The fact that an adversary could detect their presence from a building above indicated that their mental prowess had reached a professional level, likely employing their psychic abilities to survey the surroundings. Guolang steadied his breath, gazing at the building while pondering whether they had been noticed. Earlier, Alice had been astutely aware and had promptly pulled him out of the detection range. Thus, any awareness of their intrusion was likely fleeting. If the adversary was not excessively meticulous, they might easily overlook their presence. However, regardless of whether they had been detected, recklessly charging in would be perilous. Having contemplated the situation, Guolang said to Alice, "The circumstances are not favorable, and time is of the essence. We must withdraw to that building behind us. Find a secure point and observe through the night. We shall act tomorrow." "But," Alice exclaimed, anxiety etched on her face, "we're already at the threshold. I can't bear the thought of not being able to see." "Mother is very likely alive," Guolang replied gravely, locking eyes with her. "Really?" Alice's eyes widened, and she fell silent. "I will explain the details later. For now, let us find a safe place to settle. Trust your father." Alice nodded in agreement. "Then let us proceed." Guolang grasped her hand, preparing to depart when Alice suddenly hesitated. He turned back in confusion, only to find the little girl wearing a look of helplessness. You must not deceive me. I would never mislead you," Guolang reassured her, gently squeezing her trembling hand, before exhaling softly and adding, "Now let us go." Meanwhile, atop the grand edifice, Ian suddenly furrowed his brow, his eyes wide open, revealing a hint of perplexity within his pale green irises. He then closed his eyes once more to attune himself, but this time it seemed as though nothing was amiss. "What is it?" Jones, ever perceptive, sensed his teammate's unease. Uncertain, Ian shook his head. "I felt as though someone just entered." "Someone has come in?" Jones paused momentarily, then rose and moved to the bedside, surveying the scene from his elevated position. As agile as he was, his line of sight was expansive, yet below, the atmosphere remained tranquil, devoid of any disturbance. The floor was a desolate tableau, marred only by the remnants of dried blood and scattered bits of flesh, starkly illuminated by the sun, evoking a sense of grim desolation. "Are you certain?" Jones turned back, a knowing glint in his eye. Ian chuckled lightly, taking a sip of the red wine in his hand. "I already mentioned, I'm not sure." "Intriguing," Jones replied. Simultaneously, in a higher floor of another building, Laura gazed down, a peculiar sensation prickling at her heart. In that fleeting moment, she felt an inkling of her daughter's presence. She shook her head, dismissing the notion as mere hunger-induced delirium. Her eyes fell upon the modest rations of snacks and water on the table. She sustained herself daily on the bare minimum, her indomitable spirit preventing her from exceeding her meager allowance of water. This formidable resolve often left seasoned soldiers feeling a pang of inadequacy. She had never relinquished hope, perpetually awaiting rescue, although reason dictated that the likelihood of governmental troops reaching her was dismally low. She clung to the belief that she would one day see her daughter again. Logically, The odds of her young child surviving amidst such calamity were infinitely slimmer than the chances of a military intervention, yet until she witnessed the truth with her own eyes, she would refuse to accept her daughter's demise. In the face of what is most precious, humanity often harbors miraculous hopes, no matter how faint. This, indeed, is the essence of our nature. Chapter 17. The plan, damn it. That group is advancing far too smoothly. They already have professionals among them. Guolang and Alice retreated to a nearby mid-level security room, having cleared out the active corpses within and temporarily settled in. The situation beyond remained unclear, and with nightfall approaching, it would be imprudent to act recklessly. Moreover, the intelligence gathered left Guolang somewhat disheartened. The disarray of game timing was a matter of luck. Yet the disparity was undeniably vast. Their journey had only just commenced, while others had already evolved into professionals. He understood that the undead had a favorable start, but he had not anticipated it to be to such an exaggerated extent. It was worth noting that in his previous life, he had only transitioned to a knight after a year of being a follower. The professional tasks among various races were notoriously challenging. Once one unlocked such a path, it was akin to transcending the mundane, stepping onto the ladder of the extraordinary. Moreover, the opponent is an unlocked necromancer, a profession both enigmatic and formidable. Guolang was even tempted to turn and flee, for among all professions, the one he least desired to confront was that of a mage, particularly in the initial stages. Although in skirmishes, strength and agility-based classes tend to hold an advantage, when prepared, the combat prowess of mage classes can be exceedingly terrifying. Take, for instance, the dreadful Necromancer's Armory, a technology accessible only to mages, capable of crafting horrifying weapons from available materials. Consider the rampant undead. Normally, the undead cannot be controlled. But with a terrifying armory, a mage can cultivate a matriarchal creature to create higher-tier undead. Not only are these undead formidable in combat, but through the matriarch's unique traits, they can exert control over a certain radius of other undead. Furthermore, as the mage's mental strength amplifies, it can, in turn, enhance the matriarch's mental capacity, thereby extending the control range. Over time, the armory can also yield other bizarre mutated beings, and with sufficient time, he could conjure creatures far surpassing his own combat abilities. A well-prepared necromancer could easily challenge a dozen adversaries of equal rank, and this is no exaggeration. The crux of the matter now lies in assessing the extent of the opponent's preparations. Guolang needed to observe not only the number of adversaries, but, more critically, the level of development of the armory. If two or more terrifying creatures had already been produced, Guolang would not hesitate to turn on his heel and depart. "Papa," said Alice, with a pitiable expression that left Guolang momentarily speechless. Sighing, he lifted her and set her gently on a nearby chair, softly explaining the situation. "Your intuition this afternoon was correct. Someone has noticed you, and that group is the very culprits behind all of this." Alice lowered her head, a glimmer of cold light flashing in her eyes. "Why are they doing this? I'll explain that later. For now, let me share why your mother might still be alive." "Really?" Alice's eyes brightened, and she nodded obediently. Guolang paused to gather his thoughts, then carefully articulated. "Initially, I believed that the chances of your mother surviving in such an urban environment were exceedingly slim. As you have seen, the characteristics of these undead are unlike the sluggish zombies depicted in films. They possess significant explosive power and certain biological traits. They lurk in dark corners and actively seek out prey. Under normal circumstances, even if your mother, like you, cleverly evaded the initial wave and found a place to hide, she would likely be discovered by those undead within a few days. Offices, unlike residences, typically lack security measures, making them difficult to defend against." Upon hearing this, Alice's complexion paled slightly. Observing her reaction, Guolang quickly introduced the turning point. "However, the situation is now different." "How is it different?" Alice gazed at him expectantly, her expression akin to that of a puppy, which stirred Guolang's compassion. "The group of troublemakers is present here. Just a moment ago, I stumbled upon a terrifying munitions factory belonging to the spectral faction atop a building. Typically, such precious structures ought not to be erected in this location, as the military would undoubtedly employ heavy artillery to clear the area when they advance, posing a significant risk. Yet, they have chosen to establish themselves here, driven not only by absolute confidence, but also by another motive." Guolang paused before continuing. "That is to select suitable biological templates. This factory is capable of producing elite monsters, but it has certain requirements for the parasites, necessitating a degree of innate talent. The more exceptional the individual, the better. The office workers within this skyscraper are predominantly the elite of society, significantly increasing the probability of generating appropriate parasites. Consequently, The chances of your mother's survival are greatly enhanced. Can they control these living corpses? Alice inquired, still somewhat puzzled. Complete control is not feasible. If I am not mistaken, the first monster produced by the factory should be a mother corpse capable of controlling a certain number of living corpses. However, this ability requires cultivation. It cannot instantly command all living bodies. Nonetheless, one aspect can be achieved, delineating biological zones, essentially no-go areas, to prohibit other living corpses from approaching. Why then are they doing this? Alice asked. Though elated by the prospect of her mother's increased chances, she remained composed and rational. Observation, Guolang stated solemnly. In the initial phase, surviving the first wave relied not solely on luck, but predominantly on acute perception and clear adaptability. Most individuals in this batch are exceptional. By confining them here, in the absence of sufficient food and water, we can observe their survival instincts. The brilliance exhibited by individuals in desperate situations often reveals their inherent talents. You must have faith in your mother. Achieving prominence in the Federation at such a young age undoubtedly signifies extraordinary abilities. She will not be among the first to fall. Yes, I believe in Mom. Alice nodded resolutely, her spirits lifted. Father's analysis is truly insightful. What should we do next? Little brat, it seems reasonable only because it favors you, Guolang retorted, rolling his eyes. First, we must observe where those no-go zones are located, then deduce your mother's position. At this point, he clenched his teeth and finally resolved to ask Xiao Tao for another. No. 2 thermal imaging devices, specifying a high degree of resolution. Xiao Tao blinked. Master, you seem quite well-versed in these technological products, yet I haven't seen you peruse them before. None of your business. Guolang snapped. Hurry and exchange them. All right. Xiao Tao, unperturbed by the reprimand, cheerfully replied. The thermal imager costs 75 energy points each, but if you wish to borrow now, it's 150 each. The interest on your borrowed energy points is 5% per day. Damn it, are you robbing me? Guolang exclaimed, nearly jumping in disbelief. Regulations are as such. Xiao Tao feigned innocence. I find it rather unreasonable myself. So, master, what will it be? Guolang trembled slightly as he pointed at him. Filled with a desire to seize the opponent, flatten him, and then crush him into dust, Xiao Tao seemed to sense the murderous intent and hurriedly retreated a considerable distance. Stammering, how about I apply for a 10-day interest-free period? Can the price be reduced? Guolang inquired darkly. Absolutely not, Xiao Tao asserted with righteous indignation. Undeterred by Guolang's murderous gaze, displaying an expression of indifference as if he were a pig unfazed by boiling water. The price is non-negotiable. That is the bottom line. Damn it, Guolang nearly choked in disbelief. He had experienced the nature of these intelligent computers in his previous life. They seemed to find every conceivable way to exploit you, raising their prices when you were in the direst of straits. Guolang found himself puzzled. What on earth were these intelligent beings doing with their energy points? 2 sets. He gritted his teeth. Hee. Only with investment can there be returns. Xiao Tao chuckled cheerfully. Wise choice, master. Reluctantly accepting 2 sets of black mini visualizers, Guolang donned one himself to test it out. The craftsmanship in the darkness was indeed exquisite. The model of the invisible lenses was reasonable, and the materials were dynamic, capable of subtly adjusting to the movements of one's pupils while also providing a nurturing effect. The functionality was impressive as well, significantly expanding his field of vision, even allowing him to see through several walls to detect the lurking positions of the living dead. The intelligent filtering worked excellently, rapidly switching between thermal sensing mode and reality mode according to his neural demands. It could be said that the item itself was of exceptional quality. After trying it out, Guolang handed the other set to Alice, cautioning, try it on, but remember, do not look towards the armory. You will be detected. Oh, Alice nodded obediently, and after putting it on, she glanced around, her expression one of astonishment. What a marvelous item. Indeed. Xiao Tao chimed in, trying to ingratiate himself. Get lost. Guolang glowered at him, his face dark with displeasure, while Xiao Tao chuckled nervously and scuttled to a corner. Guolang, disinterested in the bothersome intelligence, turned to Alice and said, let us rest for a bit. Tonight, we will use this to observe the movements of the living dead, documenting the areas that have been marked by the biosphere. Also, the mother corpse will secrete residual substances in the biosphere at night, so pay close attention. There is a living dead following her. This detail was crucial for the potential rescue of her mother. The adversary was a professional, and Guolang's bottom line was that they only had one mutated creature, which had not yet matured. If that mother corpse could control more than 10 living dead, he would forcibly withdraw Alice. The mage was a high-status profession. Any mage in the early stages was inherently fragile, as their power required time to accumulate and prepare. Guolang could only gamble that the adversary was not yet ready. Chapter 18. The Offensive, Part 1. Through a night of vigilant observation, Guolang and Alice perceptively discerned that there were 4 strongholds which the undead instinctively avoided. In the latter half of the night, they encountered the undead approaching these 4 areas for the first time. Due to the thermal sensing mode, they could only perceive the shapes and not distinguish any particular features. However, the gait of this undead was markedly different. It retained a semblance of human walking posture. Most significantly, the other undead subconsciously veered away from its path, exhibiting an air of fear. At this juncture, Guolang became genuinely convinced that among the living, there were indeed individuals who had transitioned into necromancers and had even created a mother undead. The silver lining was that no other undead were trailing behind this mother corpse, indicating that it had yet to fully mature, thus sparking a glimmer of hope for their rescue mission. In the initial tier of the terrifying armory, the mother undead was not considered advanced, yet it proved to be immensely useful. Cultivated through a specific process, the mother corpse could control a certain range of undead, and as time progressed, its body could evolve to Tier 3. Coupled with the enhancement of the necromancer's mental prowess, it could potentially command millions of undead. This was one of the foundational reasons why necromancers were among the most formidable races in the early stages. All other races could initially acquire only 1 to 200 inferior bloodline potions from the main deity, implying that even if they unlocked their technology repository in the early stages, their initial troop capacity would be limited to 1 or 200. Although individual combat prowess would undoubtedly surpass that of the current undead, could they truly compete? The opposing force could command millions of undead in a mere span of time, overwhelming any adversary. For other practitioners, unless they could deliver a decisive blow, 100 of them would merely cower in the shadows. If they could eliminate the mother corpse, the main deity would likely bestow generous rewards upon them. Currently, employing a sniper rifle presented a viable opportunity that this would alert the enemy, diminishing their chances of rescuing Alice's mother. "Father, where do you think mother could be?" Alice tugged at Guolang's sleeve, inquiring earnestly. Guolang contemplated for a moment and responded, "There are 4 strongholds we've identified, which indicates that the enemy has 4 zones of observation. However, human biological heat signatures are minuscule, and their hiding spots are quite concealed. The current diagnostic device cannot ascertain the exact numbers, so we must rely on speculation. Then, which location holds a greater probability?" Alice tilted her head, questioning thoughtfully. The 4 strongholds were located in 3 buildings, yet only 2 were elevated. Given international protocols, the higher the status, the higher the office location. Among these, 2 strongholds were situated on lower floors. I surmise that those 2 locations might host some exceptionally skilled elite security personnel who have evaded the initial wave through their agility and awareness. The other 2 are concentrated within a tall building, located on the top floor and 1 level below it. I believe these 2 areas present a higher probability of success. Which floor shall we explore first? First, ascend to the top floor. Generally, the chairman of a conglomerate would not be found in the office building. Most enterprises operate from the highest level. However, this time, you must go alone. I cannot accompany you. Alice gazed at him, her tone tinged with anxiety. "Is Dad not going?" Guolang affectionately ruffled her hair. "Listen to me. There are individuals in that building akin to us, perhaps even stronger. I am uncertain of their true nature, but it is evident that at least one of them possesses the abilities of a mage." "A mage?" Alice's curiosity was piqued, and she inquired, "Is it the kind that wears robes and can cast fireballs?" Guolang rolled his eyes at her words, lamenting the influence of games on her perception. Why must a mage always be clad in robes and throw fireballs? A true fire elementalist has a profound mastery over the transformation of flame energy and the control of its forms, employing methods that are truly extraordinary. It is inconceivable that they would merely lob a linear fireball as depicted in games. Setting aside the question of potency, could that even hit a target? "No robes. No fireballs," Guolang said darkly. "Do you think this is a video game?" The necromancer belongs to the alchemical category, one that produces. Based on yesterday's observations, that mage is likely just advanced and is not yet equipped with sufficient means, having only created a single mother insect zombie, which is not yet fully evolved. Thus far, there is no indication of its ability to control other zombies. The level of threat is actually quite low. As for combat capability, I am uncertain, but typically, a primary mental strength enhanced follower would not engage in battle personally. There is a possibility for advancement. Alice's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "What about me? What can I advance to, Dad?" She looked at Guolang eagerly, only to find him glaring at her with a dark expression. Realizing her mistake, she sheepishly stuck out her tongue. "Oh, please continue." Being just a child, Guolang shook his head and continued. That mage has only just created the mother insect. The raw materials were likely borrowed, which means they would treasure that creation and would not easily allow it to participate in combat. If he is indeed alone. The current threat is minimal. What I fear is whether he has other companions. Other companions? Are they warriors? Or druids? Alice asked with curiosity. Guolang, exasperated, replied, How would I know? And can't you exhibit a bit of common sense? Have you ever played an online game? Are there druids among the undead? Alice timidly tugged at her clothing. I have only seen some videos. One cannot play games until they reach adulthood. Look at the educational achievements of other nations. If only our elementary students possessed such awareness, I would have long since mastered this. Does it really take 4 years to reach diamond rank? What does Dad want me to do? Distract the enemy's attention, Guolang remarked. Initially, when we approached the vicinity of the building, I sensed that the mage was honing their mental fortitude, granting them such extensive perceptive abilities. However, such exertion is quite taxing and cannot be sustained indefinitely. You must infiltrate first. Undoubtedly, their attention will shift to you, relaying your true position to their comrades. Your task is to draw their combat-oriented allies closer to you. And then? Alice tilted her head, seemingly unperturbed by the perilous baiting task, still gazing at Guolang with trust in her eyes. Guolang's heart warmed, and he chuckled. I cannot enter, as the enemy's combat capabilities are uncertain and likely far superior to ours. Thus, we shall employ a sniping strategy, eliminating any assailants who approach you under conditions of surprise. Oh, Alice nodded, her expression conveying understanding. Guolang couldn't help but pinch her cheek, stating earnestly, You must exercise utmost caution. I am unaware if the enemy possesses sniping equipment, so your stealth route must avoid potential sniping positions. Additionally, you must evade the attention of other undead within the building. The enemy likely has highly sensitive personnel capable of stealth, so remain exceedingly vigilant. Moreover, my position is not optimal. The topmost floor is approximately 20 stories higher than the opposing building. Attacking from a lower vantage point increases the margin of error significantly. I will only take action under favorable circumstances. Thus you must rely on yourself for the most part. Understood. Alice nodded solemnly. Guolang sighed, contemplating the absurdity of sending a 5-year-old girl as bait while he remained behind to provide cover. It was indeed a rather unscrupulous plan. On the top floor of the building, Ian, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly paused and slowly opened his eyelids. His pale green irises glimmering with a hint of cold light. It seems yesterday was not merely a figment of my imagination. Oh, Jones, who had been lurking in a corner with an expression of icy detachment, now displayed a flicker of intrigue. Who is it? Remarkably swift. Ian, eyes still shut, sensed. The individual who infiltrated from the square towards the third building is moving at over twice the speed of the undead. Are they akin to us? The burly man beside him expressed excitement, then queried, What could they possibly want here? There are nearly 1,000 undead in this building, and they just waltzed in? They've already reached the third floor. Ian remarked coldly. What? Jones's demeanor shifted, displaying surprise. So quickly? The first 3 floors are home to over 200 undead, and it seems none have detected them. Ian squinted. They should be of a similar ilk to you. After a moment, he inquired, Jones, if it were you, would you be capable of such a feat? I haven't tried. Jones shook his head. Perhaps it is feasible, but certainly not at his speed. This individual possesses remarkable stealth skills and exudes confidence, as evidenced by their velocity. Were I in their position, I would undoubtedly exercise greater caution. He then pondered. Could they be a professional? Impossible. Ian shook his head. The intelligence has informed me that we are among the first players to arrive here. Our Western European Zone 3 and North American East Zone 8 were the initial testing grounds. Even those who began their journey at the same time as us would find it utterly impossible to complete their professional tasks in such a short span. My ascension to a professional is an exception. As a being of the undead, I possess inherent advantages. This time, in the creation of the apocalypse and the successful dissemination of the virus, I depleted the bountiful rewards from the Overlord just to barely acquire the source of the motherworm virus, thus completing the professional task. Others certainly do not share our circumstances. If they could amass such an abundance of energy points in such a brief period, it would undoubtedly cause a significant disturbance, one we could not possibly remain oblivious to. Are you suggesting they are merely ordinary believers? Jones's face lit up with excitement. That means they are formidable. Let me go? Ian, their infiltration surely harbors ill intentions. Furthermore, eliminating other believers yields generous rewards. Indeed, Ian nodded, a cold glint in his eyes. He had no intention of seeking reconciliation. Since they dared to intrude so brazenly, this reward was too tempting to ignore. You will go with Raynor. Ian referred to the burly man beside him. Raynor yawned. Not a chance. I am focused on strength development and lack stealth abilities. Are you sending me to my doom amidst so many living corpses? Ian nodded toward the mother corpse, Fiona. She struggled momentarily, then clasped her hands, her body contracting for a brief moment before expelling a pool of black liquid, slowly advancing towards Raynor. What are you doing? Raynor recoiled in revulsion, taking a few steps back. Apply some of this, and the living corpses will not attack you. What? Raynor suddenly sprang up, exclaiming loudly, I refuse. How disgusting. Why don't you apply it? Tell her not to come closer. If she does, I swear I will twist that precious thing's head off. Ian sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. There's no other choice, is there? The opponent's combat capabilities are unknown. I feel more at ease with the two of you going together. He paused, adopting a more conciliatory tone. The reward for defeating them is substantial. I just inquired with the intelligence, and it stated that it would be equivalent to 3 months' worth of energy collected by our energy tower, in addition to our previous reserves. How about I prioritize you for completing your professional task? Prioritize me. What about Jones? Raynor questioned skeptically. I am indifferent. A little more waiting is inconsequential to me. Jones replied with an air of indifference. Raynor's face revealed a struggle. After much contemplation, he ultimately relented, begrudgingly applying some of the repulsive liquid onto himself. Then gazing at the imposing building across from him. I will crush their bones and skin them to hang their hide on my wall. Let us depart swiftly. We have already reached the 10th floor, and the enemy's objective is likely the living beings on the top floor. Although their intentions remain unclear, we must not allow them to succeed. After uttering these words, for reasons unknown, Ian felt an ominous premonition wash over him, a fleeting sensation that caused him to furrow his brow. After a moment's thought, he ultimately chose not to abandon his caution, continuing, Be careful. Chapter 19, The Assault, Part 2. Your Excellency, it is already the 5th day. As Alice stealthily infiltrated the highest floor of the building, a group of individuals was gathered within a clandestine office. Much like Laura's office, this one was separated from the ordinary office space by a layer of tempered, color-changing glass doors. Among them was a middle-aged man with blonde hair and a corpulent physique. If Laura were present, she would undoubtedly recognize these individuals. The one posing questions was the esteemed chairman of the Jelen Group, Mr. Burgray, while seated in the prominent chair was a stern-looking, brown-haired middle-aged man, Senator Allen. One of the 4 presidential candidates. Similar to Laura's predicament, the provisions of food and water in the office were exceedingly limited. In addition to the 2 men, there were 2 bodyguards of elite military caliber, rendering the situation even more dire than Laura's. The federal military's capabilities were commendable. The likelihood of the suburban military district stabilizing from the chaos of infection was considerably high. Once they reorganized their forces, they would undoubtedly reclaim the city. Indeed, that is my belief as well, Your Excellency, Burgray responded in a tone of agreement. His voice, weakened by the scarcity of food over the past few days, still managed to convey a fa of strength for the sake of the 2 bodyguards. Their dialogue served not only as a means of self-comfort, but primarily as a message to the bodyguards. As professional soldiers, their loyalty was beyond question. However, the current situation was precarious. In the event of an unforeseen danger, Burgray was convinced that the 2 bodyguards would risk their lives to protect the 2 of them. Yet, the uncertainty of the situation loomed large, and at the onset of the disaster, resources in the room had been evenly distributed. Both Burgray and Allen exhibited foresight in this regard. Had they acted selfishly, the bodyguards might have already attempted to seize food days prior. Nevertheless, Burgray noted with growing concern that the gaze of the 2 elite soldiers had shifted in recent days, their intense hunger causing them to furtively glance toward the 2 men. While not overtly conspicuous, certain thoughts had begun to take root, rendering the current state of affairs exceedingly perilous. My visit to your company is public knowledge, and the military high command undoubtedly possesses intelligence on the matter. Once armed forces are organized, they will prioritize our rescue, Allen confidently reassured the group, with Burgray actively supporting his statements, which provided a slight uplift to the bodyguards' morale. Observing the bodyguards' expressions, the 2 men breathed a discreet sigh of relief, managing to maintain their ruse. However, they were acutely aware of the grim reality. This area was densely populated, and the military would likely target it last, potentially resorting to heavy artillery. The chances of anyone being dispatched to search for survivors here were exceedingly slim. While their identities might enhance their prospects, Allen harbored a pessimistic view. If this calamity were national or even global in scale, government institutions would likely be paralyzed. Would the generals, who wielded military power, come to their rescue? He reflected upon the scenario. He himself would certainly not extend aid. Despite this, he clung to the hope of survival, yearning for a miracle. Just as the group was lost in their treacherous thoughts, a sudden knock at the door shattered the silence, and all eyes shot towards the entrance in alarm. Congressman Allen. Could it be the rescue team? The two bodyguards asked nervously. Allen's pupils constricted, and his expression became somewhat agitated. He certainly hoped it was indeed a rescue. Could the military have actually airdropped troops to save him? Yet, he ultimately exercised restraint and gestured for them to remain calm. The group held their breath, anxiously awaiting the outcome. After several knocks, a glinting blade suddenly slid through the crack of the door, blood still dripping from its edge. Witnessing this scene, their hearts raced to their throats, and the two bodyguards drew their guns, pointing them toward the entrance. The opponent's movements were decisive, the blade was flipped, and the door was effortlessly opened. However, the image that met their eyes left them momentarily stunned. A small girl, clad in a sweatshirt, appeared before them. Seemingly no more than 5 or 6 years old, her ponytail swaying as she tilted her head and peered through the glass door. "Mommy, are you there?" What was happening? The people inside were momentarily paralyzed. They had anticipated soldiers, corpses, or perhaps daring survivors scavenging for supplies, but never a little girl. The scene felt utterly bizarre. "Mommy?" The little girl took a couple of steps forward, her expression one of confusion as she continued to inquire. Creak. The glass door, originally opaque from the inside, became transparent as Allen pressed the button to alter its visibility. Upon seeing several men inside, the girl's demeanor shifted to one of gloom, her tone unfriendly as she asked, "Who are you, child?" Allen was the first to regain his composure, swallowing hard as he nervously inquired, "Are there no monsters on this floor?" This question was crucial. Although it was unclear why such a small girl was there, if she could remain unharmed, perhaps the outside world wasn't as perilous as they had feared. Even if they could not break free, as long as this floor was safe, they could search for supplies, even if it was just some water. "Isn't this the manager's office?" Alice did not respond to his question, but coldly posed her own. "This is the chairman's office. The manager's office is on the next floor." Gray quickly replied, also having come to his senses. "The next floor?" Alice's eyes brightened, and she turned to leave. "Child, wait." The group was anxious, yet hesitant to open the glass door. Roar. Just as they were growing restless, a ferocious roar echoed, and Allen's expression changed as he hurriedly pressed the color-changing button, his eyes widening in disbelief at the scene unfolding outside. The little girl with the sword did not even glance back. She merely sidestepped the assault and, with a swift motion, impaled the undead creature against the wooden door. What was going on? The group felt their worldview shatter. Was this a scene from an action movie? Were these undead so feeble? "This is the last one on this floor. Your noise earlier attracted it," Alice said as she turned to leave. "Wait." The glass door swung open abruptly, and Allen and Gray tumbled out in a frantic rush. "I am Congressman Allen Hogg. If you assist me in escaping, I shall ensure a generous reward once I reach safety." Alice paused momentarily, not halting for the promise of reward, but rather because she heard Guolang's voice through her earpiece. "Two individuals are approaching swiftly, and the zombies along the way seem to fear them. Your mother should be on the floor below. They have already reached the 20th floor. You must descend quickly, preferably engaging in combat on the lower levels to avoid endangering your mother." "Understood." Alice turned, revealing a charming, innocent smile. "What reward shall I receive?" Ian inquired about the situation as Jones asked, "How many floors are they currently on?" "They're on the 68th floor, merely 10 levels above you, and they are accompanied by several others. Their objective appears to be the rescue of those on the top floor." "Those on the top floor?" Jones's eyes lit up. "Yes. The top floor houses a government congressman, who is also a candidate for the presidency. He is allied with the chairman, Reg, and possesses political resources. I suspect this is a task from the main deity, intending for him to connect with the native forces and gain the trust of the remnants of the government." "Intriguing." Jones's expression flickered with a hint of a cold smile. Time passed swiftly, yet both parties halted when they were separated by just one floor. Simultaneously, Jones and Rain removed their earpieces. On the floor above, Alice signaled for the others to stop and turned to say, "Hand me your guns, and also the suppressors." Alice's display of formidable strength lent her words significant weight. The bodyguards immediately surrendered their handguns without waiting for the congressman's approval. "What is happening?" Lewin inquired cautiously, his tone filled with respect as Alice's prowess instilled a sense of hope for escape. Yet the prior use of cold weapons against the zombies made him uneasy about the sudden demand for firearms. "A guest has arrived." Alice's expression turned cold as she too removed her earpiece and tucked it into her pocket. On the 67th floor of the Imperial Tower, in this dimension, the forces of night and the undead finally encountered one another for the first time. Chapter 20. Sniping. Is this what my father referred to as the undead tribe? Alice curiously observed Rain, who stood 10 meters away. He possessed the complexion of a Caucasian from the Federation, his muscular frame straining against a simple white tank top. Yet, his movements were fluid and devoid of any clumsiness. One detail nagged at her. Her father had mentioned 2 individuals, but she only saw one. The other must be nearby. Concealed. Alice maintained her composure, internally remaining vigilant. In contrast to Alice, Rain wore a Spartan expression. Is this a joke? From the looks of it, the so-called other believer is this mere child before me? What the hell? Isn't this game restricted to those of mature age? Which deity lacks such integrity as to deceive even a child into this chaos? Although Ian had cautioned him before his arrival, warning of the formidable strength of his opponent, Rain found it difficult to summon any fighting spirit against such a young child. Ugh, how unpleasant! Alice exclaimed, pinching her nose in disgust. What is that smell? And what is that dark substance on your face? Feeling belittled by a mere child, Rain was initially embarrassed. Yet, recalling Jones's plan, he restrained his irritation and replied with a forced smile. This is a new biotechnological advancement that can, to some extent, ward off zombies. As long as it is applied, it can effectively evade the living dead. Is that truly the case? Alan, standing behind, inquired with evident excitement. Indeed, it is true. Who is Alan, you ask? I am the captain of the special forces in the military district, here, to escort you. I am Alan. Alan replied, his expression brightening even further. He tidied his collar, regaining a semblance of his former composure, and spoke with a gentle tone. Thank you for your efforts. It is no trouble at all. It is our duty. Rain grinned in response. However, upon seeing Rain smile, Alan hesitated, sensing something amiss. The smile felt eerily reminiscent of the one living corpses wore when they spotted him. Had he not reacted swiftly to escape, he might have met his demise. In stark contrast, Alice's expression darkened further. Without uttering a word, she drew the handgun provided by her bodyguard and fired without warning. Although she had never handled a gun before, her heightened reflexes endowed her with extraordinary control over her body, allowing her to achieve remarkable accuracy even as a novice. Yet, her opponent reacted with astonishing speed, his massive form evading her shots with surprising agility. In the blink of an eye, he closed the 10-meter gap between them. Furrowing her brow, Alice realized that his explosive power far surpassed that of a living corpse, likely several times greater. From a strength perspective, he was at least significantly stronger than herself. She swiftly switched to her one-handed sword, skillfully maneuvering to evade his advance and using the momentum to spring aside. However, Rain was no living corpse. He did not lose his balance due to Alice's deftness. In an instant, he regained his footing and pursued her relentlessly. Their exchange unfolded rapidly. Yet neither engaged in direct confrontation. Alice consistently relied on her agility to dodge Rain's attacks, but the recoil from her sword each time left her feeling slightly lightheaded. Meanwhile, Rain grew increasingly agitated. His opponent's nimbleness far exceeded his own, allowing her to deflect his strikes effortlessly. The sensation of missing his target was intensely frustrating. And each time she found an opening, she inflicted a wound upon him. In a matter of seconds, nearly 10 cuts marked his body. Clang! In a swift maneuver, Alice utilized the force of her opponent's sweeping arm to propel herself 10 meters away. Upon landing, she remained acutely vigilant of her surroundings, ever wary of another concealed adversary. The strength of the opponent's strikes was formidable. Given her own physical constitution, she could not afford to absorb such blows directly. A single hit could potentially break several bones or even harm her internal organs. Although she had inflicted multiple wounds on him, she was aware that their impact was minimal and might even provoke his ferocity. Additionally, she noted a detail. The initial cuts she had made seemed to have ceased bleeding. Such sharpness. After they had evaded each other, Rain licked the fresh wound on his hand, feeling an unexpected surge of combat spirit. Jones was indeed correct. His opponent was a skilled fighter. Though the confrontation irritated him, he understood the necessity of patience. His movements were measured. Having witnessed Jones' prowess and the terrifying capabilities of the high-agility adherents, he knew that if he were to recklessly attack, he risked exposing himself to a critical strike. Agile fighters, contrary to popular belief, possessed explosive power far exceeding that of strength-based opponents. Their combat style, however, often leaned towards indirect approaches, and their physical endurance was comparatively lacking. Thus, high-explosive attacks required the right opportunity to manifest. His previous encounters with Jones had ended in defeat. He had never emerged victorious, invariably falling prey to a swift, lethal counter. Your wounds heal remarkably fast. What is the reason? Alice inquired, adjusting her breath and speaking directly. Oh, that's due to the effects of biotechnological enhancement, Rain replied with a grin. Having a mage on the team does come with certain perks, doesn't it? A mage? Alice responded, perplexed. The fact that even a mage was unaware hinted at his solitary nature. Rain stretched his limbs, and in the mere span of seconds, his wounds had nearly stopped bleeding. Although he had yet to change classes, the team's necromancer had opened the tech repository, which proved immensely beneficial. For instance, the stone skin spell he had received made his outer skin significantly tougher than that of an average person, even if struck by a bullet. As long as he reacted swiftly to contract the relevant muscles, he could effectively trap the bullet, suffering at most a superficial abrasion. Had Alice not been so quick and wielded such a remarkably sharp sword, she could not have left him with so many wounds. Another factor was the bioculturing fungi, which enhanced his body's natural healing abilities. While it did not yield instantaneous recovery, minor wounds, provided they were not arterial ruptures, could scab over rapidly. Alice's expression turned cold as she raised her hand to shoot again. Rain frowned and sidestepped, swiftly retreating behind a nearby obstacle. You, my dear, display a lack of decorum. One cannot simply resort to violence mid-discourse, he remarked. Alice ignored him, persistently shifting positions to shoot. With her agility, she could quickly adjust her angles after creating distance, compelling Rain to evade her relentless onslaught. Rain discerned that his opponent had seemingly regained her sense of combat. Each time he attempted to close the distance, she adeptly sidestepped his attacks, creating space between them, only to switch to her handgun and resume firing. After several rounds of this exchange, Rain voluntarily retreated 10 meters, raising his hands in surrender. Alice rolled her eyes and continued to aim her weapon, but just as she was about to pull the trigger, a chilling voice resonated from behind her. Cease your actions. The coldness of the voice startled Alice, despite her heightened vigilance. She was oblivious to when the figure had stealthily approached her from behind. With her left hand wielding the gun aimed at Rain, she slowly turned her right hand, which held a sword, towards the source of the voice. To her astonishment, a tall, slender figure cloaked in black had appeared among the group that had been trailing her, brandishing a dagger and holding a pale-faced Alan hostage. Alice's complexion turned ashen, her eyes glinting with icy resolve. Release him, she commanded fiercely. Jones smiled elegantly. What a delightful piece of art you are. How about you lower your weapons, my dear? Alice scoffed with disdain, arching an eyebrow. Do you think I would sacrifice my life for his? Upon hearing this, Jones maintained his serene expression, his smile unwavering, though he tightened his grip on the dagger, a trickle of blood oozing down its blade. Alan, now pallid and stripped of any semblance of authority, found himself gasping for breath as he was throttled, emitting only muffled whimpers. Observing Alice's demeanor, he felt an overwhelming urge to caution the mysterious figure behind him, realizing that he perhaps was not as significant as he once believed. As he regained his composure, a myriad of thoughts coursed through his mind. Upon her arrival, the girl had been searching for someone, presumably her mother, who was likely in the manager's office. Yet, after encountering his group, she bypassed the office entirely, seemingly forgetting her initial objective. Amidst the unfolding scene, a dreadful premonition flickered in Alan's mind. He desperately wished to voice his concerns, but the grip of the mysterious assailant stifled his words, leaving him in a state of anxious struggle. The more he fought, the tighter the hold became, making it increasingly difficult to breathe, his face flushed with exertion. Seeing this, Alice gritted her teeth, her expression radiating genuine urgency. With a tone laced with reluctant compromise, she implored, have that large fellow step back another 20 meters. Jones exchanged a knowing glance with Rain, who responded with a subtle smile, gradually retreating. Alice remained vigilant, slowly crouching down to relinquish her one-handed sword and handgun. Just as she set her weapons aside, a sinister grin crept across Rain's face. Now, shall we converse? Alice raised her hands cautiously. Of course, Jones replied, and in that instant, Rain lunged at Alice with a thunderous crash, the sound echoing the explosive force of his muscles. Yet, Alice was oblivious to the noise, for Rain's speed surpassed even the sound itself. Individuals possessing agility exhibit explosive power comparable to those endowed with strength. However, the latter are equally capable of achieving remarkable speeds. During combat, the agility of the highly nimble manifests in their superior bodily control. Yet, when it comes to the acceleration attained after a buildup of energy, the strength-oriented individual is undoubtedly at least as formidable, if not swifter. At that moment, Rain's burst of speed exceeded his previous capabilities, a hidden potential that had been unveiled. Ian had previously subjected him to biological enhancements, allowing him to unleash double his usual strength at critical moments, albeit at the cost of subsequent weakness. In certain circumstances, such an abrupt surge could significantly alter the tide of battle. As Rain executed his move, Jones's expression gradually morphed into a cold smirk, oblivious to the fact that Alice, crouched with her hands raised, wore a similar expression of icy amusement. In the instant Rain lunged, Alice discerned his actions clearly through Jones's gaze. A flicker of purple light ignited in her eyes as she swiftly crouched, drawing forth the dagger gifted to her by Guolang. She deftly evaded Rain's assault, her left hand pivoting the dagger to slice through the artery in Rain's neck with lightning speed. Utilizing his momentum, she thrust the blade deep into flesh, nearly severing his head. Although Rain instinctively attempted to evade, he was caught off guard by Alice's sudden surge of speed. Both individuals simultaneously recognized the treachery at play. Rain stood rigidly, blood gushing from his severed artery like a fountain, his robust physique allowing him to endure several times the normal volume of blood. He pressed firmly against his wound, but the grievous injury was far beyond what mere hands could contain. Within moments, the ground was drenched in his blood, and his body grew increasingly stiff, convulsing uncontrollably. Jones, pale and shaken, began to grasp the gravity of his situation. The hostage he had seized was of no consequence. His and Ian's deductions had been utterly erroneous. If Alice was not there for the politician, then what was her true aim? A chilling thought crossed Jones's mind. Was her intent aligned with theirs, to eliminate the cultist for the associated rewards? As this realization struck, a frigid dread enveloped him. He gazed at Alice's petite form and her frigid demeanor, terror etched across his face. Just as he contemplated his next move, a sudden explosion echoed. His body froze in place, oblivious to the sound of shattering glass, for in the fleeting second before the noise reached the ears of those present, both he and the politician known as Alan found their heads burst open like ripe melons. The cacophony of shattered glass drew the attention of the reanimated corpses below. Alice's expression shifted. She swiftly approached Rain, delivering a final blow to his twitching form. With a quick motion, she wiped the dark liquid from his face and nimbly darted towards the staircase, swiftly vanishing from sight. The remaining three were momentarily stunned, failing to grasp the situation. It was only when they heard the intense footsteps and the savage roars from the staircase that they realized something was amiss. By the time they attempted to flee, it was already too late. They were swiftly overwhelmed by the approaching undead. Meanwhile, in the distance, Guolang abruptly rose to his feet, slapping his thigh in exclamation. By the heavens, this sniper rifle is remarkably powerful. The craftsmanship of the knight is indeed commendable. Even a new weapon without rune enhancements is this formidable. It seems to possess its merits after all. On the other side, Ian stood trembling at the top of the building, his face ashen, betraying an expression of disbelief. From afar, he sensed the lifeless bodies of his teammates through his mental faculties, a chilling sensation gripping his heart. After a considerable pause, he turned his gaze toward Guolang's direction, his countenance stripped of its initial nobility and grace, replaced instead by a visage of ghastly ferocity. I have memorized your scent. Chapter 21, Mother and Daughter Reunited. Ding. Congratulations to the host for eliminating an enemy cultist, earning 500 energy points as a divine reward, along with an honor medal of the night, 2 complimentary initial technologies from the tech tree, a seed for the construction of a level 1 moon well, and 20 sets of basic archer gear for the war hall, as well as 5 sets of hunter gear for women. Ding. What the hell? Guolang exclaimed, rolling his eyes. Can you please refrain from being cute when there's nothing wrong? And by the way, it was 2 cultists, not just one. What happened to the other one? Did you devour them? The other cultist was not eliminated by the host. In fact, the host did not even assist in the kill. The entire process was independently completed by the subordinate cultist, Alice. Hence, according to intelligent assessment, Alice receives 50% of the energy points, while you, as the main cultist, obtain a 20% commission, with the remaining 30% going to the intelligence. What? Guolang rose with a scowl. There must be limits to your deceit. The interest on credit is high enough, and now you're outright robbing my energy points? Do you truly believe I cannot do anything about it? I will apply to switch intelligences when I return. Your master, can you truly bear to abandon your adorable little Peach? Guolang replied with a chuckle. Master. Little Peach looked at Guolang, her smile turning anxious. We need upgrades too. We must generate income. Every intelligence operates this way. And others are even more unscrupulous than I am. I assure you, Little Peach is one of the more honest intelligences. I want T-Switch. Let us see how it goes. It is a certainty. Just look at those rewards to understand. As your collaborative communicator with the higher-ups, I have diligently sought benefits for you. Switching to another intelligence will certainly not yield such favorable rewards. The value of these rewards is exceptionally high. This was indeed true. Upon hearing this, Guolang's anger subsided somewhat. The rewards were indeed generous, especially for beginners, representing high-quality incentives. First and foremost was the honor medal. Accumulating these could be exchanged for numerous valuable items later on, even unlocking the hero altar, which required a sufficient number of medals. Additionally, The moon wells served as an essential base structure in the early stages. The Night Elves represent a unique branch of the elven lineage, placing great emphasis on the essence of land transformation and energy absorption. Their primary approach revolves around nurturing the vitality of the land, engaging in cultivation before reaping the rewards. This stands in stark contrast to the destructive races such as the undead, the void, and the chaotic, which leads to a relatively high affinity of the Gaia consciousness across all planets towards the elven lineage. At the very least, there is no significant opposition. The initial challenges faced by the elven lineage in their development stem from this very reason. After establishing their strongholds, they share the planetary energy with Gaia, albeit with an initial investment. For instance, the moon wells of the Night Elves are invaluable structures, containing waters imbued with the essence of life, enhancing the land's intrinsic vitality and enabling the surrounding flora to undergo temporary evolution. As the plants evolve, their photosynthetic capabilities strengthen, providing an abundance of energy to the world, subsequently leading to the evolution of nearby creatures and the gradual reinforcement of the local ecosystem. In this manner, the Night Elves can create living wood from the evolved trees, awakening the flora and artificially enhancing the ecosystem, thus nourishing the land further. With the land enriched and the essence strengthened, the energy provided increases significantly, giving life to the waters. This, indeed, is the righteous path. The destructive races, employing a method akin to killing the chicken for the egg, are not worthy of commendation. However, such an approach does have its merits, particularly in the rapid accumulation of resources, allowing for swifter development compared to the gradual methods of the elven lineage, thus maintaining the initiative during conflicts. The difficulty in the elven lineage's development primarily arises from their considerable restrictions in the early stages. One might argue that requiring an initial investment without directly providing resources to us, the faithful, is unreasonable. The moon wells, being purely investment structures, necessitate that the faithful themselves earn the energy points to construct them. Who wouldn't be frustrated by that? Moreover, these structures are exceedingly expensive, with the level 1 moon, while costing 4,000 energy points to construct. Were it not for this recent endeavor to eliminate the faithful, Guolang would have spent an eternity collecting enough resources to build a single moon well, relying solely on the 5 small elves generously provided by the base's life tree. This was initially why Guolang hesitated to choose the elven lineage. It seemed like a complete trap. However, the situation has improved as rewards have been granted, saving considerable effort. Guolang pondered for a moment before inquiring, did the 5 sets of hunter gear include the Moonblade Leopard? The Moonblade Leopard is a crucial strategic asset. Mounts have always been highly valued across various races, especially the carnivorous mounts of the Night Elves. Each race possesses its own means of transportation, yet in many scenarios, mounts prove more advantageous due to their superior adaptability to complex terrains and their enhanced explosive power. The speed of a basic Moon Leopard rivals that of a 20-horsepower sports car, and it also possesses combat support capabilities. In his previous life, Guolang, as a bronze-level devotee, could hardly dream of assembling a cavalry, let alone owning a decent mount. It was indeed a lamentable history. Xiao Tao paused momentarily, then regarded Guolang with suspicion. Master, sometimes I feel that you do not resemble a novice. You seem to be quite knowledgeable about many matters. Upon hearing the words, Guolang's body stiffened, a cold bead of sweat trickling down. In his previous life, he had only reached the bronze level and was not entirely familiar with the operational mechanisms of artificial intelligence. However, from the perspective of everyone around, AI appeared to be an intimate ally, capable of securing the utmost benefits for its users and the priests of the main deity. Even when sacrifices threatened to consume one's interests, the AI steadfastly stood by one's side, proving to be immensely reliable. But could it truly be so infallible? Guolang, accustomed to collaborating with AI, had an instinctive trust in it. Yet, one must remember that this entity was crafted by an organization. While it assisted the faithful, did it also possess surveillance capabilities? This remained a mystery. Given his unusual behavior, he feared that the priests might take notice and subject him to scrutiny. Reflecting on this, Guolang casually remarked, I have seen your discussions on the history of the Dark Knight and the introductions to various races. Your explanations were quite detailed. As an avid gamer, I pay close attention to such intricate details. Oh, Xiao Tao seemed convinced by his words, and then explained. The Moon Leopard is standard for female hunters. However, it must be paired with its master from a young age to optimize its combat capabilities. Thus, it is best to keep it in a state of spatial stasis until the master finds a suitable candidate for enhancement. Is that so? Guolang feigned newfound understanding, then adopted a somewhat disgruntled expression. For now, I shall take your word for it. You must perform well and refrain from attempting to exploit me. Xiao Tao, flustered, replied. I am not exploiting you. This is a normal commission. I am being quite reasonable. If you doubt me, you can ask other believers about their charges for AI services. All right. I believe you. Is that satisfactory? Wu Lang resignedly spread his hands and cast a concerned glance at the towering edifice of Alice. I hope she can be rescued safely. Although he had successfully eliminated the two believers and no others had emerged from the building, he surmised that the mage likely had only two companions. Wu Lang was not particularly worried about the mage. While necromancers were notoriously powerful, their strength was accrued over time. Presently, it seemed the opponent was merely a novice who had just leveled up, with combat abilities far inferior to those of the basic strength and agility believers. As for the mother corpse, Wu Lang felt even less apprehensive. That creature was likely the mage's sole trump card, which he would cherish and guard. Too cautious to risk exposing it now. However, the recent sniper fire might have alerted the lower-tier undead below, and Wu Lang was unsure how long Alice would need to ensure a safe withdrawal. Simultaneously, Laura sat in her office, astonished by the sound of knocking at the door. There were only 2 portions of food left on her desk. Each day she adhered to the minimal sustenance regimen, trying to prolong her survival in hopes of rescue. Yet, how could someone as astute as she be oblivious to the slimness of that hope? Nevertheless, she persevered, fully aware that, without knowledge of her daughter's fate, she must cling to life. The profound thirst left her questioning the reality of her own perceptions. Laura, appearing haggard, struggled to reach the glass door and pressed her ear against it, listening intently. A series of knocks echoed through the air, causing her entire body to stiffen. This familiar sound of knocking was etched vividly in her memory. In her previous jobs, she often brought her child to the office during hectic times, allowing other employees to keep her company. However, her child had always been particularly attached to her and would sometimes run to her office to knock on the door when unable to stay put. As she was not always present, she never opened the door directly. Instead, she would gently knock with a half-formed fist. The rhythm of the knocks distinctly memorable, 2 light taps followed by a slightly heavier final thud, as she would instinctively tighten her fist for that last knock, creating a deeper, duller sound. It was unmistakable. Only her daughter, with her quirky personality, would produce such a familiar sequence of knocks. Overwhelmed with excitement, Laura trembled, almost without thought. She pressed the button to open the glass door. Once it slid open, she hurriedly scurried towards the wooden office door. Outside, Alice knocked anxiously, her demeanor tense. She had always refrained from opening doors herself. Once, she had done so, only to find an empty room with merely a desk and vacant chairs. As a small child, losing the whereabouts of her mother had left her feeling hollow, a sensation that was deeply unsettling. Her mother had assured her that she was in the office. Yet the reality was starkly different. The fear of experiencing that crushing disappointment again, the hope of finding something behind the door, only to discover nothing, had deterred her from opening doors since. This time, she had no doubt that her mother was on one of the 2 floors above. Even if the lower one was empty, there was a semblance of safety in the upper level. Resolutely, she pried the door open with a knife, but trepidation gripped her. She feared that opening it would reveal a host of unfamiliar men or, worse, an empty space akin to that first time. For the first time, she believed in the existence of divine intervention and began to pray earnestly. Fortune smiled upon her. As she closed her eyes in prayer, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Her keen senses recognized them as her mother's. Then, the door swung open. When it did, Alice squinted slightly, though the light within was not blinding. It felt almost as if a miraculous radiance enveloped her. In the vast expanse of the 4 towering buildings and the multitude of nearly 10,000 employees, only a handful had survived. Amidst this seemingly insurmountable despair, she finally beheld the scene for which she had fervently prayed. Laura, clad in her usual professional attire, although pale and weary, retained her beauty and allure. As she opened the door, her eyes widened in astonishment at the miraculous sight before her. Alice's clothing, tattered from the struggle and smeared with blood and dust, painted a stark contrast. Her face was dirty, and her hands were stained with an unknown dark substance, rendering her appearance disheveled beyond recognition. At first glance, it resembled a grotesque, mutated corpse, yet Laura unhesitatingly embraced Alice, holding her tightly in her arms. Regardless of whether it was a living dead or not, this entity was, after all, the most precious gift from God. Ah, the familiar sound of crying resonated once more. After several days, the once remarkably composed Alice, adept at swiftly devising strategies against formidable foes and unflinchingly using unfamiliar individuals as bait, had transformed back into a semblance of her childhood innocence. Chapter 22, The Return Plan, Part 1. Daddy, are we going back to the villa next? Alice nestled against Laura in the car, her voice sweetly inquiring, blissfully unaware of the slight awkwardness reflected on her mother's face. The conclusion of events had revealed to her that the mysterious man was indeed the one who altered her daughter's fate. The truth of his identity had been clarified. He was not the second son of the Wong family, with whom she had been set up for an introduction. Yet, her daughter adamantly refused to amend her words, leading to an uncomfortable situation for both parties. For Guolang, the predicament was intricate. Truth be told, an alluring woman like Laura exerted a more potent allure than the delicate types he was accustomed to. However, with Alice's presence, any misstep on his part would firmly cement his role as a father, embracing the true weight of responsibility. The thought of returning home only to have his parents discover that he had befriended a foreigner with a daughter was enough to send shivers down his spine. Laura, on the other hand, felt merely awkward. Her maturity afforded her a different perspective on charm. At her age, she harbored little interest in seducing youthful men. Instead, she preferred those who possessed a sense of masculinity and maturity. Although she held gratitude for the enigmatic young man before her, she could not deny that there was no spark, especially considering his action of placing her daughter in peril while he remained at a distance. Firing shots, a behavior that struck her as decidedly unsavory, unworthy of trust. I recall that after I sniped that individual, I shattered some glass. There should have been a throng of living dead drawn to the scene. How did you emerge so swiftly? The towering figure exhibited a visage marred by a blackish liquid, which, while repulsive, instilled fear in the undead. My mother and I applied a bit of it, and then fled, Alice explained. Guolang's eyes brightened at her words. And the liquid? What became of it? Given its revolting nature, we naturally wiped it off after escaping. Alice responded matter-of-factly. Guolang felt a wave of discouragement wash over him. He should have anticipated this outcome. The combatants arriving with the mother corpse would undoubtedly have coated themselves in its vile excretions. Had he thought to advise Alice to collect some for future experimentation, it might have led to the development of advanced weaponry. Regrettably, such an opportunity may not present itself again. What should I call you, sir? Laura inquired after a moment's consideration. My surname is Gua. You may call me Xiao Gua, he replied. I am profoundly grateful for your kindness towards Alice and me. I shall never forget it. Please, it is nothing. Alice and I share a remarkable rapport, and this child possesses exceptional qualities. Guolang furrowed his brows. Despite the gratitude evident in the other party's tone, he could distinctly perceive a sense of aloofness. Where are we headed now? Is it back to the villa as Alice suggested? I heard you prepared ample supplies there. Laura inquired further. Yes, for the time being, that is the plan. However, we have dallied longer than anticipated and may not leave the city before nightfall. When we arrived, we noticed a military outpost in the noble district. I intend to settle there for the night, Guolang replied. A military outpost? Laura's face brightened at the mention. Guolang observed through the rearview mirror that Laura's expression grew more troubled. It was evident that this woman was wary of him, eager to distance herself. Her reaction to the mention of the military outpost was particularly intense, prompting Guolang to feel a sense of vigilance. He had invested significantly in Alice, and no one, not even her mother, could take her away from him. I advise you not to harbor excessive hopes regarding the military, he cautioned. How so? A fleeting glimmer of wariness crossed Laura's eyes, but she quickly masked it with a smile. Guolang, sensitive to her subtle apprehension, internally cursed her ingratitude. Nevertheless, in Alice's presence, he refrained from overtly confronting her and instead spoke earnestly. The current government system is nearly paralyzed. When Alice went to rescue you, she encountered a congressman named Allen. You must have heard of him. Laura paused, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. The presidential candidate? Oh, right. I remember the secretary mentioned that the chairman and Congressman Allen would be coming for an inspection this afternoon. Astute as she was, she immediately grasped the implications of his words. Congressman Allen possessed formidable political backing and was a strong contender in the presidential race. If the government were still functional, the military would undoubtedly have been the first to respond. Yet, the reality was that while the military had organized its forces, it had not deployed airborne troops for rescue, but had instead established a perimeter outpost. This made everything clear. They were stockpiling their strength. In a situation where the government was incapacitated, the military leaders would not recklessly expend resources to rescue former high-ranking officials. But the question arose, what would happen if all district leaders adopted this mentality? As this thought crossed her mind, Laura felt a chill run through her. When military power is no longer restrained, will the army still function as it once did? The answer was undoubtedly negative. Such a military would surely corrupt. In a world where human integrity falters, could she and her mother truly find security in such an environment? Then why would you choose to approach the outpost? Laura asked, puzzled. A shrewd woman indeed. Guolang let out a quiet sigh. realizing that dealing with such individuals required sincerity rather than pretense. After contemplating, he earnestly stated, "The military has not transformed excessively. The leaders of the military district are still in a testing phase, making it relatively safe. I merely intend to stay for one night. This should pose no significant issue. Afterwards, I will choose a secure location to assess the situation." He paused briefly before adding, "You have witnessed Alice's peculiar condition. If the higher-ups in the military take notice, can you imagine the consequences?" Laura's face paled at his words, and she forced herself to remain calm, her tone growing somewhat frosty. "Then, Mr. Gua, how do you plan to arrange our situation?" It was evident that she was someone who could easily sever ties. Guolang felt a surge of irritation, but compelled himself to maintain a composed demeanor. "You may accompany me for now. If you find me unreliable when the time comes, I will not hinder your departure with Alice." Laura was taken aback. His assurance was sincere and, from a negotiation perspective, quite accommodating. In contrast, her own position appeared somewhat petty, leading her to feel a tinge of embarrassment. However, for the sake of her daughter, she resolved to act with humility. "Thank you immensely for everything you have done for my daughter and me. I hope Mr. Guo remembers your promise today." "Indeed, as a person of my heritage, I am steadfast in my word," Guolang replied with a righteous expression. However, his inner thoughts were filled with malice. "If you dare take Alice away, I shall confine you to the basement, dress you in garments meant for the Yamato people, and subject you to daily torment 100 times over." Alice remained cautiously nestled in Laura's embrace, silent as she sensed the tension between her parents. "Captain, look, that vehicle from yesterday has entered the city." At the outskirts, the stronghold that Guo Lang and his companions had previously passed was once again tracking them, coincidentally manned by the same sniper from that day. "Are you sure?" "It just so happens that the lieutenant is also here," the sniper remarked. "Of course, I won't forget that ostentatious off-road vehicle." The lieutenant furrowed his brow. "Are you suggesting someone drove from outside the city, stayed overnight, and then emerged unscathed?" Though it seemed unbelievable, that was indeed the case. The sniper adjusted the focus and confidently stated, "The person in that car is indeed the one from yesterday." Just as he planned to elaborate, he suddenly noticed the driver casting a glance in his direction. This eerie and chilling scene almost compelled him to pull the trigger. It was important to note that the individual was still several kilometers away, and he was positioned above. How could they see him? "What's wrong, David?" The lieutenant perceptively sensed his comrade's unease. "It seems like they're looking at me," David stammered in response. "Nonsense." The lieutenant shot him a disbelieving look. "We're separated by several kilometers. Even a professional with keen eyesight couldn't see that far." "He truly saw me. He is gesturing." "What gesture?" The captain's expression turned grave. If David spoke the truth, then the identity of this group was indeed noteworthy. To traverse the densely populated city and emerge unscathed, while also noticing their presence from such a distance, indicated they were no ordinary individuals. It was imperative to remember that their establishment of this stronghold and the capture of the industrial building, housing fewer than 300 souls, had consumed an entire day and night, costing the lives of dozens of warriors. Originally, their company comprised 120 soldiers, including standard medical personnel and logistics support. But now fewer than 60 remained. This was merely the periphery. How many living dead lurked within the city? The densely populated areas often housed thousands of employees in a single building, with gatherings of tens of thousands in various locales. The number of these living dead was likely multiplied several times over. He initially estimated that to open a path in the city center, one would require no less than 3 divisions. Otherwise, it was a futile endeavor. Of course, employing missile units for sheer destruction would be far simpler. But the cost would be exorbitant, complicating any potential reconstruction, and thus, the survivors in the city center would have to be forsaken. "They want to come in." The captain remained silent for a prolonged moment, contemplating the risks and rewards. The current situation was ambiguous, and the enemy's circumstances were peculiar. Recklessly allowing them entry introduced too many uncertainties. Yet, their mission was to safeguard the evacuation of civilians. Although no civilians had been encountered in all these days, the soldiers remained committed to their orders, even neglecting their own families, whose fates remained unknown. If they were to deny this group's request, what would be the purpose of their presence here? David turned to his superior, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. "Perhaps we should let them in? It would allow us to ascertain the situation in the city center. Remaining in this forsaken place indefinitely is hardly tenable. Those above us ordered us to stay here for specific reasons. As soldiers, our duty is to obey and to suppress any emotional responses." He glanced towards the direction of the off-road vehicle and sighed. "Let a team assist them in entering. It is indeed prudent to understand the circumstances in the city center, especially if higher-ups were to command us to reclaim it." Chapter 23, The Return Plan, Part 2, Greetings. I am Captain Tiger Thomas of the 2nd Company, Special Infantry Battalion. Northern Command. Thomas executed a precise military salute, his demeanor solemn as he addressed Guo Lang. We are in a critical period. Please disclose your origins, Westerner. Having frequently stationed at border defenses, he was particularly attuned to outsiders. The roles are reversed. Guo Lang felt a sense of incongruity regarding the portrayal of the eastern part of this planet as predominantly Caucasian. However, judging by the other's vigilant demeanor, the national conditions appeared to be quite similar to those on his side, with seemingly amicable relations with the East Asians. Laura, standing behind, remained silent. Her curiosity piqued about Guo Lang's identity. The transformation of her daughter was striking. What was the true origin of this enigmatic man? Hello. Guo Lang returned the salute with precision. I am Guo Lang, captain of the Special Technology Protection Team of the Republic of Hongying's Military Supply Department. I have come here on a special mission. Indeed. The other party wore an expression of resigned understanding and, with a stern countenance, inquired, So, Your Excellency, what connection does this grave crisis have with your nation? Guo Lang, equally unyielding and with a somber demeanor, met the gaze of his interlocutor. His tone tinged with agitation. According to intelligence, the source of this virus is linked to the cancer medication disseminated by your esteemed Xingyuan group. Not only has your federation suffered devastating losses, but our republic has also been severely impacted, with preliminary estimates of casualties exceeding 1 billion. This heinous act against humanity must be borne by your federation, would it not? Thomas momentarily faltered, a hint of unease prompting him to avert his gaze from Guo Lang. For their own intelligence had also tentatively identified Xingyuan group as the origin. If this were indeed the case, the calamity befalling the entire planet would rest upon the shoulders of the Federation, marking them as bearers of this historical guilt. Not only Thomas, but the soldiers behind him also bowed their heads in silence. The accusations levied were unequivocally valid. Although they were not directly responsible, such a grave infraction necessitated collective accountability. We will investigate the specifics thoroughly. For now, please elucidate your intentions. Thomas finally redirected the conversation after a prolonged silence. Our research department is currently engaged in the study of a biological cell that significantly enhances fundamental human traits and holds promise for unlocking genetic potential, potentially extending human lifespan. This proposition was initially introduced by a professor from your Federation's Aoben Sinuo group, who, lacking support in his own country, ultimately joined our Hongying nation. His paper received endorsement from high-ranking officials, and this research has achieved a breakthrough. We intended to discuss collaboration with your esteemed Senator Allen, seeking to procure some of your advanced equipment, which is typically restricted from our nation, yet we did not anticipate encountering such circumstances. Senator Allen? Thomas furrowed his brow. This individual was quite renowned in the Federation, with considerable support for his candidacy in the upcoming presidential election. It was surprising to learn of such collaboration with Hongying. While the venture sounded impressive, Thomas still harbored suspicions and pressed further. But I understand you entered the city after the disaster. We received intelligence that Senator Allen was trapped in the upper floors of the Imperial Building at the city center, and I was summoned for a rescue mission, regrettably. The attempt was unsuccessful. A rescue? For just one person? Your border defenses remain operational, and our own affairs are not yet resolved. It is impossible to deploy distant military forces. Would you not consider contacting our military? Guo Lang retorted with a cold laugh. You entered from outside the city. Did you not? Why did you not seek military assistance? You presume correctly, yet how can you be certain I did not request support from your military? What do you mean? Thomas's expression darkened. He began to sense the implications of Guo Lang's words, an inexplicable anxiety creeping into his heart. I mean to say, I sought assistance from your military at the very outset, but it appears your high command had no intention of mounting a rescue. Thus, I was left with no choice but to take matters into my own hands. You speak nonsense, Thomas exclaimed, agitated as he stepped forward to grasp Guo Lang by the collar, while those around them regarded Guo Lang with expressions of indignation. Guo Lang extended his right hand. Yet he did not intervene in Thomas's coarse actions. Instead, he gently pressed down on the nearby Alice, turning to her with a reassuring smile. Following the direction of Guo Lang's gaze, Thomas was taken aback upon spotting Alice. When had this girl arrived? The others, too, began to notice her presence. Their hearts filled with astonishment. Were there not 3 of them just moments ago? Had this little girl been there all along? I heard you were assigned to the Northern Command. The Special Forces unit, right? Guo Lang's timely words pulled everyone back to the present. He wished to keep Alice, as a secret weapon, from drawing too much attention. Thomas, successfully redirected by Guo Lang, displayed a look of confusion. So, you are under the direct control of the command, correct? You should be able to contact high-ranking officers. right? If what I say is true, you will find out with just a call, 1TU. Thomas froze momentarily, glaring sharply at Guolang, who remained confident, seemingly devoid of deceit. As he had stated, he could clarify everything with a single phone call. Although ordinary communications had failed, military channels were still operational. The growing panic within him intensified at the thought. If what Guolang asserted was indeed accurate, he turned to his comrades, noticing their anxious expressions directed at him, which only fueled his fear of the impending truth. After a prolonged silence, the sniper timidly inquired, "Boss, I'll go make contact. You all keep an eye on them." Aware he could not evade the situation, Thomas reluctantly chose to confront it. The surrounding atmosphere fell into a suffocating silence, intensifying his trepidation and anticipation as he hastily retreated. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was on Thomas, Guolang discreetly gestured to Alice with his right hand concealed behind him. Upon noticing the signal, Alice silently moved a few steps. Yet, in those mere strides, she seemed to slip into a blind spot among the group, and once again, guided by their emotions, they lost sight of her. At the back of the group, Laura felt a weight in her heart. What was this man truly up to? She had already heard her daughter recount the events, how she had encountered Congressman Allen purely by coincidence, even utilizing him as bait. This implied that everything Guolang had said was mere fabrication. To concoct such an elaborate lie in such a short span demonstrated not only his quick wit, but also his remarkable storytelling prowess. From the perspective of a human resources executive, Guolang's negotiation skills were commendable. He maintained control throughout the exchange, rendering the opposition mostly passive. This individual was far from ordinary. Meanwhile, as the protagonist, Guolang entered a state of preparation. If the outcome did not align with his expectations, according to the narrative, actions would be taken against him, the outsider who had sown discord. The adversaries were armed with formidable weapons that posed a significant threat to him. He had to neutralize everyone swiftly within this confined passage. From a numerical perspective, the success rate of my collaboration with Alice reaches an impressive 90%. As for the reason behind my fabrication, I have become enamored with this particular troop. Through intelligent analysis, I have scrutinized the fundamental attributes of this group, discovering that they possess exceptional qualities within the realm of ordinary individuals. As a specialized force in the border regions, their combat awareness and physical prowess rank among the finest in the Federation, qualities that I currently find indispensable. Unlike the motley crew of the undead, my faction relies on the local populace. To return to our original realm in an alternate dimension, it is imperative to establish a primary base for our kin and open spatial connection points, thereby facilitating a fundamental orientation between the two dimensions. This task is essential for every individual upon entering a new dimension, as it enables a timely return to the previous realm. The construction of these spatial points is embodied in the main bases of various races, such as the energy towers of the undead, the sanctuaries of humanity, and the fortresses of the beast folk. Their primary function, aside from harnessing the planet's energy, is to establish these crucial spatial points, underscoring the immense significance of such bases. As your inaugural colonial outpost, the location of the base is of paramount importance, necessitating safety, strategic advantage, and an abundance of resources. However, even if one were to identify such a location independently, operational challenges would arise. For instance, several of the sites that I, Guolang, have my eye on are infested with numerous wandering corpses, requiring thorough clearance. After establishing the base, I would also need basic troops to safeguard it. Thus, my greatest asset lies in the 200 bottles of substandard potions, representing my initial batch for my troops. Only by cultivating a military force can I establish a base. This strategy is a fundamental first step for all races, save for the undead and the void dwellers. But where shall I source my troops? It is implausible for Guolang to roam the streets in search of refugees. In typical narrative arcs, one might rescue a plethora of vulnerable women from a school, subsequently leading them to form a formidable legion of fierce women. To Guolang, such notions are utterly absurd. Those delicate beauties, under the protagonist's tutelage, swiftly transform into empowered figures, conquering the world and indulging in a life of harem bliss. Such absurdities have indeed been enacted in a previous life, and admittedly, I too have partaken in similar folly. However, the outcomes seldom align with expectations. Women, inherently more fragile, face significantly diminished survival probabilities in their early stages. Consider, for instance, the alluring teachers and students within a school setting. Can they truly muster combat effectiveness in a short span? In my past life, I encountered such delicate beauties. Aside from the initial gratitude that provided me with some fleeting enjoyment, they soon became a source of increasing annoyance, often lamenting this and that. Their obedience was notably lacking. And when I resorted to more iron-fisted methods, I was met with betrayal, resulting in the squandered potential of my most critical resources. Reflecting on it now, I realize how naive I was. Establishing a harem is no simple endeavor. The absurdity of certain novels can lead to dire consequences. The harsh reality is that not everyone possesses the innate talent of individuals like Alice. The majority are just ordinary people. In circumstances where most are merely average, the military emerges as the most optimal choice. They inherently possess a combat awareness and instinct, coupled with physical capabilities that far exceed those of the average individual. Moreover, their ingrained obedience and loyalty, cultivated by military training, are unparalleled by any female battalion. Guolang, having been granted a second chance at life, would naturally avoid the foolish mistakes of his past. Thus, his initial plan was to enlist in the military. These lower-ranking soldiers, steadfastly adhering to their duties, continue to execute orders even amidst the uncertainty surrounding their family's fates. This moment remains untainted. With a slight nudge from him, he could redirect their loyalty, presenting a significant opportunity to cultivate a well-trained cadre of subordinates early on. Subsequently, clearing out strongholds would become considerably more manageable. The breakthrough point lies in unveiling the grotesque faces of the military hierarchy, causing their faith to shatter and subsequently allowing for its reconstruction. Watching Thomas depart, Guolang silently prayed that the higher-ups in the military would not disappoint him. Chapter 24. A Promising Beginning. Hello, I am Thomas, the second platoon leader of the Special Operations Battalion. Please connect me to the battalion commander. The Special Operations Battalion is distinct from ordinary units. Every soldier here is akin to a king among warriors. At the Northern Command, this battalion operates directly under the commander's authority. Although their ranks may not be high, their standing is exceedingly elevated. After a moment, a deep voice echoed through the phone. Thomas? What is it? Hearing this familiar voice brought Thomas a measure of reassurance. He pondered briefly before altering his approach. We have received a distress signal. Former presidential candidate Congressman Allen is trapped on the top floor of the Imperial Tower in the city center. I request airborne support from the military district to assist in the rescue. Congressman Allen? Are you certain? The battalion commander's voice held a hint of skepticism. However, Thomas keenly detected that the other party did not seem particularly surprised, sending a chill down his spine. He decided to probe further. I am absolutely certain. I request military district support. We are ready to assist in the rescue at any moment. Calm down, Thomas. I am aware of the situation you described, but the circumstances within the military district are complex, and it is unlikely that we can arrange airborne support in the short term. You are to remain on standby and may not take the initiative to lead a rescue without further orders from above. Do you understand? Why not? The chaos in the military has been resolved. Most equipment is operational. Aside from the nuclear weapons that require codes and large missiles, basic combat aircraft are available. Thomas. The other party interjected sharply, interrupting him. You are a soldier, and a soldier's duty is to obey. Must every directive be explained to you? Yet, Thomas was about to respond when he was cut off once more. There are no buts. Execute the order and remain on standby. Bang. After the abrupt disconnection, Thomas found himself in a state of bewilderment, still clutching the communicator. Eventually, he sank to the ground, utterly drained of energy, unable to muster the strength to explain to his comrades how he would convey the higher-ups' intentions. Is it reasonable to demand that vital political figures of the nation be left to their fate? At this juncture, if one cannot decipher the intentions of the military high command, then they have truly lived in vain. Many of these individuals, whose families remain uncertain in their survival, continue to wield arms and execute orders. For what purpose? Is it merely for the selfish interests of those in power? They fight for their country, and for the honor that adorns their chests. From the very beginning, doubt had crept into his mind. Although the military is currently unable to deploy large-scale missiles, the mechanized equipment and the combat capabilities of the federal forces are not devoid of the strength to reclaim cities. Yet, the actions across all military districts appear exceedingly peculiar. They first commanded their troops to seize oil fields, gold mines, and various energy resources, even bolstering the defenses of military bases and enhancing agricultural capabilities, while also cultivating some barren lands. However, progress in the reclamation of cities has been painfully slow. The reasoning, of course, is the lack of clear intelligence and the imperative to preserve their precious combat strength, all in the name of protecting civilians to the greatest extent possible. Yet, in his view, the sooner cities are reclaimed, the sooner survivors can be safeguarded. The duty of a soldier is to obey, but that is predicated on loyalty to the nation. If their endeavors are merely to serve the selfish whims of the elite, then why should they sacrifice their lives? Why not use their weapons to save their own families instead of remaining idly on standby, devoid of purpose? How could he explain this to the brothers outside? He could not even convince himself, let alone persuade them. Outside, the anxious crowd awaited. After a prolonged silence, Thomas finally emerged, and all eyes turned to him, including those of Guolang and Alice. However, upon seeing the despondent expression on his face, Guolang felt a flicker of joy as he relaxed his hand that was resting in his pocket. What would the higher-ups say? The first to speak was the only female soldier in their unit, possessing a striking demeanor. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, she boldly inquired, "I was told that Senator Allen is waiting for our rescue, but the higher-ups have ordered us to remain on standby." An uproar ensued. What nonsense is this? To hell with standing by. As curses filled the air, Thomas suddenly noticed the sniper, David, quietly stowing away his rifle and retreating. Thomas furrowed his brow. "Where are you going, David?" The sniper paused, his voice tinged with indifference. "I am going home. I have a 7-year-old sister." "Calm down. Who here does not have family?" Thomas shot back. "You cannot just walk away like this. Do you have no sense of discipline?" "It's not just him," the female soldier interjected, her expression equally grim as she approached the sniper. "I am leaving too." After her declaration, others silently joined their ranks. The situation spiraled out of control, darkening Thomas's expression further as he cast a resentful glance at the instigator of it all, Guolang. Guolang raised his hands innocently. "I didn't mean for this to happen." "Are you all prepared to betray your country?" Thomas exclaimed, exasperated. "We are not betraying our country, sir." Jean's countenance revealed a profound sorrow when the nation called upon us. We did not hesitate for a moment. We forced ourselves to forget the plight of our loved ones and rushed to the battlefield, weapons in hand. Yet, those issuing commands were not the nation itself. I have no obligation to sacrifice my family for those individuals. Come with us. I understand your concern for your son. At these words, Thomas froze, his hand instinctively reaching into his pocket, where a pocket watch lay, containing a photograph of himself, his wife, and their 6-year-old child. To claim he was unperturbed would be a lie. The female soldier gazed at him with eager anticipation, hoping her leader would join them in the quest to rescue their families. Perhaps their loved ones had also perished, transformed into these abominable creatures. Yet there remained a glimmer of hope, even if it were merely to confirm the fate of their kin. This was certainly more meaningful than remaining idle. After a long silence, Thomas gradually closed his eyes. When he reopened them, his gaze was filled with unwavering determination. "Very well," informed the brothers in the company. "Everyone, prepare your gear, food, and water. We shall set forth together. This way, if our families are still alive, the chances of rescuing them will increase. The order of rescue will be determined by proximity, and we shall assist any civilians we encounter along the way. Tell the brothers, no one shall be left behind." All stood at attention, saluting sharply. "Excuse me, may I interrupt?" Guolang interjected inopportunely. "If you intend to rescue your families, we could collaborate." "Outsider, what can you offer us in this partnership?" Thomas's demeanor shifted to one of clear disdain, his expression turning icy. Guolang scratched his nose. "Must you be so hostile? I'm merely trying to help you see the true nature of those in power. Why direct your anger at me?" Guolang wore an expression of feigned helplessness. But Thomas remained unmoved, his gaze still cold as he regarded Guolang. "Yet your motives are hardly straightforward. What is it that you truly seek?" "Let us not be so grim," Guolang chuckled. "It's merely a matter of mutual benefit. You require supplies for your family rescue, do you not? Without support from the rear, how will you sustain your provisions? With so many of you, and if you plan to assist civilians along the route, the demand for supplies will only escalate. As your numbers grow, ensuring the safety of non-combatants becomes increasingly difficult. Have you not considered any of this?" "Then, outsider, what do you propose?" Thomas inquired, still maintaining a wary demeanor. "My original intention was to establish a biotechnology base within the Federation. I have identified a suitable island for this purpose. If you assist me in establishing a stronghold there, I can provide shelter for the civilians you rescue." "Establish a stronghold?" Thomas questioned with skepticism. Guolang nodded earnestly. "Once the stronghold is established, I can offer you logistical support, including food, water, and even weapons." "That sounds intriguing. But what assurance do you have that you can provide such resources? Will they simply materialize?" Guolang chuckled lightly, stating, "This is a state secret and cannot be disclosed at the moment. However, I can indeed provide logistical support, and I can offer the first batch right now. I have a refuge in a villa where I have stored food and water. I have cleared out most of the zombies in that villa area." "You cleared zombies?" Thomas expressed skepticism. He had witnessed their formidable combat abilities. His own team consisted of elite soldiers, the best of the military, and even with superior equipment. Their casualty ratio against the zombies was 1 to 2. They had lost half their personnel while reclaiming a small pharmaceutical factory. How could this frail, yellow-skinned youth possibly manage to clear zombies alone? Guolang shrugged and smiled. I also have a child with me. I wouldn't deceive you. It won't take much of your time to accompany me. We can set off tomorrow morning and reach by noon. Upon hearing child, the expressions of the crowd softened slightly, but Thomas's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the area. He noticed the child seemed to have vanished. A soft, delicate voice sounded behind Thomas, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. He stiffly turned to see a little girl, barely reaching his thigh. Yet an inexplicable sense of danger washed over him. Had she not been a child, he might have drawn his weapon. The others were too engrossed in excitement to notice this detail, except for a female soldier who appeared to be observant, squinting her eyes at Alice with a hint of wariness. This family is somewhat peculiar, Thomas remarked to the female soldier, shaking his head to signal her not to act impulsively. He then turned to Guolang and extended his right hand, introducing himself formally. Teg Thomas, a free soldier. What a splendid introduction, Guolang replied, extending his own hand in return. Guolang, a citizen of Huaxia. Chapter 25. Unexpected 48 hours had passed, and old Weika quietly counted the time in the basement. In truth, he did not find his current situation particularly disagreeable. The basement was well constructed, cool, and comfortable, equipped with a solar-powered ventilation system that ensured fresh air while keeping the interior from becoming too damp. The supplies he had could last him half a year, far better than many other survivors in this apocalyptic world. As a former political figure, Weika had long relinquished any ambitions in life. Having withdrawn from the political arena, he led a tranquil existence, both in daily life and in spirit. His relationship with his son was strained. He seldom visited, but Weika felt no resentment. Like many elderly individuals, he faced no pressure or motivation, simply awaiting the slow passage of time under the setting sun. At this stage in his life, he no longer feared death, for he felt he had already 1 foot in the grave. Even without such dire circumstances, he knew his remaining years were few. The panic and fear he had displayed alongside Alice were merely instinctual. After all, the manner of death they faced was too harrowing. If it meant slowly withering away in this small room, he could accept that. Had the circumstances been different in the past, the situation would have unfolded in a distinct manner. Yet now, a flicker of anticipation ignites within him. The enigmatic youth has unveiled an alternate possibility, opening a new portal of opportunity. He senses a long-dormant heart suddenly infused with vitality, a tingling sensation awakening within him, as though it yearns to leap forth. Although his political life appears to have reached its conclusion, and his career seems to be at an end, he is acutely aware that this young Westerner possesses the potential to grant him a fresh beginning, to bestow upon him another chance to strive anew. In the 2 days spent in his company, the perceptive Wei Ku has refrained from posing any inquiries. However, he has witnessed firsthand how this youth transformed a mere child of 5 or 6 into a formidable presence within the span of just 2 days, scenes reminiscent of fantastical cinema. This young man holds the key to altering the very fabric of the world. Wei Ku's previously tranquil gaze has now ignited with fervor, and once more he glances at his watch. It has been 49 hours. Time has stretched beyond his expectations. And this hopeful anticipation, a sensation he has not encountered in many years, compels him to seize this opportunity. If the youth truly intends to change the world, he vows not to miss this extraordinary vista. Thomas and his entourage now number nearly 50 individuals, comprising a specialized unit. Aside from 2 medical personnel, the remainder are combatants. The military district has equipped them with commendable hardware resources, including ample ammunition, medical supplies, 3 armored vehicles, and several military off-road vehicles. Among the armored vehicles is a tracked transport vehicle capable of accommodating nearly 15 individuals, boasting commendable defensive capabilities and a degree of operational capacity, far superior to that of a conventional bus. However, the drawback lies in its excessive fuel consumption, lacking logistical support. Reliance on local fuel sources may prove insufficient for sustaining their convoy. Abandoning the 2 armored vehicles in favor of locating a bus on the streets would undoubtedly be far simpler, as a bus can accommodate over 30 passengers. Yet its inadequate protection has led to considerable deliberation. Ultimately, despite initial intentions to forego the armored vehicles, he is dissuaded by Guolang, who assures him of his ability to provide for fuel expenses. Thomas maintains a vigilant stance toward this enigmatic Westerner of Asian descent. Yet he is reluctant to relinquish the vehicle. After careful contemplation, he decides to temporarily place his trust in Guolang. If the situation becomes untenable, he can always discard it later. The infantry fighting vehicle can carry 6 individuals, while the transport vehicle accommodates 15. Coupled with 3 military off-road vehicles, they should suffice. He plans to procure an additional train or bus as a backup along the way. Once he has organized the soldiers and allocated the vehicles, he and the female soldier, Kelly, choose to board Guolang's vehicle. Within the ranks, only he and Kelly harbor the deepest suspicions toward this young man. Thus they embark together to ensure maximum vigilance and oversight of his actions. As Thomas traveled along the road, he gleaned some information through casual conversation. It appeared that the mother and daughter had met this young man after the disaster. The unfamiliar demeanor exhibited by the man and the woman seemed genuine. Yet the little girl shared an unusually close bond with him, affectionately addressing him as Daddy. Neither party offered further explanation regarding this dynamic. Another point of intrigue for Thomas was the fact that this young man, Guolang, had claimed his mission to the city center was to rescue Congressman Allen. Yet he had inexplicably brought along these two burdens. This was clearly contrary to common sense. Thomas's subordinates had indeed spotted the little girl in Guolang's vehicle through the scope of a sniper rifle, indicating that the pair of mother and daughter had been accompanying him. But why was that the case? Thomas felt a sense of unease. Glancing into the rearview mirror at the mother and daughter, he suddenly found the little girl missing from his sight. Momentarily taken aback, he first glanced at Guolang, who was focused on driving, before nonchalantly peering back again. Finally, he located the little girl nestled in her mother's embrace, resembling a tiny kitten seeking warmth. The attractive woman gazed lovingly at the child, creating a remarkably harmonious scene. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Thomas sensed an unsettling vibe. This was the third time the little girl had mysteriously vanished from his view. While most would not take note of such a young child, Thomas, a veteran special forces soldier accustomed to the brink of life and death, possessed a heightened sensitivity that made him feel there was something unusual about the child. Quite lovely, isn't it? Guolang teased from the side. Indeed, quite lovely, Thomas replied candidly, turning to flash a bright smile that contrasted sharply with his dark complexion. But it pales in comparison to my wife. Is that true? Guolang regarded him with skepticism. In response to Guolang's doubt, Thomas chuckled softly, producing a pocket watch and handing it over. Upon inspecting it, Guolang discovered a photograph of a mother and daughter embracing. Perhaps they were indeed mother and daughter. The girl's skin tone gave away a familial bond, yet the woman was of Caucasian descent, possessing a physique and beauty that suggested she could be a model. Guolang found it somewhat implausible that such a woman would be drawn to a soldier, especially one of African descent. What could she possibly see in him? Was Guolang's mind wandering into unseemly thoughts? Marie, Thomas's resolute face softened with a hint of tenderness. She is the most beautiful doctor in our town, he declared, casting a provocative glance at Guolang. What do you think? Not inferior to yours, I presume? Coughing awkwardly, Guolang was left bewildered by Thomas's insinuation. Following that, he felt a pang of jealousy. How could a rugged soldier attract such a stunning woman, while he himself was relegated to the company of a middle-aged woman who seemed indifferent towards him? From a different perspective, yours is merely more ample in the chest area. What truly matters is temperament. Do you understand what I mean? Thomas chuckled lightly and turned to Laura, saying, It's hard to imagine a woman of such elegance would be drawn to a Westerner. Laura smiled briefly, remaining silent as she gently stroked Alice's hair. Guolang, nearby, felt a slight sense of relief. At least she had publicly embarrassed him. Though she had a somewhat ungrateful nature, she could be quite considerate at times. Laura was acutely aware of where her loyalties lay. Compared to these enigmatic soldiers, she had far more faith in Guolang. After all, he had come to the city center to rescue her and her daughter, regardless of his motives towards Alice, which, for the time being, seemed harmless. The intentions of the soldiers, however, remained uncertain. Without Guolang, who could predict what they might do to her and her daughter? After sighing in relief, Guolang shot an annoyed glance at Thomas, retorting, A model doctor is still enamored with a black man. Isn't she? Our Noel lineage is distinct. Thomas forced a smile that conveyed a shared understanding among men. We are stronger than you. Observing the teasing and overly confident expression on Thomas's face, Guolang was tempted to stop the car and shout, Damn it, shall we compare pants sizes? However, he quickly regained his composure, realizing that self-deprecation was best avoided. He mentally consulted Little Peach, thinking, how many evolutions would it take for me to surpass him in strength? Guolang emphasized the word strength quite heavily. Through their neural dialogue, Little Peach scoffed, What do you mean by strength? We are not the brutish Beastien. We are the noble Nightborn. Comrade, your ideology seems flawed. What does strength truly signify? Guolang halted the conversation with Little Peach, suddenly feeling a pang of regret. If he had chosen the Beastkin, he wouldn't have to endure such indignities from mere mortals. Half of them would be more imposing than you. Just as he was about to say something to salvage the situation, a sudden vibration echoed from the phone Alice had given him upon his arrival in this realm. The capital city of the Federation was powered by nuclear energy. And despite the chaos of the past week, the power and signal stations were still operational. The phone was functional, but only 2 individuals knew this number. With Alice in the car, it was immediately clear who was on the line. "Old Way, what is the matter?" "Sir, I've been discovered. I sense many living corpses outside." "Stay calm. We'll be there shortly." Guolang's expression darkened. He had a favorable impression of Old Way and had intentions of nurturing their relationship. If possible, he wished to avoid any mishaps befalling him. After hanging up, Guolang spoke softly. "Alice." "Yes, I heard you." Alice had already wriggled out of her mother's embrace, tying up her disheveled hair into a ponytail. "I'm ready at any moment." "You heard that?" Thomas and the soldier Kelly reacted with surprise. Guolang hadn't activated the speakerphone, and they hadn't heard anything. Their gazes shifted back to the little girl they had been so concerned about. Indeed, there was something unusual about her. Meanwhile, Laura, sitting in the back, looked at her daughter, feeling a sense of estrangement wash over her, her brow furrowing deeply. Chapter 26. Thomas's shock in the villa community. Thomas and his companions observed the environment, as well as the supermarket that Guolang had mentioned. It appeared that the other party had not deceived them, prompting Thomas to adopt a more courteous tone towards Guolang. Speaking somewhat in a negotiating manner, the person I spoke to on the phone also mentioned that there are many active corpses outside. "I just had David take a look with binoculars, and there are about 7 or 8 surrounding your house. We cannot ascertain the situation inside. I believe it would be wise for us to proceed with caution." To say we should be cautious is a rather modest way of expressing it, in truth. Thomas wished for Guolang to abandon the endeavor altogether. The risk of recklessly charging in to rescue those surrounded could lead to significant casualties. Even with his capable leadership, the likelihood of loss was high. Although this was a villa community, it still housed hundreds of residents. They certainly could not sweep through with an armored vehicle. If they attracted a horde of hundreds, he had no confidence in their ability to retreat. There were supplies inside, and abandoning civilian lives recklessly was not the conduct of a soldier, was it? There was an element of sarcasm in Guolang's words. Thomas found himself at a loss for words. Logically, Guolang's reasoning was sound, but this was not a mission dictated by higher orders. It was a personal undertaking. Thus, from a self-serving perspective, he could not accept losing his brothers to save an unfamiliar old man inside. Yet, Guolang had invoked the honor of a soldier, leaving Thomas unable to retort effectively. Noticing Guolang's discomfort, he chose to refrain from further discussion, understanding the importance of knowing when to stop. He waved his hand and said, "Very well, you all will guard outside while Alice and I go to rescue them." "What?" Thomas exclaimed incredulously. "You intend to go alone to save them?" "No. Wait. You and this little girl are going to rescue them?" He found it hard to believe. Though he sensed that the girl was extraordinary, the others shared a similar reaction, gazing at Guolang in astonishment, as if he were mad, including Laura. Laura immediately embraced Alice, exclaiming, "She cannot go." Though she had witnessed her daughter's remarkable abilities, she still could not bear the thought of sending her into danger. "This woman." Guolang's expression hardened. "No, Alice must go. There may be nearly 10 active corpses inside, and I cannot manage it alone." It was he that he truly lacked confidence. But he could not afford to concede at this moment. If he compromised now, Alice's authority would gradually diminish, and he had to assert himself strongly. He could only gamble that this little girl was not like her mother, that she would not turn out to be ungrateful. "It's all right, Mom, I'm fine," Alice reassured, patting Laura's hand before slipping out of her embrace. This action took Laura by surprise. She had held her tightly in a moment of panic. Yet her daughter had effortlessly wriggled out, seemingly without any struggle, and had naturally freed herself from her grasp. This action caused Thomas, who had been observing them, and several elite soldiers to narrow their eyes. As special forces on the frontier, they were well acquainted with various situations, particularly Thomas, who had encountered foreign agents capable of utilizing their physical agility and mastery over their bodies to escape most restraints. Some proficient individuals could even free themselves from handcuffs, chains, and other common confinement devices, as well as specialized tools like rubber bands and electronic locks. Yet, none could match the effortless grace with which the young girl before them extricated herself, so naturally that the woman who had been holding her remained oblivious. Laura rose, intending to continue her persuasion, but was interrupted by a glare from Guolang. "Do not worry too much. Compared to the Imperial building, this is merely a minor affair." Guolang's words momentarily stunned Laura. While ostensibly reassuring, the underlying tone conveyed clear dissatisfaction. After a moment's hesitation, Laura wisely chose not to press further, recognizing that his reassurance also carried an implicit warning. She understood that if she persisted, he might turn against her. Most importantly, her daughter seemed to be siding with him, which left Laura feeling somewhat disheartened. How could her child have formed an attachment to this man in such a short time? She needed to devise a means to extricate Alice from his influence. The two quickly vanished from the crowd's sight, prompting Thomas to call for David to retrieve the binoculars. Originally intended for each person, some had been lost upon arrival, leaving only about 5. Laura promptly requested one, taking it to find a vantage point from which to observe Guolang and Alice, her expression filled with concern. The others maintained a vigilant stance with their weapons drawn, while only Thomas, David, and the female soldier Kelly observed through binoculars. David, when did that little girl acquire that sword? David paused, his demeanor serious as he replied. I'm not certain, but it was definitely not there a moment ago. Thomas's expression turned contemplative. They had not performed a formal salute, and even if they had, such a single-handed sword would be difficult to conceal. Where had she produced it from? Moreover, he noticed that Guolang also possessed an additional firearm, which Thomas did not recall him having. They had been thoroughly searched upon entering the base. Could he have retrieved it during their time in the vehicle? But I was in the car with him. I should have noticed that movement. When did he acquire the gun? As they neared the villa, Guolang signaled to Alice. As soldiers, they were intimately familiar with his gestures, which conveyed, "You advance, and I will provide cover." What the hell? How utterly despicable, exclaimed the three in unison, with Laura's face paling in disbelief. Though she had heard her daughter describe their division of roles, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. What manner of person was this? With a facade of respectability, it was surprising to discover such a character. After serving for so long, this was the first time she had encountered such lewd behavior. David's words resonated deeply, and just as he was about to express his thoughts further, Thomas suddenly realized that Alice was no longer in his line of sight. He froze for a moment, momentarily forgetting his speech, and began searching frantically around, yet found nothing. He stammered, "Where is that little girl?" The remaining two were taken aback by his inquiry, only then realizing that in the instant they had been captivated by Guolang. The little girl had slipped from their view without them noticing. They searched in vain, and the eerie atmosphere sent a chill down their spines. "Over by the villa's outer fence," Laura interjected, the only one who had consistently kept her gaze on her daughter from the very beginning. Upon hearing this, the others turned their attention in that direction and finally spotted the little girl. However, to their astonishment, Alice was merely 5 or 6 meters away from the aimlessly wandering undead, yet the creature seemed utterly oblivious to her presence. Impossible. The three were stunned. They had previously engaged with these undead creatures, which possessed an exceptionally broad field of vision. From a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers, they would charge at you. Their group had attempted stealth tactics before, but to no avail. These monsters were several times more sensitive in both sight and hearing than normal humans. Even Kelly, the most adept at stealth, could not approach within several dozen meters. The notion of being practically right next to one of them was sheer fantasy. At that moment, Thomas was convinced that his initial instincts regarding the little girl were correct. Her inexplicable disappearances before were not mere illusions. She was a far more skilled assassin than any agent he had ever encountered, a prodigy of stealth he had only seen on screen. Then Alice moved. As she approached within 5 meters, she erupted into action with astonishing speed. In that fleeting moment, Thomas could barely perceive her form. Alice lunged forward. In the instant the undead registered her presence, she was upon it. With her sword in hand, she swiftly closed the distance, piercing through its vocal cords in one fluid motion. With a twist and a pull, she severed the creature's head, catching it just before it hit the ground. Surprisingly, the undead did not spurt blood. Though it flowed swiftly, it lacked the usual gushing fountain-like spray. It seemed that the creature had not even managed to relax its muscles before it met its demise. The moment it saw Alice, it was already dead, unable to react in any normal capacity. Alice gently set down the headless corpse, then stealthily made her way toward her next target. Meanwhile, Guolang kept a watchful eye from a distance of over 100 meters, utilizing obstacles to conceal his presence, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Witnessing this scene left Thomas and his companions utterly astonished. Was this truly the monster that had caused them such significant losses just days prior? They are the elite battalion of the military district, each a master in their own right. Yet, none among them would dare claim the ability to engage in close combat with such formidable beasts. This is not a film. The monstrous creatures possess explosive power and agility that transcend human capabilities. Furthermore, even the slightest scratch can lead to infection, dissuading anyone from confronting them in melee. However, today they witnessed an astonishing sight. A small girl, no more than 5 or 6 years old and approximately the height of their thighs, wielding a short sword, effortlessly dispatched the very monster that instilled fear in their hearts. The creature could not even issue a warning to its kin before meeting its end. Dispatched with a remarkable nonchalance. "Is your daughter truly this formidable from birth?" Thomas stammered as he addressed Laura. Laura fell silent for a moment, ultimately choosing not to respond. The man possessed a secret that had remarkably transformed her daughter in just a few days, undoubtedly employing extraordinary methods. She was allied with him now and understood the need to maintain the rhythm of their interaction. Thus, she refrained from divulging the truth to these soldiers, that her daughter had evolved from an ordinary child into this extraordinary being in mere days. It was a revelation that he alone should convey. Laura grasped this nuance. Her heart was tumultuous. Recognizing that the transformation bestowed upon her daughter was perfectly suited for adaptation to this world. Although she was unaware of how he accomplished it, it was evident that he had made significant investments in Alice. This was apparent from his sensitive competition for Alice's allegiance. If that were the case, unless they completely severed ties, it would be exceedingly difficult for her daughter to extricate herself from his influence. Chapter 27. Probing. The group watched numbly as Alice methodically eliminated the surrounding undead, her methods almost monotonous, yet remarkably effective. Thomas understood that this only underscored the girl's terrifying prowess, as no unforeseen circumstances had disrupted her rhythm. The capacity to maintain such a tempo was itself a testament to her strength. After dispatching the last of the outer creatures, Alice stealthily entered the building, while Guolang gestured for Thomas and his comrades to approach. Without hesitation, Thomas signaled for his team to advance cautiously. Laura found herself encircled by the soldiers, the entire formation maintaining an impeccable alignment, prompting Guolang to silently nod in approval, his desire to recruit this battalion intensifying. "Mr. Guolang, will you not follow?" Laura inquired, her instinctive worry for her daughter's safety eclipsing the astonishment of the others. "Fear not. You must have witnessed your daughter's capabilities. In the Imperial Tower, she navigated effortlessly among thousands of undead. You needn't worry about her facing danger in such a small space." "Such comforting words, yet she is not your daughter, is she?" interjected Kelly, a female soldier, with a scornful smile. Alice's performance had indeed been remarkable. However, the individual before them had shown no exceptional prowess, merely lurking behind, timidly following. Thus, she offered neither respect nor admiration, but instead a look of disdain. Guolang offered a faint smile, refraining from rebuttal. He could naturally perceive the sentiments of those around him. The female soldier seemed to be distancing herself, after witnessing Alice's remarkable abilities. It was evident that their group was captivated. The only individuals capable of commanding Alice's obedience, apart from Guolang, were either him or that little girl's mother. By sowing discord in their relationship, perhaps a window of opportunity could arise. Moreover, their earlier conversation hinted that Guolang and Laura did not share a particularly intimate rapport. Laura, usually assertive, displayed a moment of hesitation, her words coming out somewhat haltingly. "I know what you wish to inquire," Guolang interjected, raising his hand. "Rest assured, there are no adverse effects, for I am, like her, of the same kind." As he spoke, Guolang's pupils gradually transformed into a shade of violet, the color faint yet undeniably striking. Laura exhaled, relieved that her greatest concern had been alleviated. What remained was to discern this individual's intentions. She believed that anything capable of enhancing one's abilities to such a degree must be extraordinarily valuable. Given the significant investment involved, the other party undoubtedly had ulterior motives, though the specifics would only become apparent with time. Thomas, overhearing their dialogue, felt a spark of realization. He suddenly recalled Guolang's earlier remarks about his purpose in coming to the Federation, to forge a partnership with Congressman Allen, stemming from the fact that the Republic of Hongying had developed a genetic serum. Indeed, this was the essence of science. It all began to align in Thomas's mind. How else could such a diminutive girl possess such superhuman capabilities? To claim it was innate would be utterly disheartening. Just consider the superheroes depicted in films. Even the extraordinary among them are products of serendipitous circumstances, such as being struck by lightning or bitten by a spider. That would make logical sense. After a moment's deliberation, Thomas finally posed the question. "Mr. Guolang, the genetic project you mentioned during our first meeting is indeed this one, correct?" As he asked, the soldiers behind him instinctively took a step back, tightening their grips on their weapons. Though they did not explicitly aim at Guolang, the atmosphere had undeniably shifted to one of palpable tension. "Indeed," Guolang responded with a calm demeanor, as though oblivious to the surrounding unease. "Can your project collaborate with the Federation?" Thomas inquired, his tone laced with caution. "Absolutely not," Guolang replied. "Why not? We are amidst a crisis for all humanity. Is it not excessive to hoard such technology at this juncture?" Guolang rolled his eyes at the illogic of the statement. "Do not elevate the discussion to such grandiose heights. The crisis confronting all humanity is one of your Federation's own making. Furthermore, even if we were to collaborate with the Federation, with whom would we be in contact? To put it plainly, does the Federation even exist anymore?" Thomas's expression darkened at this remark. What do you mean by that? He retorted, his companions also scowling, the tension mounting further. The literal meaning. Guolang spread his hands. There is no need for you to evade reality. You yourself have defied the directives from above and departed unilaterally, have you not? And now you come to represent your federation? We are merely embarking on a mission to rescue our loved ones. I will wholeheartedly assume the responsibilities that come with this unauthorized departure. After liberating the families of my comrades, we shall ultimately return to our ranks to serve our nation. I firmly believe in our return to duty, but what does it truly mean to serve our country? Captain Thomas, what is your definition of a nation? Taken aback by such a philosophical inquiry, Thomas found himself momentarily speechless. Literally speaking, a nation is a collective formed by territory, people, culture, and government. I do not intend to espouse grand ideals. Rather, I wish to state a fact. What remains of your federation is mere warlords, not a nation. A heavy silence enveloped the group. This was their deepest sorrow. Thomas regarded Guolang, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. Guolang continued to smile at Thomas, viewing this as a test, a final probe before his recruitment efforts. He had subtly revealed that he possessed something capable of bestowing strength upon others. What would happen if this knowledge were to spread? Undoubtedly, it would incite attempts to seize it. Thomas was certainly contemplating such possibilities, and Guolang was indifferent to that. What truly mattered to him was Thomas's decision. Every individual harbors selfish desires, yet these are bound by various constraints, such as the realities of the situation, moral boundaries, and a sense of reverence. Conditions may be present, but personal character plays an equally significant role. They now possessed the means, dozens of individuals armed with firearms. Although Alice demonstrated formidable strength, it was not yet sufficient to extinguish their fighting spirit. A heavy barrage of fire was not without risk, yet it also presented opportunities. From a moral standpoint, the assistance rendered by the opposing side in providing logistical support could be viewed as a form of aid to Guolang and his group. To resort to force upon discovering their possession of a valuable resource would clearly shatter any moral foundation. Such a decision hinged upon a fleeting thought. Guolang's probing encompassed various aspects, moral integrity, and the opposing side's character. The current predicament posed a dilemma. Any aggressive action would necessitate a betrayal of conscience, akin to harming a mere child. Moreover, there was the inherent risk. Guolang's group was not guaranteed victory. Should they fail to eliminate their adversaries and allow them to escape, the potential for the little girl to follow them and wreak havoc loomed large. Thus, should they take action? Guolang remained patient in his anticipation. If the opposing side were to act without hesitation, he would promptly extinguish any thoughts of recruitment. A direct assault would signify their decisiveness, ruthlessness, and a certain audacity. Ambition is not inherently fearsome, but a lack of boundaries coupled with a willingness to gamble is truly alarming. Guolang could not afford to embrace such a landmine. As long as Guolang had the courage to take action, he began preparing to assimilate this group. Whether the opposition refrained from aggression due to their moral compass or out of fear of Alice, both scenarios were acceptable to Guolang. The former was undoubtedly preferable, while the latter merely indicated a coward incapable of taking risks. He felt no concern over a native from another dimension posing a threat in the future. His own power would grow exponentially, creating an ever-widening chasm between them, particularly in this low magic realm. Ultimately, Thomas did not erupt in anger. He sighed, "You are right, Mr. Guolang. We no longer have our own country." He waved his hand, and those around him relaxed their grips on their weapons, the atmosphere easing from its previous tension, replaced by a sense of melancholy. Can a home be rebuilt? Guolang smiled slightly, intending to broach that subject when suddenly Laura dashed in a panic towards him. Confused, Guolang turned to see Alice standing there, disheveled and covered in blood. Guolang's composure faltered, and he hurried over, internally questioning, "Is she injured? Are you hurt?" Guolang asked with genuine concern as he stood behind Laura. Alice shook her head adorably. "No, this is the blood of the undead, as well as old Wakas." "Waka? What happened?" Guolang felt a sinking sensation in his heart, fearing they had arrived too late. "He was scratched, but I disinfected the wound with alcohol and bandaged him. He is resting in the basement." "Phew, just a scratch?" Guolang exhaled in relief, nodding. "Let us go see him." Alice obediently led Guolang and her mother towards the basement. Meanwhile, Thomas, observing Guolang's reaction, was taken aback. He noted that upon hearing the man they were to rescue had merely been scratched and was not dead. Guolang displayed a look of relief. This struck Thomas as inconceivable. The monsters were indeed contagious, as had been verified in the military district. After capturing that stronghold, they had lost nearly half their men, 20 of whom Thomas had personally shot, believing that to be preferable to letting them fall to the monsters. Yet, upon hearing that the man had only been scratched, Guolang's immediate response was one of relief. A notion began to rise within Thomas, quickening his breath. Boss, the few, led by Kelly, who were quick to respond, exhibited expressions of excitement, eagerly looking towards Thomas, hoping he would take the lead. Leave the main group outside to maintain vigilance. Stay out of sight and avoid attracting the wandering undead. You three, follow me down to check it out. Understood, boss. Kelly saluted and swiftly moved to organize the task, while the remaining members wore expressions of exhilaration. If their speculation proved true, the substances within that young man could hold immense value. In the basement, Guolang approached the old man, who appeared somewhat pallid, beads of sweat continuously trickling down his forehead. Although the wound was bandaged, the bleeding had not ceased effectively, and a foul odor emanated from it. Had the fresh wound already begun to fester? Guolang furrowed his brow, inwardly relieved that the adversary had employed a nematode virus, known for its slower neurodestructive capabilities. Had it been the prototype virus, transformation into a corpse could have occurred in about a minute, rendering rescue nearly impossible. I apologize for my tardiness, Guolang said, a look of contrition upon his face. He held a favorable impression of this astute elder, who, throughout their 2 days together, had never once broached the subject of the peculiarities surrounding them, nor had he asked Guolang to assist in rescuing his relatives. Instead, he had quietly organized supplies and tidied their living quarters. This was a man of ambition, well-versed in human relations. Through their previous conversations, Guolang had learned that the elder had once held the esteemed position of director of the National Tax Bureau under the Federal Department of Finance, a significant role, as the Minister of Finance ranks second in the presidential cabinet, just after the Secretary of State. Departments under the ministry wield considerable power, and the National Tax Bureau holds immense importance in any nation. Thus, those who reach the upper echelons there must possess considerable talent, especially given the current economic climate. At present, Guolang lacked any significant power, and his need for administrative talent was not yet evident. However, he was preparing for the future. Once he established a base, he intended to create at least 3 dark structures and would strive to exhaust the inferior potions at his disposal. Consequently, these evolved beings would require sustenance, necessitating the collection of refugees and the organization of production. Dark agricultural technology was of a mid to high caliber, with 10 small sprites dedicated to farming. Provided the land was adequately nourished, they could sustain nearly 1,000 individuals, fostering rapid development. Hence, he would greatly require capable administrative personnel to manage affairs. And the old man had already been placed on Guo's shortlist of preferred candidates. Had he arrived even a moment later, finding someone of such high caliber amidst this chaos would have proven exceedingly challenging. It is my fault. I disregarded your counsel and ventured to the rooftop, only to be discovered by the undead. Although I managed to escape to the basement in time, I was still surrounded. That security door held firm for quite some time. Had I not foolishly sought danger, the undead would not have attempted to breach that sturdy barrier, crafted by the old man himself. Pausing, he gazed at Guolang with a pitiful expression. I understand these creatures can transmit infection, right? I do not have much time left, so I must trouble you with one last request. Guolang was momentarily taken aback. What is it? Have you finished your business here? If you happen to pass through Nanzhou, could you check on a company called Vandy or a villa district known as Zinland? Guolang nodded in understanding. Is that concerning your son, as Alice mentioned? Rest assured, no. The old man shook his head with excitement, exclaiming, it is not my ungrateful son. Rather, it is an actress named Wen. I am an ardent fan of hers and adore watching her films. If you happen to encounter her, I would be immensely grateful if you could assist me by obtaining an autographed photo. Guolang remarked, what did I say? One must always show filial piety to the elderly, for they harbor long memories of grievances. Often, one may perceive them as inconsequential, yet in circumstances unknown to you, they may prove to be of great assistance, provided you have not incurred their wrath. Previously, I had not realized that this old man possessed such a lecherous trait. Is it true that as one approaches death, their true nature is revealed? He shook his head and continued, well, let us not dwell on that. Regarding your situation, I can indeed assist you. However, a contract must be signed. You have seen such contracts before. Do you have any interest? Yes, exclaimed the old man, who moments ago appeared frail, now leaping up and, disregarding his wounds, grasped Guolang's hand tightly. I have been waiting for your words. At my age, one should be straightforward. I was beginning to think I had lost my chance. Guolang was momentarily speechless. What contract? Inquired Thomas, who had followed closely behind, his curiosity mirrored by Laura, who sensed she was drawing nearer to the truth. It seemed likely that her daughter had also signed this mysterious contract, and she was eager to understand its contents. However, she pondered whether a written contract held any validity in the current world. Even in times past, would a miner's signature truly hold weight? Guo Lang chuckled. That is a commercial secret. I must ask you to refrain from prying. Yet this time, Thomas did not relent. Instead, he stepped forward and insisted, we wish to understand. Guo Lang and Alice exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes narrowing with a flicker of purple light. As the atmosphere grew tense once more, even the injured Wei Ku instinctively shrank back into the corner. Not only Wei Ku, but Thomas and his companions were equally apprehensive. Guo Lang's words had confirmed their suspicions. The genetic serum he possessed not only enhanced the human body, but also had the potential to cure ailments. As elite soldiers with medical knowledge, they understood that if this genetic serum could directly heal viruses, it would also confer immunity, significantly elevating their prospects for survival. Regardless of national duty, for the sake of himself and his comrades, he felt compelled to press forward. Observing Guo Lang's unfriendly demeanor, Thomas raised his hands in a gesture of peace, saying, do not be alarmed. We are aware of the rules. You see, it is just the three of us here, and we do not intend any harm. Indeed, given their small number, in this complex underground setting, even with the abilities of Guo Lang and Alice, they could easily eliminate them. However, to do so would sever ties with the military forces behind them, forcing a confrontation. They were compelling Guo Lang to declare his stance. Yet he had shown his willingness to engage. Well, perhaps we shall consider the contract, Guo Lang smiled. But be forewarned, the scene may be quite shocking. And I hope you can endure it. In response to Guo Lang's answer, several individuals were momentarily taken aback, pondering its implications. Chapter 29, The First Step of Guidance, Part 2. According to a collective discussion regarding their travel route, the group was to set off in the southeast direction from the federal capital, heading towards Mississippi. This location housed the families of numerous warriors, with nearly 10 relatives residing there. Subsequently, they would divert to the nearby Voke houses, the hometown of both Thomas and David, where 2 additional medics hailed from as well. Upon reaching Voke houses, they would traverse the city directly, leading them to South Continent. It was at this juncture that Guo Lang would part ways with them, as his destination was an island situated in the central region of the South Sea, with the nearest leg of the journey requiring a boat from the South Continent port. The vehicle maintained the same arrangement as during their arrival, with Guo Lang at the wheel and Thomas seated beside him. In the back were Alice and her daughter, along with Kelly, but on this occasion, 2 additional passengers had joined, Old Wei Ku and the sniper David. This 7-seater SUV boasted ample space in the rear, accommodating 2 more individuals without much issue. However, David's decision to sit up front made Thomas and Kelly feel somewhat uneasy, intensifying the already peculiar atmosphere within the vehicle. Thomas found that the more he learned about this enigmatic young man, the greater his apprehension grew. Today, he had experienced a sense of reverence. For within the context of the Federation, he had never believed in the supernatural. Yet, he had witnessed an extraordinary spectacle. The signing ceremony had an almost cinematic quality, exuding an aura of divine pressure that thoroughly shattered their worldview. He had anticipated various scenarios, but this was something he could never have imagined. How could this be possible? Spirits? Followers? Bestowed powers? Such notions seemed to belong solely to adolescent fantasy films, reminiscent of outdated cinematic tropes that had long since faded. These melodramatic phrases were typically confined to the realm of online gaming. He would rather convince himself that it was alien technology. Yes, indeed, alien technology, deliberately showcased by a lower civilization. Many science fiction films had portrayed such narratives. However, after witnessing the signing process, both he and Kelly had abandoned any thoughts of forcibly seizing power, regardless of its authenticity. It was undeniably too uncanny. Hey, Wei Ku, have all your wounds healed completely? Is there anything unusual? David inquired with unexpected enthusiasm. As a sniper, he typically possessed a rather reserved demeanor and was not particularly adept at conversation, yet now, he exhibited remarkable warmth. Absolutely splendid, Old Wei Ku exclaimed, flexing his biceps dramatically. I feel an abundance of strength coursing through me. Perhaps I could take on 10 at once. Best not to take such illusions too seriously. Guo Lang kindly cautioned as he continued to drive. Upon hearing these words, the crowd chuckled lightly, yet each pair of eyes glimmered with contemplation. The transformation of the old merchant was nothing short of miraculous. Just moments ago, he appeared on the brink of death. Yet now he exuded a vitality akin to that of a rejuvenated spirit. Indeed, he had consumed a substance of potent effect, the results of which were astonishingly exaggerated, particularly regarding the wound that had previously festered and emitted a foul odor, now visibly healed with no trace of scarring. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would have surely believed this merchant had summoned an actor from the heavens. Mr. Guo Lang. It was Kelly who spoke, her countenance radiant and her demeanor markedly different from before. However, Guolang sensed an undercurrent of wariness in her gaze. What is it? This group posed a considerable challenge. Had they been from any other institution, be it a school or a refugee camp, the situation would not have been so convoluted. Yet, Guolang remained patient, aware that the worth of this group far surpassed that of any mere assembly of school beauties. Is it true that upon signing your peculiar contract, I would receive your so-called genetic serum? She inquired. Indeed. But what must I sacrifice to seal this agreement? Kelly asked, her tone teasing. To sign means you are wholly mine. Whatever I desire of you, you shall comply? In response to her flirtation, Guolang playfully retorted, for instance, I might ask you to succumb to temptation. Kelly laughed softly but refrained from furthering the conversation. Meanwhile, David, who had been silent, finally spoke. Mr. Guolang. But was abruptly interrupted by the stern voice of Thomas. David. Faced with the reprimand, David opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Guolang simply smiled and continued to focus on driving, though inwardly, he felt an urge to draw the firearm bestowed upon him by the system and put an end to the incessant prattling of this inept brute. In truth, Guolang felt a twinge of impatience. He was acutely aware of the ticking clock. He urgently needed this band of soldiers to expand his territory. On the island of the South Sea lay tens of thousands of undead. Establishing a stronghold there would be an arduous task for just himself and Alice. He required a dedicated cleanup crew, and these soldiers were ideal candidates. He could not afford to squander time leisurely seeking out recruits. This realm was not solely inhabited by him, an outsider. His adversaries would not remain idle. They possessed the advantage of time, resources, and terrain. And with even a modicum of development, they would soon render him without any space to survive. If the undead and the void represented a formidable starting race, then the necromancer stood as the most audacious starting profession. The distinction between professionals and non-professionals delineates the gap between mortals and superhumans. Alice's prior success in her rescue mission was directly attributed to the unique traits of the necromancer class. In its early stages, this profession lacked significant direct combat prowess. Yet, given a moment's preparation, the energy it could unleash surpassed that of any other class. For instance, in his realm of undead terror, given sufficient time, he meticulously researched the biological technologies he had gathered, unveiling the arcane secrets of necromancy. Within the forthcoming year, he could potentially create no fewer than 6 formidable abominations, each at least of the 3rd tier. At that juncture, when combined with the ability to command 1,000,000 corpses through the matron of the dead, he would be virtually unstoppable, rendering any race incapable of confronting him head-on. It would be challenging for them even to engage in cautious development. As his mental fortitude augmented, so too would that of the matron, enabling her to utilize the abundant corpses for reconnaissance, effectively leaving little room for others to exist. This scenario presents an almost insurmountable dilemma. If it were merely the undead that posed a threat, Guolang might not feel such urgency. However, the terror instilled by the necromancer was indeed daunting, compelling Guolang to act swiftly. Upon establishing his base, he intended to return immediately. Once the main base was operational, he could establish a temporal nexus with his home dimension, allowing time to flow concurrently in both realms. Unfortunately, Guolang found himself at a disadvantage, as others had arrived prior to him and set up their bases. Fortunately, it seemed that his adversaries had chosen not to return, as indicated by the absence of a connection between the two nodes, which provided Guolang with a measure of relief. Typically, after establishing a base, the system would prompt players about returning, offering a complimentary space transfer. Clearly, that individual had opted to remain and continue resource development. A prudent choice for a novice with awareness. Returning while still weak held little significance, and accumulating strength was far more advantageous. However, they were inexperienced and unaware of the numerous vulnerabilities present. The spatial nodes could indeed be exploited. The deity provided a type of transport scroll capable of bringing others or items into one's realm, meaning that competitors could seek assistance from other dimensions. This rule was only discovered by players a year after the public test began, catching many off guard, with several well-established players being ambushed by unexpected arrivals from other realms. Considering the current circumstances, even with advantages, Guolang would struggle to match his opponents. The only viable option was to seek allies. After establishing his main base, he planned to set up some basic defenses and then promptly return, swiftly integrating into the circle of the first wave of returning players in his dimension, to cultivate his network and devise a strategy to bring in 2 allies for a decisive strike. Moreover, he harbored lingering concerns for his family. He must return to reassure them and prevent the tragic events of his past from repeating. From the previous circumstances, it was evident that the sniper was clearly moved. And not just him. The female soldier Kelly and their commander Thomas seemed equally affected, albeit with a lingering hesitation deep within their hearts. Years of experience in special operations had instilled in them a certain wariness. Nevertheless, the momentum of this development was promising. Although it did not unfold as dramatically as one might have imagined, with an immediate rush of enthusiasm, there were at least some signs of progress. Guolang took a deep breath, striving to relax his mind. There were still several days until they reached South Show, providing him ample opportunities along the way. Chapter 30. The bottom line, Misirjan served as the largest automotive hub of the Federation, a vital site for the reconstruction of automobiles and trucks, as well as an essential agricultural continent. Unlike the bustling economic exchange center of New Newton, Misirjan was a logistics city, characterized by a tranquil commercial atmosphere and a leisurely pace of life. Under normal circumstances, driving through this city would reveal spacious intervals, a relaxed ambience, and picturesque surroundings. Apart from the main city, one could find expansive farms in the vicinity, teeming with greenery that was truly a delight to behold. However, as the sun began to set, the landscape transformed into one of desolation. Birds were absent, bloodstains dotted the ground, and occasionally, a ghastly creature would emerge from the houses, charging towards the convoy. This once harmonious scene had been irrevocably altered. Guolang drove in deep contemplation. Though he was not inherently a sympathetic person, witnessing such devastation evoked a sense of sorrow within him. The brutality of civilizational plunder was indeed harrowing. As night approached, it became necessary to find a place to rest. Martin had suggested over the radio that they seek refuge at his family's farm. Guolang fell silent for a moment, then nodded, turning the steering wheel to head in that direction. Martin was a soldier from the Special Operations Unit, and they had just passed by that very farm. Regrettably, miracles did not occur every time. He had witnessed his parents and younger brother transformed into the undead, killed before his eyes by fellow comrades. The stoic man wept for a full 2 hours. He was not the only one crying today. Most of the residents in this city were farmers, and the few families with military connections shared similar fates. Even when family members mutated, they typically remained nearby, and news of their whereabouts would surface swiftly. The grim reality was that all 10 brothers in the unit had suffered losses, with no exceptions. This was, in fact, the norm, given the strength of these undead beings. Ordinary individuals possessed little to no capacity for resistance. The likelihood of either fleeing or successfully fighting back was exceedingly low. In Guolang's estimation, out of 1,000 individuals, perhaps only one might survive. Such odds were characteristic of a battlefield steeped in tragedy. Yet, even if this was within the realm of reason, it remained an unbearable truth. Even with a minuscule chance of survival, they wished fervently for that fortunate soul to be themselves. Alas, fate did not grant their wishes, leading to an atmosphere of profound despair within the team. By midday, 2 individuals had even retreated to a corner to take their own lives with their firearms. This took Thomas by surprise, prompting him to rally the remaining few for a criticism session. Yet, the atmosphere within the group remained quite dismal. Even under Martin's unreasonable request, Thomas found himself compromising and agreeing, while Guolang refrained from intervening. At this moment, he could assume the role of the villain, secretly seeking an opportunity to win over these warriors. Although the ambience was far from pleasant, it was undeniably advantageous for Guolang. Emotional vulnerability presented the perfect chance for persuasion, provided a suitable opportunity arose. As night fell, the troops took refuge at Martin's residence, located on the outskirts of the city. His home, being a farm, was remarkably spacious, accommodating nearly 50 individuals without feeling cramped. A few gathered in the living room, forming a circle around a coal stove, complemented by fresh vegetables from the farm. For those who had subsisted on canned food for a week, this meal was nothing short of a culinary delight. Regrettably, the only meat available was cured bacon and sausages, as the livestock had been ravaged by the undead. The nematode-like corpses retained their biological characteristics, unlike the source virus's zombies, which solely fed on humans. However, Guolang found solace in a reassuring piece of news. This nematode virus did not parasitize any life forms beyond humans. This revelation lifted a considerable weight off his shoulders, alleviating much of his stress. Had the virus exhibited such evolutionary prowess, the thought of certain animals becoming hosts would have indeed been terrifying. Fortunately, these undead creatures were not particularly intelligent, maintaining some sense of restraint. As everyone savored the freshly baked oatmeal bread and sipped on steaming vegetable soup, the previously tense atmosphere began to ease. Unconsciously, they steered clear of melancholic topics, engaging in light-hearted chatter instead. Even those with unconfirmed family members refrained from broaching the subject, as the uncertainty weighed heavily on their hearts, compelling them to suppress such thoughts. They were acutely aware that what they knew only brought sorrow. While they grappled with anxiety and fear, Guolang furrowed his brow, dissatisfied with this prevailing atmosphere. If it lingered, he would find it difficult to make any progress, especially since he would soon have to part ways with them upon arriving in South Continent. Time was of the essence. While Guolang was deep in thought, David suddenly took the initiative to speak up. Upon hearing his voice, Guolang felt a flicker of joy, though he maintained an air of calmness. Gazing at the slightly tense David, "What is it?" That day, we saw it, the massive eye, and the awe-inspiring presence within. Was that a deity? Thomas's eyes narrowed, and his brow furrowed as he prepared to interrupt, but upon witnessing the spark of life in the previously despondent faces of his comrades, he swallowed his reprimand and turned his gaze toward Guolang. A deity? Guolang chuckled softly, his tone tinged with a hint of melancholy. One might say so. Can it bring the dead back to life? David's question drew the attention of everyone in the room toward Guolang, their previously vacant gazes now filled with hopeful longing. Guolang fell silent, taken aback by the directness of the inquiry. How should he respond? Could one truly bring the dead back to life? Indeed, the prospects are not entirely devoid of hope. The level of civilization within the universe far surpasses human comprehension. In higher dimensional realms, there exists the capacity not only to prolong life across epochs, but also to wield the forbidden power of resurrection. Numerous methods abound, such as formidable alchemy, where the principle dictates that all things can be exchanged, contingent upon the value of the sacrifice. It is conceivable to barter for the soul of the master of death, albeit with tremendous risk. Alternatively, one might employ technology, like the temporal leap technology of the night, to alter history. However, such actions would lead to chaos within the fabric of causality, incurring a cost even greater than alchemy. Although the families of these warriors are merely ordinary individuals, their influence on the course of history is minimal, and thus the resultant chaos in causality is correspondingly slight. Nevertheless, the cost remains substantial. Not only is Guolang currently incapable of such feats, but even in a later stage when Knight's technology matures, with large space stations and temporal leap capabilities at his disposal, he would not be inclined to jeopardize everything for a mere foundational troop. Yet, the current situation is highly sensitive. Guolang perceives the eyes of those around him, filled with both lost faith and glimmers of hope. He realizes that a mere nod of acknowledgement, even if it is but an ephemeral promise, could swiftly fulfill his aims, a feat Thomas could not thwart. Observing the expressions of those around him and feeling the weight of the atmosphere, Guolang's heart raced. This was an opportunity. By betraying his own conscience with a hollow promise, he could disrupt the equilibrium and achieve his goal. Can the divine accomplish such feats? David posed his question for the second time, and the surrounding individuals, including those still searching for their families, regarded Guolang with tense anticipation. For them, this promise held equal significance, as the fates of their loved ones remained uncertain. A promise would serve as a safety net, at least providing a semblance of peace. No. After a prolonged silence, Guolang ultimately refrained from crossing the line. He shut his eyes and shook his head, shattering their illusions. Isn't the divine omnipotent? Is there truly no chance at all? David suddenly became agitated. The divine is not all-powerful, Guolang firmly declared, shaking his head with a resolute heart. His cold and brutal response extinguished the flickers of hope in numerous eyes, plunging the room back into silence. Guolang too remained silent. He comprehended the weight of his words. They signified the loss of his best opportunity. Yet he chose this path. While means may vary, there must be a boundary. This principle governs Guolang's interactions. He never considered himself a virtuous person. In the grand tides of history, he might become as bloodied as those wretched souls. Yet he clings to his convictions. When the world devolves into a primal jungle of the strong devouring the weak, and morality collapses without restraint, how can one rightfully claim to be human? 1,000 individuals may offer 1,000 answers. Most may revert to savagery, yet there are those who uphold their beliefs, who draw a circle around themselves and adhere to their inner principles. Perhaps it is a form of self-deception or self-hypnosis, but as long as reverence remains in their hearts, that is the essence of their humanity. Chapter 31, The Turning Point, Part 1. In stark contrast to Misyurgan, Phokis is a city defined by its industrial prowess, primarily reliant on the export of heavy industrial products to sustain its economic standing. In this era of formidable financial upheaval, the manufacturing sector has waned from its former splendor. Nonetheless, the Federation's cutting-edge technology continues to ensure a relatively high income for the city. Inside the vehicle, Thomas appeared markedly anxious. Theoretically, the densely populated city of Phokis poses significant survival challenges, while the sparsely populated towns present a somewhat elevated survival rate, particularly when compared to tourist-laden Misyurgan. However, This improvement is marginal and heavily contingent upon numerous factors, especially luck. Today, both Thomas and David were unusually exhilarated. Upon their arrival at David's hometown, despite witnessing a scene of disarray, they found no sign of their wives and children, which they deemed a positive omen. More importantly, they had overheard a broadcast in the town regarding the gathering of refugees, which astonished Guolang. The notion that a virus of such severity could lead to the establishment of a refuge was almost inconceivable to him. While he could believe in scattered survivors hiding in the shadows, the effective organization of a refuge would require an extraordinary stroke of luck. At this moment, Thomas and David's faces were flushed, and Guolang could sense their restlessness as he drove. He pondered the potential outcomes. If they were to find their loved ones, how would he persuade them to join him? Conversely, if they failed to locate their families, the situation would remain unchanged. But what if they did find them? How could he entice them to align with his cause? In truth, if Guolang were to offer his precious supply of medicine, the likelihood of their cooperation would increase significantly. However, this would set a troubling precedent, as it would entail providing medicine to their families, something Guolang was unwilling to do. His supplies were already limited, and if every individual, including women and children, required them, it would greatly hinder his combat effectiveness in future endeavors. Guolang envisioned a force ready for battle. However, providing for wives and children would only prolong his timeline for recouping costs. Yet, herein lies the dilemma. If he were reluctant to provide medicine to their families, winning their allegiance would prove exceedingly difficult. These soldiers held a deep-seated attachment to their unit, and if their families were safe, the likelihood of their return to the military would be substantial, given that the rear lines were relatively secure. Thomas and David hail from a rather remote town located on the outskirts of Wokehouse, a place devoid of farms and primarily reliant on the mining industry. A staggering 70% of the town's inhabitants are employed in various mining facilities. On the day the virus outbreak occurred, most of the men were working in distant mines. The town, with its sparse population and scattered buildings, faced significant challenges due to its underdeveloped nature. Consequently, few individuals could procure the cancer-fighting medication released by the Xingyuan group. While the densely populated factory succumbed to the outbreak, the number of infected individuals in the town remained relatively low. Sheriff Jerry, a remarkably capable individual, swiftly organized a group to establish a stronghold. He was once a celebrated drug enforcement hero in the city, but due to the jealousy of some colleagues, he was reassigned to this small town as sheriff. On the day of the incident, his courageous demeanor and commendable organizational skills enabled him to lead the police force in eliminating a mutated corpse that had emerged within the precinct. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he decisively established a stronghold in the town's jail before the disaster fully unfolded. After several days of observation, he noted that these creatures typically refrained from venturing out during the day, allowing him to utilize the radio to gather the surviving refugees. Currently, the stronghold comprises 10 police officers, 6 prison guards, over 10 factory workers who happen to be on leave, and nearly 50 women and children. Such a situation is exceptionally rare across various regions of the Federation. Jerry, now in his late 20s, is young and accomplished, possessing an appealing appearance. After attending to daily matters, he stretched and smiled before making his way to the medical room, his expression reflecting a fervent excitement. Among their group of survivors, only one doctor exists, Mary, the town's most esteemed figure, widely regarded as the most beautiful physician. He had recently been captivated by her upon their first meeting, never expecting to encounter such an exquisite individual in such a remote locale. However, his admiration was somewhat marred by her association with a rather imposing figure, which left him feeling disgruntled. While he harbored no racial prejudices, the inherent superiority complex of being Caucasian lingered, leading him to feel as if a flower had been planted in manure. Yet, as sheriff, openly pursuing a married woman would invite scorn and damage his moral standing. So he could only express his affections discreetly. Now, however, with the world in disarray, circumstances had shifted. Her husband may very well have already fallen victim to the undead. As he hummed to himself, Jerry strode confidently toward the medical room, where a blonde beauty in uniform was tidying up. He licked his lips and approached her directly, playfully slapping her on the backside, accompanied by a firm squeeze. To his surprise, the doctor, Mary, did not seem to resist. Instead, she turned and shot him a warning glance, urging him to be discreet, for some had begun to suspect their relationship. Jerry chuckled, unfazed by the whispers, as he allowed his hands to wander. Mary, feeling a surge of excitement as she was touched in a sensitive area, let out a soft moan, her face flushed. I don't want Anna to find out too soon. The Anna she referred to was her daughter with Thomas. All right, I understand. I'll heed your words. However, in the next moment, he firmly pinned Mary against the wall, a mischievous grin on his face. "So, how do you intend to compensate me?" In broad daylight, Mary shot him a glare, but he had already begun to make his advances. She quickly urged, "Close the doors and windows first." Bang! The door to the infirmary slammed shut, and the air within was thick with unspoken desires. In truth, on the third day after the catastrophe, essentially the second day since Mary entered this stronghold, she had already established a relationship with Jerry. There were numerous reasons for this, but the most compelling was her need for support. Mary was an astute woman. She had grasped the dynamics of the stronghold on her first day. There were over a dozen police officers and about 10 young men, but women and children outnumbered them significantly, nearly 2 to 1. The officers clearly held a higher status than the workers because they were armed. Though not overtly apparent, the atmosphere gradually reflected this hierarchy. As the leader, Jerry's authority was the greatest, and Mary was acutely aware that he had harbored feelings for her for quite some time. Recognizing the precariousness of her situation, she understood the importance of being pragmatic. Currently, food supplies were ample, and the pressure of daily life was manageable, allowing for a semblance of rationality among the inhabitants. However, this equilibrium would not last forever. It was destined to shatter, leading to a decline in the status of women and children. As conditions worsened, they could become mere tools for the satisfaction of others' desires. Thus, it was far wiser to take initiative now rather than be forced into a corner when the circumstances became dire. Her standing would not remain as secure as it was now. Moreover, Jerry possessed commendable attributes in both appearance and character, making it easier for Mary to acquiesce to his advances. With her eyes closed, she surrendered to Jerry's vigorous embrace. To be honest, while he was physically robust, he still paled in comparison to her husband. The thought of her husband, likely devoured by the undead, clouded her mind. Truth be told, when a woman betrays you, it is unfathomable just how cold she can become towards you. Unbeknownst to them, Guolang and his companions were entirely unprepared for these developments. Yet, while in the vehicle, Guolang suddenly felt a twitch in his left eyelid. He tapped his forehead, recalling the saying, "A twitching left eye heralds fortune, while a twitching right eye presages misfortune." He felt an inexplicable sense that something good was on the horizon. Chapter 32, The Turning Point, Part 2, Chief. Someone's approaching from outside. Just as Jerry finished pulling up his trousers, he saw several panicked officers rushing towards him. With a frown, he replied, "It's not the first time someone has come here. Why are you all in a frenzy?" "There are many people coming in armored vehicles. It seems to be the military, and they're making a considerable commotion," exclaimed a slightly overweight middle-aged man in summer police attire, panting heavily. The military? Jerry was taken aback, a whirlwind of complex emotions stirring within him. Was the government truly coming to their aid? Is this situation unique to our small town, or is it merely a figment of my apocalyptic imagination? Regardless of which scenario it may be, it should be a cause for optimism. However, an unsettling feeling lingers within Jerry, for Mary's husband appears to be a soldier. "Do not panic. Let us descend and investigate," he uttered, casting a deep glance at the medical room's door behind him before leading the way downstairs with purposeful strides. Inside the medical room, Mary overheard their conversation. She leaned weakly against the wall, her complexion still bearing traces of the recent ordeal, a hint of vitality remaining. Though she ought to be filled with joy, an inexplicable nervousness gripped her heart, as she feared the implications of her suspicions. Downstairs, Guolang was observing a heartwarming scene. David, along with his wife and 7-year-old sister, embraced one another in tears, while their comrades radiated smiles of relief. The eyes of those soldiers still searching for their families sparkled with a flicker of hope. As long as they did not give up, hope remained. David lamented, "My parents did not escape. I managed to hide with Lily in the basement under my father's protection, but I am sorry I could not safeguard them." "Do not weep," David choked out, his face smeared with tears and mucus, as he comforted her. "They protected you and Lily. I believe they would take pride in that." Thomas, having searched in vain for his daughter and wife, displayed a furrowed brow of concern as he glanced at the distraught David couple. He felt an urge to inquire, yet hesitated, torn by the moment's gravity. "Thomas, is that really you? My goodness." A booming masculine voice echoed from upstairs, belonging to a strikingly handsome officer, whose charming indigo eyes and chiseled features embodied the quintessential Western male. Unlike Thomas, who resembled a gorilla, this man appeared to be well acquainted with him, rushing over with enthusiasm for a warm embrace. Taken aback for a moment, Thomas reciprocated the embrace with a friendly smile. This officer, Jerry, was familiar to him. He had seen him each year upon returning home. The small town was not vast, and during his 2-month vacations, their paths crossed often enough to establish a semblance of acquaintance. Yet, to claim a deep bond would be a stretch. Nevertheless, given Jerry's exuberance, Thomas, a well-mannered individual, felt compelled to respond in kind. After exchanging pleasantries, Thomas broached his most pressing concern. Is Mary, along with my daughter Anna, here? Jerry hesitated momentarily, pondering how best to respond. Yes, I am taking good care of her. She appears vibrant and healthy every day. Standing behind them, Guo Lang distinctly sensed an unusual tension in the air. You must be referring to Dr. Mary, correct? She is indeed here, likely in the medical room. An older gentleman interjected enthusiastically upon hearing Thomas's inquiry, only to be promptly silenced by a sharp nudge from a woman behind him. Jerry's expression was somewhat stiff as he hesitantly replied, Yes, they are all here. Mary is in the infirmary, and Anna is sleeping upstairs. Guo Lang glanced around. The prison was rather small, and the town had decent security. It had never expanded its prison facilities, and the number of rooms, including the guards' quarters, was quite limited. With around 70 to 80 inmates, most were crammed into the rooms of the inner courtyard prison, while the external quarters were undoubtedly in much better condition. Why was that girl named Anna allowed to sleep upstairs? Was it merely because she was a child? Guo Lang had just seen a room below crammed with over a dozen people, including many mothers with their children. It seemed that only those armed guards were privileged enough to reside in those rooms. Guo Lang was familiar with such dynamics. Survivor enclaves often lacked harmony, and privatization was rampant. This was still early in the post-apocalyptic era. If things progressed, these women would soon find themselves in dire circumstances. Oh, Thomas! A sudden exclamation came from upstairs. Guo Lang turned to look, and there she was, the woman from the photograph, appearing even more alluring in person, enhanced by her uniform. Thomas, visibly shaken, pushed past Jerry and rushed up to embrace this enchanting figure. Even the hardened man could not suppress the tears welling in his eyes. Be gentle. You're hurting me, she remarked. Only then did Thomas loosen his grip, sporting a foolish grin, while she tenderly wiped away his tears with a gentle touch. The scene was harmonious, and everyone wore warm expressions, but Guo Lang, with his darker thoughts, immediately sensed something amiss. First, there was Jerry, left aside with a pale face. His hands clearly clenched, indicating that this was not mere jealousy over a foolish giant. Furthermore, with his broad view, Guo Lang noticed the woman named Mary had traces of moisture between her legs. Goodness, did a mere embrace cause such a reaction? Was she that sensitive? And what about the preferential treatment that Anna received? Was it truly just to care for a brother's woman? Indeed, if my brother had such a beautiful woman, I would also feel obligated to look after her. Daddy, you look so unpleasant when you smile, and you keep staring at other people's thighs. Is that woman more attractive than Mama? Well, each has their own merits, he retorted. Guo Lang coughed lightly, casting a disapproving glance at Alice, who was pouting and covering her head. She took a few steps back, shooting him a disdainful look before running off to Laura. Guo Lang felt a wave of frustration and was about to chase after her for a proper reprimand when his gaze fell on Laura's legs, wheat-colored and undeniably alluring. This thought flashed in his mind, but as he looked up, he caught Laura's scornful gaze. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he called out to Alice, Come here, my dear daughter. I have something important to discuss with you. Alice, with her hands over her head, reluctantly made her way over, while Laura chuckled softly, finding that the young man was increasingly embodying the role of a father figure. She approached Alice affectionately, ruffling her adorable hair and whispering sweet nothings in her ear. The scene radiated warmth, and those who glanced over exchanged kind smiles. They were somewhat distanced from the crowd, but Laura could vaguely hear Guo Lang speaking. The initially tender atmosphere darkened as she caught his words. Alice, watch my hand signals. If I make this gesture, he said, demonstrating a horizontal motion across his neck with his thumb, you must take action and eliminate that officer named Jerry. Chapter 33. The scheme. Laura's expression soured. The casualness in his tone was disconcerting. What troubled her further was her daughter, who nodded in agreement, as if it were as simple as agreeing to buy a bottle of soy sauce. How had this man, having known her daughter for merely a few days, managed to influence her so profoundly? Biting her thumb, her disapproval of Guo Lang deepened. Unaware of Laura's growing disdain, Guo Lang remained indifferent. If it weren't for Alice, he would have little patience for this woman, and he fantasized about binding her in the basement, complete with whips and candles. Casting a furtive glance around, he noted the presence of nearly 100 individuals, including 50 or so women and children, alongside police officers, prison guards, and a handful of young men. His initial concern about finding a crowd was resolved. But a new dilemma arose: how to inform the gorilla that his woman was unfaithful. Guo Lang observed that most faces around him bore expressions of warmth and kindness. With only a few exceptions, Jerry, the protagonist, wore a grim countenance, and several officers displayed odd expressions. Then there was the female soldier, Kelly, whose demeanor was distinctly unfavorable. Guo Lang considered the possibility of an affair between the gorilla and this woman, an idea that had eluded him until now. The gorilla seemed so upright. Could he be as hypocritical as himself? Regardless, Kelly represented an excellent opportunity. After careful thought, Guo Lang approached her with feigned concern. "What's the matter? Are you feeling unwell?" Startled by the sudden voice and the face that intruded upon her contemplative state, Kelly instinctively threw a punch. As a Special Forces soldier, her hand-to-hand combat skills were exceptional, and she held a high rank within her unit. While women typically exhibit lower explosive power, their coordination and control were superior, resulting in higher accuracy. Yet, at such close range, Guo Lang effortlessly caught her fist. "I'm concerned for you, and this is rather unfriendly, don't you think?" Guo Lang remarked, rolling his eyes. "I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional." After Kelly regained her composure, she withdrew her hand, offering an apologetic smile. She swiftly redirected the conversation, remarking, "Your skills are quite impressive. Our captain wouldn't have reacted so swiftly at such close range. You've also used that so-called genetic serum, haven't you? How do you compare to that little girl from your family? Isn't that obvious? Did you not notice how she treats me with utmost respect? My father's authority is well-founded." Guo Lang responded shamelessly, yet he was determined not to let the topic shift away from him. He immediately raised his eyebrows and added, "Your captain's wife is indeed beautiful. He is quite fortunate." Kelly's complexion paled slightly as she forced a smile and replied, "Yes, she is a stunning woman. I suppose men like your type tend to prefer that kind of beauty?" "Who said that? I only have eyes for our Alice," Guo Lang retorted, causing Kelly's expression to shift to one of astonishment as she instinctively took a step back from him, realizing her intent to sully the conversation. Guo Lang hurriedly chuckled and diverted the topic. "Well, men generally share a common preference. Fair skin, beauty, and curves are undoubtedly appealing, much like how women have their own preferences." As he pointed towards Jerry at the foot of the stairs, he continued, "Take that officer for instance. He must be quite popular among the ladies." Kelly cast a glance at the handsome officer and replied coolly, "Not everyone is enamored with pretty boys, sometimes. A man with true masculinity is far more appealing." "Masculinity? What does that entail?" Guo Lang's mind ran wild with numerous interpretations. "However, I believe that if that officer were to be alongside Mary, the dynamic would seem more fitting. Seeing your captain with that beauty feels rather out of place." Kelly shot him a disapproving look, yet she remained silent. Deep down, she too felt that the two were mismatched. Under Guo Lang's influence, she began to observe Jerry and soon noticed his unusual expressions and subtle gestures. With her background as a scout, her interpretative abilities were acute, and she quickly deduced what Guo Lang had also sensed. She then glanced at Mary. Although her perspective was not as broad as Guo Lang's, she swiftly picked up on the flush of excitement on Mary's face. It was somewhat vague, but it could certainly be described as a blush of exhilaration. However, one detail began to dawn on her. When they arrived, their entrance had been quite loud, drawing the attention of nearly everyone in the prison. The only ones absent were Jerry and Mary. What could they have possibly been doing upstairs at that time? Considering all the factors, she reached the same conclusion as Guo Lang in a fleeting moment, and with her head bowed, a mysterious smile crept upon her lips. "You smile with a rather villainous flair," Guo Lang interjected playfully. "Am I smiling?" Kelly responded, her expression betraying a hint of guilt. Guo Lang chuckled. "Indeed. It seems that regardless of the type of woman, even a straightforward girl can transform into a scheming vixen under certain circumstances." At that moment, a little girl in a flowy dress dashed down the stairs, her face lighting up in delight upon seeing Thomas. She rushed towards him, and Thomas, equally surprised, scooped his daughter into his arms, showering her with affectionate kisses before lifting her high, eliciting joyous giggles from the girl. Beside them, Mary wore a complex expression, while Jerry at the stairway appeared decidedly pallid. The scene was rather heartwarming. The once virtuous Kelly, now tainted, sneered repeatedly, prompting Guo Lang to roll his eyes in exasperation, lamenting silently. What a splendid woman she once was, now so utterly corrupted. In the afternoon, the group gathered on the prison playground. The prison did have a cafeteria, but it was insufficient for such a multitude, and with Thomas arriving with an additional 40 to 50 individuals, it became even more cramped, leading them to collectively dine on the playground. For dinner, each person received a can of fruit and a can of meat, a bountiful feast for the food-deprived survivors. Food supplies in the prison had become critically scarce, and Jerry was already contemplating organizing a collection for resources. During dinner, Jerry found himself seated next to Thomas, fortuitously beside Mary, who kept her head down, attempting to lean closer to Thomas. Guo Lang and Laura sat beside Kelly, while Alice, Anna, and David's sister positioned themselves between the two groups. "Hey, Thomas, you mentioned this disaster is global. Has the military begun to restore the cities? Thomas and the soldiers' expressions darkened. With a hint of stiffness, Thomas replied, "It's still in preparation." Preparation? Jerry frowned. So are you here on a mission? The question was pointed. For if the military was still in preparation, what were they doing here? Were they acting under military orders or on their own accord? If it were the latter, they could be classified as deserters. Realizing this, Thomas's threat diminished considerably. It indicated that the forces present were indeed all that remained, with no reinforcements on the way. This meant opportunities still existed. Guo Lang observed the sheriff with keen interest, thinking to himself that this fellow was certainly not one to remain compliant. Thomas shot him a glance, his expression darkening. He, too, was a scout. How could he not sense the oddities surrounding his wife? They were hardly acquainted. Yet why did his wife and daughter receive such preferential treatment? Surely, someone was vying for his wife's attention. However, he had yet to suspect infidelity, after all. It had only been a week. Such matters typically required time. If Guo Lang were privy to Thomas's internal monologue, he would undoubtedly scoff. Sometimes, events unfold more rapidly than one might anticipate. One must not rely solely on reason. It seemed that Thomas still harbored some ulterior motives. In an attempt to salvage his military image, he wiped his mouth and stated, "The military's mission is to accompany this gentleman to Hainan Island to establish a research base." A research base? What are you researching? Jerry asked, momentarily taken aback. This was originally classified military information, yet it would eventually be disclosed. So there was little harm in sharing now. Primarily, it's about genetic agents aimed at immunizing against viruses. Immunizing against viruses? The surrounding individuals perked up with excitement, indicating that the government's restoration of order might be imminent. Meanwhile, the special forces, including Guo Lang, regarded Thomas with a peculiar expression, astonished that this seemingly simple-minded giant could so effortlessly fabricate tales. However, the words of the other party also represented a declaration, and Guo Lang was quite pleased with this. The other party sought out his wife and daughter, clearly wishing to obtain the genetic serum from him. Although his previous remarks were meant to deceive Jerry, they nonetheless indicated a willingness to collaborate. Yet, Guo Lang was not content with merely relying on Thomas and his 4 to 5 men. He was also intrigued by the nearly 100 individuals within the prison. "You go ahead and carry out the mission, Mary and Anna." "Yes, I will take them along. Once the base is established, it will be quite secure, and our supplies are abundant. Isn't that a bit unsafe? I will ensure their safety." Thomas's tone was somewhat resolute. Jerry's expression stiffened, yet he remained silent, refraining from further conversation. "Come on, Jerry, don't be a coward. Don't make me lose respect for you." Guo Lang felt a pang of anxiety as he observed Jerry faltering. If he wished to win the heart of a beauty, he must act boldly. They were not even armed, and the timing was perfect. Guo Lang had keenly noticed the gun tucked at Jerry's waist. However, the situation did not unfold as Guo Lang had anticipated. No one took the initiative, and nothing progressed. While the atmosphere among the adults was fraught with tension, the children remained unaffected. Alice seemed particularly interested in Anna, occasionally tugging at her hair or pinching her cheeks, as if she had discovered a new and fascinating toy. Anna, on the other hand, was a shy and bashful girl, doing her utmost to evade Alice's playful torment during mealtime. "Alice, don't pick on her," Laura scolded lightly. "Fulfilling her maternal duties." Alice replied with a pout, turning to Guo Lang and asking, "Daddy, is it true that if a child is born of a black father, they will be black too?" "Humph." Guo Lang scoffed. "You are too naive. The strength of black genes is beyond your imagination. Whether the father is black or the mother is, the child will undoubtedly be black." "Oh." Alice wore a look of newfound understanding. "What do you teach all day?" Laura shot Guo Lang a disapproving glance. "So, the baby in Annie's belly will also be black?" Alice inquired curiously, pointing at Mary. "What baby?" Thomas asked stiffly, and everyone, led by Guo Lang, was momentarily taken aback by Alice's question. "Huh, didn't you hear?" Alice replied innocently, tilting her head. "There's something in Auntie's belly." Both Thomas and Jerry turned rigidly to look at Mary, who instinctively placed a hand on her stomach. The atmosphere among everyone shifted to one of palpable awkwardness, plunging the scene into an icy silence.